Morning, people. How's everybody doing this morning? If you're in here, get in here with a comment. Let me know that you're here. If you're in here, let me know you're here with a comment. Throw your boy a good morning or something. We'll wait for a few people to get in here before we really get going here. Seemed like everything was gonna be kaput, right? Seems like everything was gonna be kaput just the other day, but now we are actually back in court. Believe it or not, we're gonna be back in court today. As y'all can see, I'm feeling festive about it. I got my whole court background. Ryan C., good morning. Toronto, Canada, huh? Okay. I'll see you, Toronto. Yeah, I have my festive background. So let me get my comment section open. We got Cindy Taylor, morning from Ohio. Looks like it's going to be an interesting day, Ryan. Yes. Amy, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, it should be an interesting day, y'all. Today, court's supposed to start at 9 a.m. Court's supposed to start at 9 a.m. today. So we actually have a little bit of time before court gets going. But we have some things we can talk about, y'all. If you've seen the video over the weekend, Court Corruption Watcher. Okay. Is that your new name? Or has that been your name the whole time? Is that your new screen name, or has that been your screen name the whole time? Old name. Okay, cool. Just motions today. Correct, Jim. But Jim, I don't know if I want to say just motions though, because you know the big motion that we have out there that we are wondering about. And if y'all notice I'm moving around more today, it's because I bought my standing desk. I thought that it didn't work. I called for support. They didn't answer. I called Amazon. They said they were going to send me something, which they never did, or I didn't see it. But finally, just by happenstance, I noticed one of the cords that should have been connected was disconnected. So then once I got that connected, my standing desk, it moves up and down. So now I'm mobile. I'm like a ninja, y'all. I'm like a ninja now. I don't have to sit down all day. I'm like a ninja. So Jim, I would say the reason I say it's not just motions is because, yeah, motions are important, but we have the big motion outstanding. We have the mistrial without prejudice motion outstanding. At least I think it's still outstanding. I mean, I imagine I haven't seen any filings withdrawing it. I haven't seen any rulings on it. And so we're standing on business, Miss T. That's right. I'm gonna be moving around today, y'all. I'm moving. I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm in the court. I'm moving. So I haven't seen any kind of movement for, no pun intended. I haven't seen any movement on the mistrial motion. So I think we're still open with the mistrial motion. And I definitely think that from the people in the know, all right, from people in the know who I will not name, from our unnamed co-conspirators, they say that the witness list is pushed out till Thursday, meaning like there's witnesses from Tuesday to Thursday on the list, and that there's every indication that this trial is going to go forward. Now, y'all, you know what this is like, y'all. I often use relationship analogies. Now, y'all going to see me looking up here because my camera's down here and my screens are kind of up above the camera. When I have my desk raised, I can't put my camera up here because the cord doesn't reach. So once I lower my desk, things will be back to normal. But y'all know, let's see, Miss T, I think they did right, but not, I think they did right, I guess, by not taking the mistrial. Jeremy, good morning. Morning, Ginger. Good morning, Zoo. There will be no mistrial. Come on, people. It's not happening. Well, Ginger, it appeared on Wednesday that Judge Whitaker was offering the mistrial to the defendants, and it seemed like they were huddling up to see if they wanted to take it. But the problem is this is a mistrial, or would be a mistrial without prejudice. I think by now we all know what that means, but just for the uninitiated, for the uninformed, for the little bit lost, if you take a mistrial without prejudice, that means that the prosecution can restart the case. And my understanding is you would stay under the same indictment, which means you wouldn't even get out of prison or jail. You wouldn't get out of jail to wait for the new trial. So essentially, you would start over from day one. You would erase all of the prosecutorial errors that happened during this trial. So all of your basis for appeal would be gone because you'd be starting a new trial. You stay in jail, probably wouldn't get a bond because you are still looking at murder charges. You are still looking at Rico charges, which are some of the most serious charges. So you're still probably not going to get a bond. And all of these prosecutorial errors that they've made get wiped off the face of the map. So what's the benefit of a mistrial without prejudice? I mean, the only benefit I can think of right now would be hoping that the prosecution would not retry the case, which they probably would. So it kind of doesn't make sense to take that mistrial without prejudice. Y'all see what I mean? It kind of doesn't make sense to take a mistrial without prejudice when, again, right now, they say, it's funny, people say they're winning, the defense is winning. Y'all remember, I use a lot of analogies, all right? Remember, saying the defense is winning, that doesn't mean that all the defendants are going to win, okay? So I think mostly when we say the defense is winning, it's that Thug is winning. And so far, maybe we haven't seen enough evidence to convict anybody of anything, but most of this evidence that we've seen so far has been more about the Rico, and the Rico doesn't seem like it's going to be proven, and that's Thug's only charge. I mean, his primary charge. So, in the indictment, right? So, yeah, Thug seems like he's winning, but the other guys, I don't know if they're winning. I don't know if the other guys are winning. So, let's say you take this mistrial without prejudice. All of the problems that go back to day one are on the prosecutor side are erased. You're giving them a fresh start. You're giving them the opportunity probably to keep you in jail until the end of the next trial. You're giving them the opportunity to shuffle around the team, bring in new people, get rid of some of the old people if they need to, because everything is going to, or, put somebody on the back burner, maybe consultant. Then you just give them a chance to start all the way over. Morning, Jody. Good morning, Forever on Fire. So I don't think that the more you think about it, the mistrial without prejudice kind of doesn't make sense. I think it would make sense if you get out of jail. So my initial thought was, if they let you out of jail, I would take it. Like, let me fight this while I'm going home and making money. Like, that might be worth it. You know what I'm saying? But no. It's that Jersey girl. Look at all those memberships. Are you talking about our members, of which I don't see a green? I don't see you in green. It's that Jersey girl. So come on and join us. Come on and join us. I need some memes, y'all. I need some memes. Yeah, like, please, like. So I don't think they're gonna take the mistrial without prejudice. I think everybody just wanted to see a mistrial, and we were like, take it, take it. We just wanted to see something happen, but it probably strategically would not be smart. It probably strategically would not be smart. On the side of Fonnie Willis and the defense, if they continue, they give you some plea negotiations, some plea deals, some offers. If they continue and you don't take the plea deal and they continue with the trial, what happens? Well, you get past the election, Fonnie wins, and she continues. She continues to be the DA. And y'all already know Love's not going to lose her job. Oh, Carl gave out. Oh, I didn't even notice. I'm over here running my mouth. Shoot, we need. Oh my goodness, Carl Dorsey gave out 50 memberships. Whoa, I need some kind of. All right, I'm not gonna clap too loud. I don't want to startle y'all. Carl, thank you, sir. 50 memberships. I'm over here running my mouth. I didn't even notice. That's what they were talking about. Oh snap. Carl, hit me up on X. We need to connect. Thank you so much, y'all. We're gonna be coming back to this throughout the day. Carl Dorsey just gave out 50 memberships. Thank you so much, Carl. I really appreciate it. I think Carl was the one who supported us with a major gift the other day as well. So I think we have the patron saint of the paralegal truth sleuths. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna put Carl. I'm gonna have to go ahead. Yeah, Carl, we already had you on the other day as a sponsor. We got a new sponsor. Same new sponsor, same as the old sponsor. Really appreciate that, Carl. That's excellent. So we have 50 new people, y'all. Hope y'all stick with us. Yeah. Carl the other day dropped 500. Oh, shoot. I don't know what I did to deserve it. Maybe it's y'all, because I certainly don't feel like I did anything, but I appreciate this. This is great. So, y'all, yeah, I'm thinking no mistrial without prejudice today, y'all. No mistrial without prejudice today. Oh, we got Queen. Queen is a member now. Queen, you deserve it. You've been in here with us. You've been rocking with us. You've been rocking with us. Yeah, y'all. Other day, the same person who just gifted the 50 members, also the other day gifted $500 to the channel. So, Carl, I think I'm gonna. Y'all know what? Y'all want to do something fun? Let's do something fun real quick. Y'all, let's do something fun real quick. I'm gonna take y'all to Amazon real quick. Let's have a little bit of fun on our channel, y'all. You're not gonna get this kind of fun on any other channel. All right, what do y'all think? I think if I can get one of these for Halloween, that I should be a judge for Halloween, right? So I want to get the community's feedback on this, y'all. Okay, I want to get the community's feedback for this, y'all. Okay. So what do y'all think? Should I can get any of these? Let's see. I can get them by tomorrow or Wednesday. All of these would come in time for Halloween. What do y'all think? I think for Halloween on this channel, if we have court, I should dress up as a judge. Corny? You think it's corny? Yeah, I might be a little corny, y'all. I don't mind being corny. That's the whole point. No, I don't need the bald cap, y'all. Oh, should I be Glanville? I'm already bald. I should be Glanville, but how can I make myself Glanville? If I make myself Glanville, I have to cough a lot. Oh, just get a little earring right here. Get myself a Judge Slime. I like that. See, this is why I brought it to the community. Judge Slime. If I get myself a little earring right here, let me see here. Judge Glanville. Let's see what Judge Glanville looks like. I don't look that dissimilar from Judge Glanville, y'all. So I have to get my goatee. I'm already ready for that. I have to make it all white, which I'm sure I could. I'm already bald like Judge G. Get myself a dog. I don't have the biggest belly. I'm gonna get myself a little hoop earring, put it on the left, only on the left. Y'all, I'm gonna be Judge Glanville. That's it. Y'all convinced me. I'm gonna make my beard white. I'm not gonna cut it though. So it's gonna be a little bit longer than him. It's gonna be a little bit longer, and I'll have to see if I can get the Judge Glanville voice going. Yep, that's it. Judge Glanville. Y'all just convinced me. I don't know how I can slime it out though. I'm gonna ask my daughters, can they help me be Judge Glanville slime? Yeah, my daughters, Vanessa and Rose, those are my daughters. Is this Judge Glanville's wife? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be Judge Glanville slime for Halloween, y'all. Hopefully we have court still. Well, I'm only saying that, from my perspective, honestly. Hopefully justice is served. But with that caveat, okay, yeah, bet. I'm going to be Judge Glanville slime. So really all I need is the gown or whatever they call it. Whatever they call it. All right, all I need is a judge's gown. And then I could be Judge Glanville slime. All right, I'm gonna get I have a daughter who's perfect for this, who can help me hook it up. Judge Glanville slap. Judge Glanville slap. All right, cool. Yeah, that's gonna be my Halloween house. Yep, gotta get a gavel. Have to get a gavel for sure. Have to get a gavel like this, maybe. All right, bet. Yeah. I'm going to be Judge Glanville Slime the third. Judge Glanville Slime the third. All right, y'all. That's it. So we just got my Halloween costume here live among the group. All right, y'all. So let me get back to what we were going to talk about this morning. Gavel should be green. Thank you. I need to start writing this down. Hold on, y'all. Let me write this stuff down. Let me write this down. Green gavel. I could probably spray paint it. Green gavel. Judge Glanville. I need one earring. One hoop earring. Paint beard. White. Slime. Slat. All right, y'all. So if we have court, yeah, I know. You know what? Glanville's not in that bad of shape, though. Glanville's not in that bad of shape. I mean, his belly is definitely bigger than mine. Oh, okay, I need to change the bench counter. Y'all, we got Carl Dorsey in here, the patron saint of the truth sleuths. We got Carl Dorsey in here, the patron saint of the truth sleuths. With 10 more memberships. So y'all, that's 60 memberships this morning. We got a 50 piece from Carl Dorsey. We got a 10 piece from Carl Dorsey. The other day we had a $500 piece from Carl Dorsey. Green snake. Good. Green snake. So I think if I can, I'm starting to get my costume together. Everybody who received a membership this morning, if you received a free membership or a gifted membership, please let's drop some thanks to Carl Dorsey in the chat. Carl has gifted 50. Carl has gifted 10. So that's 60 for today. And this isn't the first day that Carl has been a benefactor to the channel. I do need to update my banner here. Carl Dorsey is the stream sponsor. We do want to thank our mods. Oh, shoot. I should probably put Amy on here now. Amy. We want to thank our mods. Amy. Andre, I see you in there. Good morning, sir. Amy, what's your last name? I'm going to just put Amy for now until I see you pop up again. Okay? All right, y'all. So we're expecting court to start in about 10 minutes. What we're on the lookout for this morning is we're on the lookout for no jury. So it's going to be all motions all day. Okay? We have, I think we're going to have the mistrial motion on the table still. This is the mistrial without prejudice. Okay? Without prejudice. I don't think anybody would expect the defense to take that, even though they seemed, well, attorney Miss Westmoreland on the other day on Wednesday, she seemed like she was kind of eager to take that. But no, I don't think they're going to take that. Everybody, can we get a like, please? I know I'm a YouTuber now. Did y'all know a year ago, my daughters were like, I want to be a YouTuber. I would like to be a YouTuber. I'll introduce y'all to my daughters when they get home from school. They're going to be coming home late today. One of these days. Some of y'all here have seen my daughters. And I'm like, your dad's a YouTuber now? Oh, they're not letting media in? Oh, let's check that. That wouldn't be good. That wouldn't be good. Miss Sylvia says she's on her way over there right now. That would not be good. Let's see. Did you get an official word of that? What makes you say that, Nicole? What makes you say that? Grandest of Rising, not today, Papa Smurf. Grandest of Rising, not today, Papa Smurf. I know Miss Sylvia is on her way to court now. She is a member of the media. They're saying that Miss Sylvia said there's no cameras in the courtroom today. Don't know how true that is. Well, I am going to double check and see if that is the truth. I was watching Sylvia's channel. All right, so let's see. Let's double check. I am on her channel now. No media or public today in court, only attorneys in state. Oh my gosh, another one of these days, y'all. Another one of these days. No jury, court starts at 9 a.m. So why wouldn't she know that beforehand, though, is my question. Why wouldn't she know that beforehand? Because she's a member of the media and she got up and went to court today. But I mean, I guess she's there now. So I was looking for Kathy Russin, she's I believe the director of Law and Crime. And she's normally up on the tweets, but I haven't seen a tweet from her. And they're the ones who work the pool camera. So I haven't seen anything from her so far today. Why wouldn't they let the media know that ahead of time? Plus, what would be the point? What would be the purpose of not letting the media in if it's a court day? I thought that there was some law that says that the media has to be allowed in the courtroom. Yeah, this is not good, y'all. This is not good. They're ashamed. Andre said they're ashamed in the prosecution, along with the judges, too, is allowing this foolishness. Yeah, that does not sound right. That doesn't sound right. Unless they plan to do something like only have motions, plea negotiations. But would that happen in front of the judge? Y'all listen, what I'm gonna do, this video that I did over the weekend. Yeah, TL Love Me. There's no jury today. We all knew that. But what they're saying now is that the media is not allowed in the courtroom, which is crazy. Y'all, let's just take a moment. I'm going to be doing this periodically to give propers, to give Carl Dorsey. I'm going to say his Carl because Carl is a man's name. So if you want to change that up. Carl, do you chat though? I haven't seen a lot of chats from Carl. I just seen gifts. Carl just like flies in, dumps some gifts, and then comes and swoops back in. We got 50. We have 10 memberships gifted. And of course, the other day, Carl dropped in with $500, which I'm still gobsmacked about. I just told y'all no media public. I stay. Okay. I mean, not that we don't believe you. Not that we don't believe you. It's not, this is not breaking news from you. It's been on Miss Sylvia channel. We've been talking about it for the last 5-10 minutes. All right, so does this mean Miss Sylvia will not be allowed in? Does this mean Miss Sylvia will not be allowed in? All right, do we have law and crime update? Deborah Wiley says, I follow Kathy Russin, or it might be Rasan, but she has not updated. Law and crime. Is it Law and Crime Media? Which law and crime did you see this on, Deborah? Law and Crime Media doesn't seem to be the right one. True Law and Crime. Is that it? I don't see any Law and Crime that's talking about this. Malik says no media. Y'all, we're just going to hang out. We're going to hang out for a moment because there's we can get some more juice. We can get some juice out of, I think, honestly, y'all, we didn't get as many views as normal with this video that we have coming up. But this was actually, I think, kind of a good topic. We can talk about this if there's not going to be any court. We can talk about this anyway. Let's see. I'm checking. We're going to hang out, y'all. I don't know. We didn't get anything from Law and Crime so far. Well, from Kathy Russin. We're all hearing there's not going to be any media, y'all. We're all hearing that, but let's just wait for a moment. Let's wait for a moment to get official word. Okay? All right, so in the meantime, while we're waiting, what is Thugger Daily talking about? Thugger he doesn't have any posts today. Thugger hasn't posted in a couple of days. He hasn't posted. He didn't do anything on yesterday. Well, yeah, he posted something yesterday, but not much. And nothing today. It would be unconstitutional for the public to not be allowed in the courtroom, right? People should be able to attend in person, even if there is no live feed. I don't know. I would say it all depends on y'all. Let's go to ChatGPT. Y'all, everybody should learn how to use ChatGPT. Like, it's easy, really. You just ask it questions. Let's see. I'm a ChatGPT, okay? In the state of Georgia, what kind of court proceedings could happen such that the public and media would be barred while court is in session? All right, let's see what GPT says. Juvenile proceedings, mental health and competency, family law, SA, national security, grand jury, trade secrets, protective orders, and sensitive testimony. It doesn't seem like any of those would apply here. Feds, no cameras. Yeah, feds don't have any cameras. Correct. Welcome to the new members. Thank y'all for Carl for dropping the 60 piece. Gag order. Could be. Could be a gag order. But a gag order to whom? Honestly, there was already a gag request by the state that went nowhere. And I haven't seen any of the attorneys talking about this case over the last few days. Express Yourself Media, is that on X? I remember this person. I remember this person. Let's see. Are you talking about the fact that the state plans to continue with the case? I think if that's what you're talking about, if you're talking about this, I think we all kind of expected that. This is the most recent thing I have from Express Yourself. According to my source, the state now plans to argue in the morning to continue with the trial. But why would that argumentation qualify to be done in secret? Yes, exactly. Express Yourself. I don't know about Express Yourself. I don't know who it is. But I don't think that there was any doubt that the state wanted to continue. So the fact that it's like I have a source that says the state wants to continue, it's not the state who didn't want to continue. They wanted to continue from the jump. It's the defense that didn't want to continue. So, and they're shrinking their witness pool. I mean, they've been doing that anyway, Andre. That was the mandate from the judge, or that was the strong request from the judge, and they've been shrinking their witness pool anyway. So, yeah, I don't really think. It's interesting, but they've been doing that anyway. They've been shrinking their witness pool anyway, Andre. I mean, that's what the judge has been asking them to do. So I'm not really sure that either one of those things is kind of like breaking news. That's like breaking. The state will try to put on a case and win. It's like, yeah, okay. It's not just like that, but the fact that they want to continue, what are they going to just rest their case? Are they just going to give up? And say, oh, we lost. Antoine sounds ex parte. It would if the defense or prosecution weren't there. It would only be, it's ex parte, not because we're not there. It's ex parte if one of the two sides is not there. So I imagine that it's not ex parte because I imagine everybody showed up to court today. Law and crime waiting confirmation. So are we, people. So are we. Is it that, they're going to have a session or a moment without the media? Is it all day without the media? We don't know. I'm monitoring Miss Sylvia. I'm monitoring Kathy Russin, who is the head of Law and Crime. Nothing from either of them. Thugger Daily, I have not seen anything from him as of right now. So it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. I'll say that. When I say doesn't look good, I mean it doesn't look transparent. Okay, Dennis Byron says here at Courtroom and media isn't being allowed inside. Stand by. So it could be that not that the media won't be allowed in, just that it's not being allowed in right now. That would make more sense to me. Specific did confirm the announcement of no cameras came only this morning. Again, is it no cameras all day? Is it no cameras forever? Is it no cameras right now? That's what we need to figure out. Thugger Daily is asleep. Listen, if Thugger is asleep, Thugger deserves some sleep. What do y'all think? I told Thugger I want a Thugger hoodie because y'all know I rock the hoodies during these lives. And I said I want a Thugger coffee mug. Don't y'all think Thugger should start making some merch? Thugger was like, I don't want people to say I'm trying to profit off of tragedy. Like, nah, man. Forget that. I absolutely want to rock some Thugger Daily merch. I want to support Thugger's absolute, undying, all penetrating, and that I'll take that last one back. But just everywhere doing everything while apparently working a full-time job. I would rock the Thugger Daily merch, y'all. I'm not used to you standing. I know. So I got a standing desk. Y'all didn't know I had it because it wasn't working. I finally figured out how to make it work. Your boy can't sit down all day, man. I can't sit down all day, man. Yeah, no media today, y'all. We're trying to figure that out. If y'all search YSL of X is not loading, what do you mean? Let me see. Dennis Byron says here at Courtroom and media isn't being allowed inside. I can search YSL on X. Doesn't really bring up anything interesting. So we'll see, y'all. Let's see what happens. I'm waiting for Miss Love. Miss Love is not the person who can decide whether cameras come in the courtroom or not. She doesn't get to decide that. So it's not Miss Love Miss Love is not the person who gets to say whether cameras can come in the courtroom or not. That's a law. So, maybe she doesn't want people coming in or the cameras in, but that really doesn't matter. I'm gonna say this, y'all. I don't understand why people don't want personalities, creators, reporters, etc. to profit. I just don't get it. I really do not get it. There's an exploitation. I would say you overstep the line of profit to exploitation when you do the following. I think for me, if I were to take Woody's face and put it on a t-shirt and try to sell it, and Woody has not agreed to it, then I am exploiting him. I think if I were to start a GoFundMe and say I'm going to charge a 20% fee for me to run this, and I'm going to give the rest of the money to one of these, to somebody's legal fund or whatever, you might say that's exploitation, right? But if I'm Thugger Daily and I start Thugger Daily and eventually people like me and I start and I make hoodies with Thugger Daily on it, that's not exploiting anybody. There's nothing exploitative about that. It's my brand. I mean, if we're going to call it a brand, which I think it is, it's my brand. I want to put it on a hoodie. It's nothing. I mean, I think that's perfectly acceptable. So I think we need to be realistic and accommodating to what is exploitation and what isn't. That's my opinion. I told y'all about this judge when she took over that something is not right with her since day one, says Julie. Y'all, we still don't have confirmation yet, y'all. Could be a meeting about a witness, could be a meeting about something that happened to somebody, some kind of violence that went down, some kind of serious threat to somebody's life. We don't know. We don't know. So let's reserve judgment a little bit. There's reasons that you might have a closed court hearing. Okay. There's reasons that you might have a closed court hearing. Now, if court is going to be closed all day today, that would be concerning. But if court is going to be closed for the moment while they make certain things happen and work certain things out, no, I'm not naive. I'm not naive. I am certainly not naive. The thing is, man, listen, I've just had too many experiences in my life where I jumped to a conclusion I was wrong. I've had so many experiences in my life where I've jumped to a conclusion and I was just dead wrong. So now I try to reserve my judgment more. I try to jump into those conclusions. That's what it is. I'm not naive. You know what I mean? Paralegal, I'm agreeing with you. Time is being taken out to do this content, and for him, some motions may have to be paid for. I was saying merch is the least of what. No, I know you were agreeing with me, Queen. No, I got that. I got that. My point is, why do people not want you to make a profit? I don't get that. Like, why would people who regularly go and consume your updates, your content, who essentially rock with you, then turn around and say, but don't make any money? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense to me. Now, again, if you're exploiting people, then I think it's wrong. But newspapers, they cover the news to make money. News organizations, TMZ. You know what I mean? Like, does anybody go to TMZ and say, did y'all make a profit when you reported on Kobe? Kobe died. Y'all shouldn't run any ads. Come on. I mean, that doesn't make sense. Now, again, I can see when you post certain pictures of a person, and certain things that seem exploitative, but just the fact that somebody might make some merch about their own brand that they came up with, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If you go and profit off me at least. But see, Papa Bear, what I said is I think it's exploitative if I use your face or your name without your permission. The problem with Thugger Daily is it does have the name Thug in it, and it is a little bit borderline, but still, it's like a fan club. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. They did this before in chambers meeting, but since there's too many people to be in chambers, they did it in court. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking there are reasons to have these kind of meetings. The only question is, will it be a whole day? That's a good way to think. I need to also start assessing the situation before jumping to conclusions. I probably wouldn't have. Thank you. Oh my gosh. You know how many conclusions some of my relationship partners have jumped to with me and have just been totally wrong? The big media companies have lawyers that will file a motion for cameras or audio feed if media access is removed. We don't officially know what's going on. I don't. It doesn't look good, y'all, but I don't want to say just because it doesn't look good that it's definitely bad. You know what I'm saying? I'm monitoring the feeds. If I had to guess, Judge Whitaker, if anything, she is very much a law type of person, and she has said that the Georgia state law gives deference to open access to the courtroom. So I haven't seen anything from Whitaker that would seem to indicate that she would be a person to limit legal access. Thugger Daily has not reported anything. Maybe Thugger's in the courtroom this morning. The defendants were in jail on Friday and on the weekend. Now they are in person and they are obviously talking. I would imagine that right now what's happening is, I don't know if they're plea negotiations. Okay? I don't know if they're plea negotiations that are happening. I don't know if there is some kind of security situation that will require the public to be out of the courtroom for the moment. Security as in discussing security, as in discussing a particular security situation, some kind of contraband situation, some kind of threat to somebody, plea negotiations. These are reasons why we might not be able to have a camera in the courtroom right now. Plea negotiations. Yeah, I think it would have to be something along those lines. Maybe a deposition from somebody who knows something, or some kind of, sealed testimony from somebody. I'm just trying to come up with some ideas. It's been since Wednesday they stopped court, or Thursday we saw nothing. They announced Monday, now it's tomorrow. If this is not trying to protect the DA, them, and no, I mean, Andre, let me ask you this. Why would the defense go along with it when it's to their benefit to have the public informed? Why would the defense agree to a closed meeting if it's to their detriment to do it that way? And also, isn't the defense allowed to speak? They can speak out about it. The defense is in touch with Miss Sylvia. Miss Sylvia is there. Dennis Byron is there. So these would be people who would be right on the scene and have the ability to get any kind of message. The defense has no say. Haven't we seen that? My point is not even so much do they have the ability to change it. My point is that they would have the freedom to inform the public that this is what's going on. That's my point. Y'all, we have, I don't know how many people we have in here. Over 1,700 people. Please do hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button, please. Please hit the like button. We are waiting to see what's going to happen, if we will have court today or not. We're waiting to see if we're going to have, court apparently is happening right now. So we are having court today. All right. So y'all, in the meantime, while we wait to see, this is a video. I'm gonna play a video that I made yesterday, I think it was. I liked it. Check your messages when you can. Are you talking to me? Should I check my messages? Let's see. Okay. All right, yeah, we'll chat. Yeah, let's chat for sure. For sure. All right, so y'all, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put on this video for the time being while I monitor the different sources to see what's happening. Supposedly, trial starts today. This video is about whether or not YSL is a gang. This video is about whether or not YSL is a gang, y'all. All right, so we're gonna stick together. I'm gonna continue to monitor sources. But I'm gonna put
Mr.
this
Sledge, are you a part of a gang called YSL?
YSL is not a gang.
I am asking you specifically, are you a part or have you ever been a part of a gang called YSL?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
And I asked you, told you YSL is not a gang.
And we are back, and we are back. Thank everybody for watching this video today. Go ahead and hit that like button, y'all. You know that it helps us out a lot. And of course, it helps you because it helps us. Today, we're going to get into a video of different YSL members and affiliates talking about whether or not YSL is a gang. Y'all know that tomorrow the trial is back on. There's going to be no jury tomorrow, okay? But there's going to be a bunch of motions going back and forth. And we may see a mistrial, we may not, so we'll have to wait and see. But what I notice is that at the center of this entire trial right now is whether or not YSL is a gang. So what I want you to do is just look at how the different members or the different affiliates of YSL describe YSL and whether or not it's a gang. And also keep in mind that different people, everybody that you're going to see today, you want to keep in mind, did they have a plea deal or didn't they have a plea deal? Are they under the thumb of the prosecution or not? And that's going to weigh in on how they respond. The first guy, right, Trontavious Stevens, this guy is like terrified to even say anything wrong. You can tell he does not want to go back to prison. So what we're going to do is we're going to shoot into these different responses to whether or not YSL is a gang. So without further ado, don't forget to comment, like, subscribe, and let's get into it.
Dates. You don't have to be precise. You can talk about generally. When did it begin? We know the picture was in 2014. Is that fair? Had to be before then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Picture was in 2014.
So generally, what year?
Probably a year or two prior. I can't recall the exact date.
Right. And where is it that, since you were able to name the other founders, where is it that you all were when you all founded this group?
That's more than 10 years. I don't know. I'm sorry. I ain't being non-responsible. I don't recall.
And since you're one of the original founders, would you tell the jury just how it came about?
So,
all right, y'all, I'm gonna pause real quick. Carl, thank you. Carl has spoken. Y'all, he's the patron saint of today's stream with 60 gifted memberships. Carl says it's time Thug came home. The people asking about this. I think everybody agrees, y'all. This Rico charge seems like it's not proven. It's not proven, y'all. It's not proven. I mean, by now we should have been like, whoa, they did that. There's nothing there, you know. There's nothing, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is why I encourage people to reserve judgment on the Dirk situation. I'm not going to get too far into that. Yeah, see, Air, you and I, we both thought about Dirk at the same time. This is why I encourage people to reserve judgment about the Dirk situation. Because do y'all remember when this whole Young Thug Rico thing first hit? It was like, yeah, Thug, he rented a car so that they could go slide. And it was like, whoa. And they were kind of dropping this whole narrative, and everybody, well, I'm not going to say everybody. And I was like, whoa. And then you start looking at the actual evidence, and you're like, First you were like, whoa. And now you're like, ooh. We get all pumped up about these allegations. We get all pumped up about these little drops of information they give you. And then when you look at the actual evidence in context, you're like, ooh, I don't think that's what you led me to believe that it was this when it was really that. So when you hear about the dirt, oh, they got a wire. Somebody was wearing a wire. He put it on the company credit card. I'm like, okay. Doug, did he put the slide? Did he put the rental that they was going to slide on the company credit card? He must have used some credit card to rent that vehicle, right? You have people who are in police interrogation videos saying that such and such did such and such. You got 9 hours of Woody talking here. You got QZ talking over there. You got jail calls. You got all kind of stuff, right? You got all kind of stuff. So yeah, so my point, if people are like, well, that's federal. Don't give me that. That's not the point. The point is not whether it's federal or state. I know that the federal government has a higher conviction rate and they have more power and they have more money and they probably have more professional people and they're better trained. I get all that. That's not the point. The point is from our perspective today, when we are just getting the dribbles and drops that they want to give us, we should say, doesn't sound good, but I'm going to reserve judgment until all of the evidence comes out. That's my point. Y'all don't feel me on that? It's not, does it sound good? No, it sounds terrible. That's what they wanted to sound like when they released an indictment. Y'all think they would have released an indictment that sounds neutral? Hey, he might have done it. This is the reasons he might have done it. But we're going to also tell you why he might not have done it. No, nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to give you an indictment that says, these are the 50 reasons he might have done it, and these are the 50 reasons why he might not have done it. No, you're never going to get any kind of information like that from a prosecutor, y'all. So my point is, yes, it sounds really bad for Dirk. But it sounded really bad for Thug. That's what I'm trying to say until we started looking at evidence. And okay, it's federal. I get it. But you are not federal. You are not state. You are an individual consuming information. And what I'm saying is reserve some of your neutrality because you know that these people are going to try to sway you before any evidence is even presented. That's my point. So does it sound bad? Yes. Does it sound really bad? Yes. Does it sound like something that will be very difficult to beat? Yes. But guess what their whole point is by giving you information? To make it sound bad, to make it sound really bad, and to make it sound like something that's very difficult to beat. That is the only reason they give you this information is so that it will sound that way. So you can say, yes, it does sound that way. But let's see what the other side has to say. So yes, sounds terrible, but I also want to hear what the other side has to say. And we might say, well, but Dirk probably did do it. He had a reason to do it. Okay, but this is why I went with not guilty yet on the thumbnail. Guilty and not guilty is a legal determination. Guilty and not guilty is guilty is not he did it. Not guilty is not he didn't do it. Guilty is they proved it beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. That's guilty. That is a legal determination. He hired them silly. Okay, see, Josh, you're missing the point. Josh, you're the type of person who couldn't be a lawyer. You are the type of person who couldn't be a lawyer because you're mixing up whether somebody did something or not with whether somebody's guilty legally or not. Guilty is we proved it beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury or to a judge in a judge trial. That is guilty. Guilty is not he did or didn't do it. Okay? So I'm talking about a legal context. You're talking about a reality context. Frankly, these are two different contexts. My point is when he's guilty, it is we find him guilty. We find beyond a reasonable doubt that the prosecution has proven its case. That's guilty. Not guilty is we don't know if he did it, But even if he did, y'all didn't convince us beyond a reasonable doubt. He could have done it and still be not guilty. He could have not done it and still be guilty. So the point is not what he did or didn't do. The point is what the jury can be convinced of. Josh, The Wire. Okay, so let me ask you a question, Josh. What about Woody's? What about all of Woody's testimony, or what about all of Woody's interrogation tapes? What about booked 3 flights? What about the fact that after Donovan Thomas, they all went to Miami? What about the fact they all got out of town? Use the credit card. What about the fact that Thug went and rented the vehicle that they used when they slid on Donovan Thomas? I'm just saying that they're corollaries. My point is not that whether y'all again. This is kind of like a legal thing. We're kind of like in a legal thing. We're kind of like in a legal conversation, and people they don't want to enter the legal field with their mentality or with their analysis. They want to stay in the real world field. The courtroom is not the real world. Okay? In the courtroom, okay, I sound mega dumb. Why don't you sound intelligent? Why don't you, Emory Madison homebuyers, why don't you sound mega intelligent and tell me how the courtroom corresponds to reality? I would like for you to do that to me. Because according to people like Emory Madison homebuyers, I'm guessing, if you did something, you'll be found guilty. And if you didn't do it, you won't be found guilty because the jury knows the reality of what happened. Because the jury knows the reality of what happened. Because the jury knows the reality of what happened. I think y'all are just missing the point. All right, y'all, let's see. They're saying that court's supposed to start at 9:30. We don't have court yet. But we do have a law and crime. We do have a law and crime channel, so we'll stick with this. We'll stick with this for the moment. Y'all, I don't mind. I honestly don't mind getting out here and stating my opinion. We don't have to call people dumb. I mean, can we do this without using the word dumb? You know what I'm saying? I don't mind people saying that they disagree with me. I really don't. Them going to Miami a week before the show in Orlando is definitely suspicious. Maybe it is. Maybe it is, co-kid. Maybe it is. My point is that when it comes to, okay, this is my whole point. And I feel like some people are just gonna get it and some people aren't. The guilt or not guilt is a legal determination. And that legal determination stems from how well the prosecution was able to convince the jury. That's it. Guilt or not guilt is a legal determination. And that determination stems from how well the prosecution was able to convince the jury. If they're able to convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt, then you're guilty. If they're not, then you're not guilty. But that's not one-to-one correlation with what actually happened in the world. So I think people, again, I'll keep saying it. I don't mind people. I don't think we need to go into name calling, but people can disagree with me. People can disagree with me. I think OJ is an excellent example. Most people would say that they think OJ did the crime. But legally speaking, OJ is not guilty. OJ, I think he passed away recently. He passed away as a not guilty person of that crime. Okay, so people say if it's the feds, it's the feds. All right, so if it's the feds say your name, you're guilty, right? All right, so do me a favor, Mr. Homebuyers. I think you would be a mister. I think you'll be a mister. Who are these two guys? I think the Fed said their name. I think the Fed said that. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Fed said these guys' name. Did the Fed say their name? Oh, Irv and Chris Gotti surrendered to the FBI 17 years ago. I think the Fed said these two rap moguls' name. Mr. Homebuyers, tell me something. When the Fed said their name, were they guilty? I just want you to please tell me if these guys were guilty when the Fed said their name. NBA Youngboy. Also, y'all, another thing, y'all. If you get Fed charges, you get serious charges, and you get off of some serious charges with a year, 2 years, 18 months, whatever. Yeah, you're guilty, but you still got off. So really, all of this is not to say that some people are hearing me say Dirk didn't do anything. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. I think it's pretty clear from circumstantial evidence that, something could have happened. So that's number one. I'm definitely not saying Dirk didn't do anything. That's one. But I'm saying he's not guilty until a jury finds him guilty. And we should reserve judgment as spectators, because the only side we've heard is from the side who wants to put him in prison for the rest of his life. That's my point. It's just about reserving judgment. It's not about saying that he's going to get off. I literally never gave an opinion as to whether he would go to jail or not, or prison. Yeah, thank you, Eric. At the end of the day, it's innocent until proven guilty. And at this point, the only side of things that we've heard is the side of the people leaking information from the feds. That's my point. That's my point. It's all about what they can prove. Is there court today? We are expecting court today, Soko. It's more so seems you're comparing crooked Fulton to the buttoned up feds. I'm comparing the tactics of prosecutors. I'm comparing the pre-trial tactics of the federal prosecutors and the Fulton County prosecutors. That's what I'm doing. I'm comparing the pre-trial tactics of the federal prosecutors with the Fulton County prosecutors. What I'm saying is, in the third case, the pre-trial tactics involved making an indictment and leaking information to paint the picture in a certain way. And I'm saying the pre-trial tactics of the federal prosecutors is to make an indictment and leak information to make the case seem a certain way. And you as an individual, without seeing the evidence, without hearing the presentation of the evidence, and without hearing the rebuttal to the evidence, pre-trial, you are in no position to really know what the evidence means or the context of the evidence. That's my point. So yes, I'm comparing Fulton County prosecutors to federal prosecutors, in as much as they both make an indictment that makes somebody look obviously guilty, and they also both leak information to make that person seem further guilty. And you, as a spectator, as a consumer of information, without seeing the presentation of the evidence, without knowing the context of the evidence, without hearing the contrary or the other side to the evidence, you just hearing some pre-trial evidence, you don't know. That's my point. So I'm comparing them that way. I'm not comparing success rates. I'm not comparing conviction rates. I'm not comparing whether one has a court camera and what one has. I'm saying pre-trial indictment and leaking of evidence is meant to convince people like you who seem to not want to use critical thinking. They do it to sway you. And in this case, it looks like they were successful. I'm not swayed. I can reserve judgment because I don't have anything vested one side or the other. I can just say, wow, that looks bad, but we'll see what the other side says. I can say that. It's not my friend, not my brother. You know what I'm saying? So you were convinced. Congratulations. They did to you exactly what they wanted to do to you. All right, y'all. Do hit the like button, please, y'all. Do hit the like button, please. Mike, we appreciate you watching. So, y'all, as of now, we are just waiting for some kind of word. Word was there would be no cameras, but then word was that cameras would be in at 9:30. I have us waiting on Law and Crime. Let me reset and see if something's happened. Sometimes it just doesn't blip on. Nope. I'm going to Kathy Russin. She hasn't updated. I'm going to Thugger Daily. No updates. I'm going to Miss Sylvia channel. Let me see. Media. I'm seeing 9:30. Media is currently in hallway awaiting entry. No ETA. Court began. Okay, so court began at 9:30. So looks like court is in session. No jury, no media at the moment. Court is in session. No jury, no media. Yeah, this is all I'm saying. I think it's smart and intelligent to hear and evaluate all the evidence, or at least a substantial amount. We have literally heard nothing from Dirk. There may be nothing that he can say, but should we say that for him before he's even said anything? Now, if he goes and he pleads guilty, we would say, okay, well, there was nothing he could say, right? Thugger Daily does not go to the courthouse. Thugger Daily does not go to the courthouse. Okay, Thugger Daily seems to have some connections inside the courthouse. That's what it seems like. But Thugger Daily is a workaday guy. It's actually two guys, but I think the main person who's doing most of the tweeting and stuff is at some corporate job or something. I don't know. It's scary seeing the United States of America versus you unless you grew up in D.C. and everything is federal. I mean, listen, it's definitely true that the United States government has a very high conviction rate. They have a very high conviction rate. I think it's like 97% or whatever, high 90s, right? Over 95%. But I always say, like, do we want to compare celebrities with millions of dollars? Do we want to? What we really would need is a celebrity conviction rate. We don't need a conviction rate. How does that help us? How does it help us to know what their conviction rate is? That doesn't help us at all. What we need is a celebrity conviction rate, a millionaire conviction rate. We need a millionaire celebrity conviction rate. Now, it's probably still going to be high. But I doubt it's 97%. It's still going to be high, but I doubt it's going to be 97% when you start talking about what is your millionaire celebrity conviction rate. I doubt it's going to be 97%. When you say 97%, you are lumping in every Joe Schmo that caught a Fed case that didn't have money to fight it, that heard that they have a 97% conviction rate, so I might as well just plead guilty. You're lumping in a bunch of riffraff, meaning, I'm not trying to put people down, but people who just don't have money to fight. Give me the plea. But we need a millionaire conviction rate. Now, again, it's probably still going to be high. It might still be 70 or even 80%, but it's not going to be 97%. You can't convince me of that. Martha Stewart went, yes. Oh, again, it's still going to be high, y'all. It's still going to be high. Okay, so I'm not saying that it's going to be, I'm not saying it's going to be 10% or something like that. But But it's not, my point, D1, is it's not going to be 97% when you talk about millionaires. That's my point. People, you know what's weird with expressing your opinion, y'all? Y'all want to know what's really strange? People will often hear you say stuff that you're not saying. Like somebody in one of my comments was like, you love evil and you love protecting the evildoers. And I was like, what? I ain't protecting no evildoers. You have never once heard me say that anybody should get away with any crime. Never. You've never heard me say that. And I wouldn't say it. And the reason why I'm on the side I am on the Thug case is due to prosecutorial, in my opinion, not going to use a term like misconduct, but shadiness. I don't want to see people go down with tactics that you would see in a corrupt country. Frankly, I haven't seen any RICO related evidence that would take me to thinking that Young Thug was the head of a criminal organization, frankly, as of now. I mean, is there some evidence? There's some, but it's not enough to constitute proof beyond a shadow of a doubt, or reasonable doubt, I should say. There's nothing that I've seen that would make me think beyond a reasonable doubt that Thug was the head of some kind of criminal gang organization, etc. Were they a group of guys of which many, maybe all, were doing crimes? Yes. There's no doubt about that. But was Thug leading them? When we think of the RICO statute, do we want to apply it to this? No. That's my point. So, it just doesn't fit. The glove doesn't fit. You must acquit. The glove does not fit, so you must acquit. But I've been saying, I think some of these guys are going to get convicted of something. I've been saying it. I think some of these guys are going to get convicted of something. You have some charges. You have 56 counts on this indictment, or 50-something. And some of these guys are going to get some guilties on something. So it just is what it is. It just is what it is, y'all. So I certainly am not defending a criminal, particularly somebody who murdered somebody, particularly somebody who did the R word, or particularly somebody who, assaulted or battered somebody in a Monk Tunk and them, they went out on a shooting spree and they shot people. They went to prison, as they should have. As they should have, y'all. I mean, people got shot. I'm talking about innocent people. They're shooting at houses with people just in the house, just catching, not even stray bullets, because they literally are shooting at the house and these people are inside. So, you know what I'm saying? Nobody should misconstrue my words as I want criminals to walk free. Heck no. But I don't think that Thug is guilty of these crimes that they are accusing him of, particularly the RICO. And frankly, him having a gun and him having drugs in his house, I don't care about that at all. I mean, I just don't care. I don't think people should go to prison for being a user of substances. I just don't. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? So that's my opinion. That's always been my opinion. In fact, I was called in for jury service one time, just refreshing, still nothing. I was called in to jury service personally one time. My only time I believe that I was called into jury. And it was for a guy who was selling drugs. He was caught selling drugs. And they asked, does anybody have a philosophical or, personal belief that may prevent you from rendering a neutral or, rendering a neutral verdict for this guy, being neutral as this trial continues, or whatever, however they phrased it. And I was like, I do. They were like, well, what's your opinion that could, I was like, I don't think people should be going to jail for drugs. I just don't. I mean, now This was before fentanyl and all this other stuff. This was just like some cocaine or something or whatever it was. I just don't think people should go to jail for that. That's just me. I just don't. So now you start talking about fentanyl and stuff, that's different, y'all. So don't hit me with that. This was before this whole new thing. Okay. Well, so they dismissed me. They dismissed me off the jury pool and I went home. They dismissed me out of consideration. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not the guy who you're gonna get saying, "Oh, he had marijuana. We'll put him in jail." No, that's not me. He had a machine gun. I don't care. I literally don't care. He could have 1,000 machine guns in his house. I don't care. I don't think he should go to jail. Now, if he uses them against humans, then lock him up. I mean, self-defense and stuff, we take that into account. But he could have all of the machine guns in existence in his basement, and I literally don't. It doesn't matter to me at all. It doesn't matter to me at all. So the moment he uses them or to threaten somebody or against somebody or even just shoot somebody's car, even just property damage, that could be jail time. But just having them, I don't care. Personally. That's just me. That's my personal bent. But I'm not for violence against people. Fentanyl is a whole nother scenario, y'all. I before this deadly stuff, I was like, I don't care. I do care when it comes to that stuff. I don't know what I think the penalty should be, but I definitely think we just can't allow that because it's so deadly. When I was growing up, stuff wasn't like that. Stuff wasn't like that. Like now I got to tell my daughters, like, you can't try anything. Like, you just can't try anything. Like, just don't try stuff. Like when we were young, it was like crack, don't try crack, Our parents would say don't try anything, but they didn't think we was gonna die. They thought we might get strung out. We would be out on the corner, but we would be alive still. Now it's like, yo, you can't even try something once. You can't even try something one time. You can't even try it one time. We didn't grow up with that. So my opinion that I formed wasn't based on that. What's the aha in the background? I had see, that's the thing. So I didn't grow up with that as my reality. So when I was forming my opinion, and I'm just resetting to y'all, we still waiting. When I was forming my opinion, we didn't have fentanyl, and I'm not down with any of that. I'm not down with any of that. Okay, we finally got something from Kathy Russin. Media and public not allowed in the courtroom, unknown what is going on. I'm out of town. Okay, so she's out of the, I'm not going to say out of the loop, but she's a little late. Her people are there, apparently. So we're going to just keep it moving, y'all. There's actually worse drugs on the rise. Yeah. I mean, there was some bad stuff when I was a kid. And I get people being, I do get the people who are against it. I get why they think people should go to jail. I just disagree with that. But I understand it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not out to in space about it. I think the penalty should be for the dealers. No point locking up addicts. Yeah, I mean, I think your level of dealing. So once you start getting up to kingpin levels of stuff, I do believe that prison time is appropriate. Once you get up to big weight, I do think prison time is appropriate. Okay. So once you start talking about somebody who is moving, 100 kilos of this and stuff and that, you do have to have a deterrent on that kind of stuff. But you're talking about the low level street guy. I mean, you want to deter it, but how you gonna? The thing is, like, how you gonna put somebody in prison for that? We had McGruff the crying dog. He said, "Say no to drugs." Yeah, drugs not hugs, right? Drugs not hugs. No, excuse me. Hugs not drugs. I said drugs not hugs. I had that exactly backward. Hugs not drugs. Y'all don't clip that, okay? I got some green from dispensary one time that was laced. Yeah, I've been telling my daughters, don't even try anything. We had Dare. Yeah. Yep. Fentanyl is catch-all term. The real problem is carfentanil, 1 milliliter for $50 in Mexico. You can sugar that to the equivalent of 10 metric tons of. Whoa, that is wild. I know some. I have some, not personal fentanyl stories, but I know some. I have some stories, and it is not. It's not. That's a whole nother thing. I don't think they should leave the public and media out of this trials. You know what I don't get? You're not gonna have the media in this morning. Why not just say why? Why not just say, hey, we're gonna be working on XYZ? Maybe even that's a secret. Maybe even that's a secret. Maybe even that's a secret. So Sylvia, let me see, is she talking? Sylvia's there. Sylvia's there. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see, y'all. So Sylvia, all right, y'all. So we're still waiting. Think drugs should be legalized. And no, I will not explain. I said that for a long time, but it is a difficult practical question. What's going on? My camera's going a little slow. It's a difficult practical question. No problem. It's a difficult practical question, y'all. I'm gonna close some of these windows. Camera's going a little slow. I'm gonna bring them back, but I just want to close some of this stuff out because my camera's going a little slow. It's a difficult practical question, y'all, because all right, I'm about to bring it back. Don't worry. I'm about to bring it back. YSL trial. All right, here we go. It's a difficult practical question because while I might agree that I would like to see the penalties for drugs reduced or removed, practically speaking, you couldn't just have, whatever being sold in 7-Eleven either. You know what I'm saying? Paige is tired of looking bad. I think that's probably true. Plea negotiations are confidential. I guess my question would be, why would they be negotiating pleas in the courtroom? Is that where you negotiate them? Do you negotiate pleas in the actual courtroom? They're working on plea deals. I guess I wouldn't be surprised about that, though. I guess I wouldn't be surprised about that. Bro, they ain't going to tell us, just like how they ain't said love demoted. Why? They protecting them image and their image. Protecting them and their image. Yeah. You know what? This would make sense. This would make sense, y'all. All right, y'all. So I have now gotten myself a standing desk, but it also allows me to sit. So I'm going down into my chair now. Oh, I've been standing the whole day. I've been standing for the last several hours. I got my standing desk working. Now it's a seated desk. All right. So now I just gotta adjust my camera a little bit. All right. And we still in action. Feels kind of weird to sit down. Leg day. All right, so y'all, I'm gonna just put this video on that that I had last time that I uploaded yesterday. We're gonna rock out with this for a little while. We're gonna rock out with this video for a minute. Yeah, let's just rock out with this video for a minute. We'll hang tight, and we're gonna see what happens. I'm gonna monitor some of the. All right. Okay. I think we were at Trontavious Stevens. And let's get into it.
Don't dates. Don't.
You don't have to be precise. You can talk about generally. When did it begin? We know the picture was in 2014. Is that fair? Had to be before then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This was in
So
2014.
generally, what year?
Probably a year or two prior. I can't recall the exact date.
Right. And where is it that, since you were able to name the other founders, where is it that you all were when you all founded this group?
That's more than 10 years. I don't know. I'm sorry. I ain't been responsible. I don't recall.
And since you're one of the original founders, could you tell the jury just how it came about?
So at the time, we was going through like a phase with the whole rock crew gang ordeal. And decided that wasn't the approach we wanted to take anymore. So the rock crew gang was known for like committing crimes and like being a gang. We was trying to take a different approach. We had a passion for music. We often listened to music, loved music. So we said, hey, we're gonna change the narrative and try to do something positive by create a music organization.
All right, by the way, y'all, the theme of this video is going to be a succession of videos, and the theme of this is YSL a gang? All of these are going to be members or previous members of YSL who are talking about whether or not it's a gang, okay? So that is the theme. That's everything you're going to be seeing is centered around that central theme. Is YSL a gang? Again, thank you for Carl Dorsey for the 60 gifted memberships this morning.
A music organization.
Yeah, at the time, we go back to that statement I made to those detectives. I wasn't telling them, hey, is this being irresponsible? I mean, so I wasn't telling them, hey, I'm not committing crimes under the name Rock Crew or gangbang upon the name Rock Crew no more. I'm committing crimes upon the YSL and gangbang upon the YSL. That wasn't my direction with the statement I was making. I was trying to tell them, hey, kind of trying to put that Rock Crew narrative behind me and switch it up to something positive. And at that time, it was like a window open for us to like do music. So that's the approach. In that initial statement, I said, hey, we're no longer going by that. We got a music situation going on. Stand for Young Slime Life. We even go by saying that it's young, successful living, trying to put the whole Rock Crew gangbanging narrative behind us and take a different approach.
Let's break that apart a little bit, okay? You said, you referenced the whole rock crew gang ordeal. What ordeal?
Being known for rock crew and gang banging and committing crimes.
And that was all three founders' intent to put that whole rock crew gang ordeal behind you?
Some of the founders wasn't even a part of the rock crew whole thing. That was their way of grasping me, saying, hey, let's do something different. Why you got the chance to?
You mentioned the statement that you gave to the detectives. I'm going to show you state's uniform once more and ask you to read number 6 under defendant's factual acknowledgments on page 3. Would you read it verbatim?
Defendants advised law enforcement that YSL originally stood for Young Slime Life, but the group began calling itself Young Successful Lifestyle after Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, signed a record deal.
Okay.
That's what I just.
So, why did you change the name after he signed a record deal?
So, Young Slime Life sounded more suitable to like listening ears. I mean, truth be told, that's what people want to hear. And once you get in and kick the door down, you can like change the situation on how people look at you. But initially, they won't. You know, it's not like. But once you,
You said they want Young Slime Life. What about Young Slime Life was it that you believed people wanted?
Most said I have 97 days to live. If I ain't dead in 97 days, they gonna shoot a Mechanicsville until they kill me. The word come back to me. Moonstone seen somebody downtown. They were if gang. He's like, damn, what up with y'all? What y'all got going on? Niggas like, it was a misunderstanding, bro. They made it seem like we come to get everybody. We beefing with the whole if gang. Nah, it's just Kel and everybody up under Kel, and they all beefing with me.
But I would post up in the middle of my neighborhood every day.
Okay. Were you all beefing with the whole if gang?
I don't recall.
And when you say we were beefing with the whole if gang, were you talking about YSL?
I'm from Canterville.
And then you also continue to say that the Inglewood family people were also mad at Little D because he used to be Inglewood. And when he got in, excuse me, strike that. You also continue to say that Inglewood was mad at Little D as well, correct?
I don't recall.
And that when Little D got jumped by MDC, they laughed at him because they thought YSL should have helped him out in the club.
YSL is not a game. So y'all keep trying to taste it to things that go on. If YSL was a game and you saying that I was Billy Blood and the D was Ip game, how the hell, excuse my language, how would all of us be YSL if we all supposed to be this and that and that? It don't make sense. If you're a gang, you only gonna be one thing.
Doesn't YSL have both Blood and Crip gang members?
YSL is a record label.
Were you ever signed to YSL as a record label?
Y'all keep locking me up.
Were you ever signed to YSL as a record label?
No.
When you got out of jail and you were doing your rap videos, were you signed to YSL?
I was signed somebody else.
Okay, so you've never been on YSL, a record label, correct?
Okay.
Okay. So when we're talking about you was Billy Blood, but now I'm with Thug and then I'm YSL, Billy Blood is not a record label, correct?
But when you're speaking on gang,
Is Billy Blood a record label?
All right, well, he didn't seem to be answering. Go ahead and answer the question that's on the floor.
Is Billy Blood a record label?
I don't know what Billy Blood is.
So when she asked
Saying it wrong?
she asked you was Billy Blood, you said I was, but
I'm talking to the police, so I don't recall what I don't say to them. But when you're trying to say gang, it's a difference. When you put the gang on things, you go into where I was. I was a 30 deep gang member. You can't say I was a YSL gang member. YSL was never considered a gang. Y'all making it a gang.
When you responded, I didn't go back to Inglewood because I hang with Thug and I'm YSL. Did you say I'm part of YSL, the record label?
So listen. It's not a gang. You know what I mean? It don't matter how y'all try to put it, how y'all trying to see it. A gang is these people right here, everybody right here, and everybody. You can't put Crips and Bloods together and say that this is a gang. Because if the Crips and Bloods get into it and everybody that's saying that, you know, they YSL, they got to pick what they're going to choose. You can't say, like when I was down the road and then people like, oh, this Woody, he be with such. And the Blood's like, well, he not Blood. And then the Crips like, well, so when they get in, it don't make sense. Y'all got to get that. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all in here trying to make something more than what it is. It's not.
Is Duke a Crip?
I don't know. It's Duke.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
Okay. And is Duke a part of YSL?
Ask Duke.
I'm asking you.
But we speaking on gang.
I asked you a simple question. Is Duke a Crip?
I don't know. I'm not a Crip. Never was.
That's not what I asked you.
I can't tell you who's a Crip and who's a Blood.
Do you know if Duke is a Crip?
I know I'm a civilian.
I have a rule.
All right, y'all. So far what we're doing, y'all, is we're waiting for us to be allowed to see what's going on in the court. Okay. Right now, no, this is not live. Woody is not back. There's no confirmation as to what's going to happen next. So we're waiting. So we're playing a video. We have Trontavia Stevens. We're going through what everybody says about is YSL a gang. Now, in the comments, people are like, it's not illegal to be in a gang. Now, I don't know if they were saying that to me or if they were saying that to each other or if they just saying that to the universe. I don't know if they just want the universe to know that it's not illegal to be in a gang. I don't know if they're just like, hey, universe, or if they're saying that to me or who they're saying that to. But I never said it was. Sometimes, you know, like in comments, you really don't know who people are talking to or why they're saying what they're saying. I literally, so just FYI, in case anybody like wants to tell me that, I never said it was illegal to be in a gang. But the question as to whether or not YSL is a gang is a central question to this trial. If you don't know that, then you just lost in the sauce, people. If you don't know that, you lost in the sauce. Is it illegal to be in a gang? The DAs have said it's not illegal to be in a gang. But if you are in a gang, it's easier for them to get you with the RICO. Okay? So what we're seeing here is whether or not different people say YSL is a gang. Trontavia Stevens said yes, but then he went into court and tried to say no. Woody is just outright saying no. Okay.
Do you know if Duke is a Crip?
I don't recall.
Shout out to Thugger Daily for pointing this out. On his TikTok, we have Duke Martinez Arnold. This is Ashley Merchant's client. He says YSL is not a gang and never been a gang, fool. YSL is a registered LLC and has provided countless jobs and opportunities for underprivileged Black people and really just all people, because that's how big Thug Heart is. So Duke says YSL is not a gang. We will see what he says if he has to testify. We'll see how he describes YSL from the stand. But from his TikTok, he says YSL is not a gang.
So I can really, really understand that one.
Did you testify that you began working as head of security for Mr. Williams, starting with his rodeo tour?
Yes, in 2015.
Right. Thank you, because that was my next question. Was it in 2015? So before then, did you work for Mr. Williams doing anything?
No.
Okay. And before then, did you work for or with Mr. Kendrick doing anything?
I never worked for or with Mr. Kendrick.
Okay. And before then, did you ever work either for or with Mr. Stillwell doing anything?
No, it don't make any sense to ask the same thing. I told you already I didn't never work for Kendrick or Stillwell. Why would you ask the same question?
I understand your frustration, but
I'm
I'm
not
asking you for
frustrated.
the jury's sake,
I'm
okay?
not frustrated.
All right. Oh. Okay. And I understood you saying you didn't work for them. Did you ever work with either of those people before 2015? Mr. Sledge, are you going to answer?
I don't answer that question.
Okay. So I take it the answer is no? You never worked with them before 2015?
No, I already answered that question.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, are you a part of a gang called YSL?
YSL is not a gang.
I am asking you specifically.
Y'all, this may have been the actual moment that Monk Tonk began his downfall. Now, I don't know, but this was early on in his testimony. And let's just listen to that again. Listen to that again. Remember, DA Love is the person one of the people who can petition to have this guy put in prison. Okay, listen to that again.
Kendrick, or still will. Why would you ask the same question?
I understand your frustration, but I'm asking you for the jury's sake.
I'm
okay?
not frustrated.
All right. Oh. Okay. And I understood you saying you didn't work for them. Did you ever work with either of those people before 2015? Mr. Sledge, are you going to answer?
I don't answer that question.
Okay. So I take it the answer is no? You never worked with them before 2015?
No, I already answered that question.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, are you a part of a gang called YSL?
YSL is not a gang.
I am asking you specifically, are you a part or have you ever been a part of a gang called YSL?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
And I asked you and told you YSL is not a gang.
Then if you could say yes or no.
No.
Okay. Have you ever been a part of a gang called YSL?
I just said no.
Would you please tell the jury if you know whether YSL has 3 or more members or associates?
You said, do they have 3 or more associates?
Let's start with members. Does YSL have 3 or more members?
Working members.
Does the organization, we'll call it, have 3 or more associates?
What you mean by the associate?
What do you understand associates to mean?
I don't understand what it means.
We'll come back to associates.
Right.
Do the 3 or more members of YSL that you are aware of share any common identifiers?
What you mean by identifier? You gotta be more specific when you asking the question.
Of course. Colors. Do the 3 or more members of YSL typically tend to wear the same colors?
We wear all type of colors. They wear all type of colors.
Is that a yes or is that a no?
I can't answer yes or no to that question because
They were all type of colors. You said they have Pacific color?
Do they wear any particular colors? Yes. That represents YSL.
No, not that I know of.
Okay. What about hand signals? Do the 3 or more members of YSL that you know of share any common or use any common hand signals?
Have I seen 3 or more of them use the hand signal?
Y'all, Monk Tunk, you know what the yes, this is old. We're watching a video from this weekend about whether or not YSL is a gang. Court is currently in session, but the media is not allowed in at the moment. We're just waiting, y'all. We're waiting. Dennis Byron said update media has been ordered to wait in the media room until further notice. That was about 14 minutes ago. So we're hanging out. We're hanging out. We're trying to determine, based on the previous testimony of different witnesses, whether YSL is a gang or not. That's what we're doing in the meantime. Some people say court's going to resume at 3 o'clock. We don't know. We don't know. I think 11 Alive said 3 o'clock. But Dennis Byron, who's there as well, said until further notice. So that could possibly be before 3 o'clock. I doubt it'll be after. So we're hanging out. So yes, anybody who says, hey, that's Monk Tunk, I've seen him before. Isn't he in prison now? Yes. Yo, Monk Tunk was a lot smarter than he. The problem with Monk Tunk is he is actually a lot smarter, both street smart and just general intelligence, than he was letting on. At some point, more than Patron Gold, at some point, Monk Tunk tried to play down his intelligence, and I wasn't buying it. I wasn't buying it, y'all. Monk Tunk is not, is he a rocket scientist, as Woody would say? It's not rocket science. He's not a rocket scientist, but he's definitely not an unintelligent kind of street dude who can't read or write and who can't figure out stuff. He knew as he was going through this entire testimony, he knew where she was trying to trap him up. He saw the traps, and he decided whether he was going to go with her or not. Monk Tunk wasn't some, illiterate guy off the street who, hey, can you help me out with it? But he did try to play that. He did try to play that role at some point. And you can see that here. All right, let's get some more comments. Paula, is that Kume? Says Judge Whitaker needs to recuse herself. I would definitely like to know, that's something that we haven't talked about enough. That's something we haven't talked about enough. Is there any chance that they're trying to get rid of Whitaker right now? I don't think so, but it's possible. I would think not. But I think based on her comment, there is a reasonable case that you could make that Whitaker needs to go. Still could have her removed. I definitely think that they could make the case. Now, should they? Is it good strategy? I've said no. I don't think it's good strategy. Why would they get rid of her? I don't know. That's the thing, Key. They can, but I don't necessarily know why they should. People have been becoming more and more anti-Whitaker as time goes on. People have been becoming, sorry about that, people have been turning on Whitaker as time goes on. People have been turning on, y'all. Do y'all think somebody's gonna be better than Whitaker? No, they hired somebody. Oh, tú lo necesitas. Llévalo. Está bien. Okay. Okay, no problem. People have been turning on Whitaker more. And why? Who are you going to get that's better than Whitaker? Who are we going to get that's better than Whitaker? You want Glanville back, peoples? Y'all want Glanville back? I mean, look, you remember Judge Cross, who also seems like a very fair judge. And, I'm impressed, honestly, by some of these judges. I mean, Whitaker she knows her stuff. Now, whether you dislike her rulings, I definitely think she's taking it easy on the state. I think she's helped the state make their case many, many, many times. I don't think it's appropriate. I don't like the fact that she said that that she's trying to fix their sloppiness. I don't like the fact that she seems to be, or clearly indicated that she doesn't want this trial to be a waste of time. So basically it needs to go to a jury verdict and not a mistrial. I don't like any of that. I do not like any of that. So that's all on the minus side of Whitaker. But on the plus side, isn't she better than Glanville? Isn't she better than Glanville, peoples? I mean, seriously, y'all, come on. She's definitely better than Glanville. So we can see, and imagine if Glanville is better than the next person that this trial could be assigned to. Imagine if Glanville is like the middle person, Whitaker's like the top person, and the worst person that you could get is like worse than Glanville. You just don't know who you're going to get. I want to acknowledge this real quick, GM. This is why MT went down. He's lying in this clip. Exactly. He was lying. I get why he was lying. I don't think he should have gone to prison for this. But he knew what he was doing, and he knew the risk he was taking. So he knew it. The defense has a relationship with Whitaker. They would have cooked Glanville over that trying to fix your sloppy misconduct. Yes, I agree with that. Is there enough evidence for a mistrial with prejudice? I personally think there is. Everybody watching this trial thinks there is. There has been before now. The reason why there isn't a mistrial with prejudice, Miss Anonymous 617, there's a reason why. And the reason why there isn't a mistrial with prejudice is because, and Whitaker said it, she doesn't want everybody to have wasted 10 to 12 months of their time. She doesn't want everybody to have wasted 10 to 12 months of their time. Key, I'm with you. I think she's fair enough. Queen says, I was anti-Whitaker from the start. Queen, put some meat on those bones. You're anti-Whitaker, got you. That's the bones. Put the meat on it. That's the why. I was anti-Whitaker from the start because of this, or I'm anti-Whitaker now because of that. Okay? Queen, let me say this. I'm going to say this to everybody. I'm going to say this. The worst thing, y'all, okay. If Whitaker had been the judge of this case from the start, this is a big, y'all, it's called a counterfactual when you say if this, then that. If this would have been the case, then that would have been the case. I usually don't like playing that game, but I'm going to play the game. I'll play the counterfactual game for a sec. If Whitaker had been the judge of this case from the start and everything would have proceeded as it has, this case would have been over. One, she would not have allowed it to drag out this long. Two, there would have been numerous times that she could have called a mistrial and she would have called it by now. I'm saying it again, y'all. If Whitaker had been the judge of this case from day one, it would be over because it would have gone to the jury by now. Or two, she would have called a mistrial with prejudice by now. That is my contention. The problem with Whitaker is she inherited a mess and she seems to have decided, I'm going to fix the mess. And I'm going to fix it just enough so that it can get to a jury verdict. And this is where we're seeing the human error. It's an error, but at the same time, it's not an error. Because you don't want somebody to come into the trial kind of without any perspective. It is a reasonable perspective to say, I'm going to get this trial on track. That's reasonable. But the way she did it was to say I don't care about what happened before. And that's what's not reasonable, because all of that stuff accumulates into a mistrial with prejudice when more stuff happens. So her perspective was, on the one hand, understandable. I'm gonna fix this stuff. Yeah, that's what she should be thinking. I'm gonna fix this trial. This trial just had a judge removed. Something's wrong. But I'm gonna leave all that stuff that happened in the past. That's the part where she went wrong, because that was a prejudice against the defense. John English says Whitaker needs to go. Y'all, only thing I ask y'all, I love the comments. I thank you for the comments. Only thing I ask you is just give me some becauses. When you make a comment about something like this, Whitaker needs to go, just give me a because. Even if it doesn't make sense. I mean, a real because. Whitaker needs to go because she's corrupt. That's not a real because. Whitaker needs to go because she should have called a mistrial way before now, and it's clear she never will. Okay, that's a real because. Okay, so give me a because. Keep Paige. I don't need a because on that one, because I already know why. Because she's there right now, and the next person could be worse, and she's doing a decent job, y'all. Yes, because she said yes. I agree with that. If you say Paige needs to go because she said this, she actually said, I'm trying to fix your sloppiness, but it could have been, but the spirit of what your comment is here is the same. If your point is Paige needs to go because she said this, I can't dispute that. I can't dispute it. If the defense wants to make that case, I would not stand against them, because that was saying that, y'all ever heard the term saying the silent part out loud? Got some coffee. Should have my PIW mug, but I don't. I'm going to ask my wife to hook a brother up with my lovely white PIW mug. I'm drinking out of a generic mug right now. But saying the silent part out loud, she said the silent part out loud. Andre says, I think that it's only natural for people to turn on Whitaker. It's the natural progression of seeing that people are... Yeah. Y'all, the thing is, she can't not have any biases, y'all. She can't. Okay, maybe I don't want to try to convince anybody to change your mind. I'm just convincing you of my thought process. So if you want Paige gone, if you think Paige should be gone, you're right on some level. You have a total right and a logical, reasonable foundation from what we've seen to think that. So I'm not disputing that. I'm more just telling you my way of seeing it. But I'm not saying I so much disagree with you. It's just my conclusion at the end of the day is that if you get her gone, you don't know what's coming up. And I don't think you can hope for a more fair judge. She seems like she's pretty much the peak of fairness for this type of situation we're in. Now, if this had been since day one, I would say something different, because she would have seen all of these problems, and at this point, she would have overlooked the whole 150 whatever days of problems. So I'm not disagreeing I'm not disagreeing if you say Paige needs to go. I get why you say it. I'm just saying if your strategy is to get these boys to come home, you would be rolling the dice if you try to get rid of Paige. And what's the next person gonna do? You know what the next judge is going to do, y'all? I'm going to tell you what the next judge is going to do. If you get rid of Paige, you know what the next judge is going to do? They're going to come in and say, all right, I'm not worried about everything that happened before now. And you're going to reset the prosecution problem counter to 0. Right now, the prosecution problem counter, since Paige has taken over, is probably somewhere around 20. If we had to count. Now, don't say, oh, there's more than 20. Let's just put a number to it. Let's say it's 20, okay? We don't need to put 100. Paige has not noted down 100 different problems. She probably has noted like real problems somewhere between 5 and 20. I don't know. Dennis is gone. Miss Love, you are hiding the ball. Miss Love, I need to remind you of your duty of candor to the court. certain things like that. We're somewhere between 5 and 20, somewhere probably about 7, 8, 9, or 10, whatever. Y'all want to reset that? Do y'all want to get rid of Whitaker so that the next judge could come in and reset the prosecution problem counter to 0? Because that's what they're going to do. They're going to come in, they're going to say, not worried about all that. And y'all just took the prosecution problem counter from 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever it is under Whitaker, and you're going to bring it down to 0. You're going to take the prosecution problem counter from 5, 10, 15, 20, or whatever it is under Whitaker. She probably doesn't have a note of it, but it's in her experience of this trial, and you're just going to zero it out. How many times are you going to zero out the prosecution problem counter? You're helping them limp across the finish line. So strategically, you see Paige Whitaker. I call her Paige. It kind of feels a little bit disrespectful. You see Judge Whitaker has tried to buffer the prosecution's problems. She's provided a buffer. But you also see that there's some kind of counter running. Not maybe an official count, but like an experience counter. Like, I know I've felt this way about you before. Now I know I've felt this way about you a couple of times. Now I know I've felt this way about you way more than I would expect. Now I know that I shouldn't be feeling this way about you this many times. That kind of problem counter. So now we're going to get rid of her and bring in somebody who's never felt this way in this trial about the prosecution. They've never felt this way. Maybe in other trials, but in this trial, they're just totally fresh. And now we're going to start building the prosecution problem counter up from nothing, from scratch. Strategically, because Paige is not corrupt, but she is certainly, in my opinion, by trying to keep this trial on the rails, I wouldn't call it corruption, but I would say it is inappropriate. I mean, on one hand, it is appropriate. We have to admit that. But on the other hand, it's inappropriate. Right? So I would say I wouldn't want to restart the prosecution problem counter with another judge, because Paige Whitaker's been at this for almost 3 months now with witnesses. She's been at it since July to August, September. October. She's been at it for over 3 months. And she's been with witnesses, I think, for about 3 months. So y'all want to restart that counter from 0? She's proven to be the lesser of two evils. All she has said means nothing with no consequences, akin to parent telling children. Y'all, she excluded Dennis, y'all. She excluded Detective Dennis. I mean, I said this at the time. I'm going to say it again, Queen. You have 3 really difficult sanctions that I can think of off the top of my head for the prosecution. You have 3 difficult sanctions. There's got to be more, but these are the 3 I have in my mind. Exclude a witness and evidence. Exclude a witness and or evidence. So those I'm putting in one bucket. The witness is probably, well, depending on the witness or the evidence, either one of those could be more severe. That's like a 7.5 out of 10. That's severe. 2, get rid of a prosecutor. That's like a 9 out of 10. Or more than one, dismiss a prosecutor. And then the 10 out of 10 is the mistrial. Of course, you have mistrial with and without prejudice. But she literally just got rid of Dennis. So you can't say there's no consequences. That's a severe consequence. That's on the level of hitting somebody with a baseball bat. I mean, you didn't shoot him. You didn't run him over with a bus, but you hit him in the head with a bat. That's a severe consequence. Like, that is tough. That is very tough. So we can't say there's been no consequences, and she stuck by it. She had an opportunity this past week to fall back from that decision, and she affirmed it in the face of the prosecution. So we can't say she hasn't done anything. But you have to understand her limitations. She can't just go by willy-nilly excluding all the evidence, willy-nilly excluding all of the witnesses. She can't just start getting rid of prosecutors. her hands are somewhat tied. This is a professional process with decorum and with escalations. There are escalations. So the first escalation were verbal rebukes. She did that. Stuff kept happening. And she tried not to escalate again. Miss Love, this, that, y'all still aren't ready. I thought I told y'all. So she had done the escalation, which was a verbal rebuke of Miss Love, which is like a 5, maybe a 5 out of 10. I'm just giving my own rating to it. She verbally rebuked Miss Love. She tried not to escalate again. She was trying not to escalate. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to try not to escalate again. Just, you see this with war. You see this with diplomatic relationships between countries. We escalated. Now we're trying not to escalate again. Then she needed to escalate again. She got rid of Dennis and she stood on that. Okay. And now we would expect her to go, once she got rid of Dennis, she let a couple of things slide. She let the gang lady, the gang expert say that, Doug was like living a life of a felon or whatever. She ruled against the mistrial on that. So we would expect Whitaker to the term I'm saying, I can't say it, but we would expect her to try not to escalate again past what she did with Dennis. That would be normal. I did this harsh action. Y'all are still petering around, poking me. Y'all look, come on, don't make me do another thing. That's not one thing. She gave Love a verbal rebuke in front of the jury. That was a 5 out of 10. That was the first thing she did. She rebuked Love in front of the jury, which was a 5 out of 10. Then she got rid of Dennis, which was a 7.5 out of 10. So her next escalation is going to have to be worse than that. I mean, I shouldn't say it like that. It's going to have to be appropriate to the situation. But she's proven that she's willing to take very difficult steps. Getting rid of Dennis was huge, y'all. Welcome to Peter Ortiz, a new YouTube member. We definitely do appreciate you. And it's a good time to circle back around and give Carl Dorsey some more love and some more shine for gifting 60 memberships today. All right. So we got to remember, first she verbally rebuked. She literally used the term rebuke and admonish in front of the jury to Love in a calculated way. 5 out of 10. That's my ranking. Why? Because it diminishes Love in front of the jury. Then they pitter patter around for weeks. She's giving them little verbal barbs. She's trying not to escalate again. Then the Dennis thing happens. It wasn't even their fault, really. But then she hits them with that sanction and she stands on it. Now you could expect more verbal barbs, more pitter patter until something else rises to the level of another huge escalation, or if it's not going beyond what she did with Dennis, it would be another major confrontation. So 1/8 thing out of 50 is still nothing. Matt Ricks, I get that. But hasn't anybody here ever, anybody have children? Queen, you brought up children. Sometimes my daughter walks out of my room and she slams the door because I didn't do what she wanted me to do. I'm not going to get up and run after her every time and say, come back here and close my door the right way. I just energy wise, I might be busy. I might just don't feel like it. I might not feel like it. Let me speak properly. I might not feel like it. I'm not gonna, I'm not fighting every little battle. I'm just not. I'm a human. I'm just not fighting every battle. But there will be a day where she slammed my door 2 times and I didn't do anything. And that 3rd time, I'm like, you know what? Go to your room and think about it. My door is not to be slammed or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So my point is, I guess I am saying, let's give her a little bit of credit. But for everybody who says, yeah, but they've done so much, again, remember, Whitaker came in with a 0 count. Whitaker came in with a 0 count. So you can't include your feeling about the prosecution that stems from the Glanville era. When you're looking at what Whitaker has done, you have to reset your own prosecution problem counter to 0, because you can't expect Whitaker to carry a prosecution problem counter and a feeling about the prosecution that stems from the Glanville time. If you reset your prosecution problem counter to 0 as of July and you come forward to today, Whitaker is about where you would expect her to be. Now, if you say, but they've been doing this since the beginning of the trial, well, then you messed up, because you are thinking about Glanville. She's not thinking about Glanville. You know why? Because she isn't Glanville, and she's not going back to review stuff to the Glanville time. Get rid of a witness whose statement was already heard. There's no unhearing what you heard. Men in Black pen hasn't been cleared for sure. That means nothing for the jury. I would say, Queen, you're right, and I think you're wrong. You're right in a factual sense that you can't unhear what you heard. You can't unhear what you heard. But I would say you're wrong in the sense that, is it better to never hear from somebody? Is it better for the defense? Let's say the defense. Which benefits the defense more? That this witness was never heard from in the first place, or that this star witness got on the stand and then got discredited and kicked out of the trial? It's debatable, because the jury is also seeing Love get admonished. The jury is also seeing that the trial is being stopped every once in a while for a mistrial motion. Even though they might not hear the motion, they see the stoppage. The jury is also seeing that the judge is constantly telling them, forget that this happened and forget that that happened. So it's arguable that seeing testimony that you won't be able to forget, and then also having the judge say, yeah, that guy's out of here, forget everything he just told you, it's arguable that that is worse for the prosecution than if they had never seen him. Because if they never see him, then it's just neutral. If they see him and hear from him and then he's kicked out, that goes against the prosecution because it hurts their credibility. So while you're right, you can't unhear it, they also can't unhear the part where the dude got kicked out and his credibility tarnished. So there's two parts to it. It's what he said, and it's also, oh yeah, we had to kick him out of the trial for doing something he wasn't supposed to do. You have to take both of those into account, not just what he said, also what was said about him when he got kicked out. So you have to bring both of those two things. Is this live? I'm live. Yes, Susan, I'm live. Monk Tonk is not live. This is a
my question.
Okay. Monk Tonk is not back wearing the same shirt that he wore on day one. We're waiting for the trial to start. Well, we're waiting for them to allow the media into court today. So as of right now, we don't have an ETA on it. So yes, I am live. The chat is live. We are actually here. It is now 10:48, Monday, October 28th. We are live. Y'all tell them Free YSL is taking this too far. All right, let's see if we get anything from Dennis Byron. He's been keeping us up to date. Still nothing, so we're going to keep talking. Whitaker is a good judge, and she likes her job. Fonnie is the head honcho in Fulton. Fonnie should not have any power over Whitaker. If Fonnie has power over Whitaker, then the Fulton County justice system is fundamentally, people should be in the streets, okay? Fonnie should not have any direct power or indirect power over Whitaker. Susan, yes, this is live. We are live right now, 10:49 a.m., Monday, October 28th, 2024. This is a golden opportunity for that other woman, right? Y'all know what? I think her name is Courtney Kramer. She's not going to win. I'm not in Fulton, but she isn't going to. She had a chance, I think, but she's not going to win. Like, I hate to say it, y'all, but she should have been on every platform covering this trial, and she isn't. With all this happening in this case, Whitaker should have done a mistrial with prejudice. I've never seen prosecutors lie and cheat so much. Plus, the whole district attorney office is crooked. Brandy, y'all won't hear me say cheat about the prosecutors just because I don't think it's professional for me to do so. I try to be somewhat professional, people. That's why sometimes I put on my glasses. So y'all can say, oh yeah, maybe he knows something. Maybe he knows what he's talking about. I don't really wear glasses, y'all, except for when I'm trying to read up close. Okay. So I do wear these, but only when I'm trying to read something close. But without calling anybody a liar or a cheater, Whitaker could have called this a mistrial with prejudice by now. I totally agree. Remember, justice is blind and her eyes are the jurors. Yes. Whitaker probably looks good in a bikini. I don't know about that one. I wasn't expecting that comment. I feel you that one we need to stop. This is live. Yes, y'all. We are live right now. Yeah, Carl dropped a bunch of memberships today. Who cares about her yelling at love? There's been major misconduct that should have been probably legally addressed. I'm not impressed with those Oscar performances. Okay, so I'm going to say this to you, Queen. At the end of the day, I have agreed with everybody who has said either of the following or both. I've agreed with you that Whitaker could have called a mistrial with prejudice by now. I wouldn't go to the point of saying she should have, but I would say there's been ample good reason to have done so. That's one. I've also said that I think the defense has grounds to request that Whitaker go. I believe that they have grounds for that. So I believe that Whitaker could have called a mistrial for good reason. And I also believe that the defense has good reason to request that she recuse herself. I believe both of those things. What I don't believe is that it would be smart strategy for the defense to get rid of Whitaker, because I don't think there's evidence that another judge would have made different decisions. Better decisions, I should say. There's no evidence that another judge would have made decisions that are better for the defense. So I think strategically you stick with Whitaker. Her prosecution problem counter has been building up. Queen, you are more talking about, you're judging Whitaker, and that's fine. But if we focus more on what is the strategic best move for the defense, wouldn't you agree that sticking with Whitaker is the best move, as opposed to who has a prosecution problem counter that's built up to whatever level it's at, as opposed to getting a new judge, if possible, who will start the prosecution problem counter from zero? Wouldn't you agree, regardless of how much you dislike Whitaker, it would be better to stick with her than rolling the dice, and whoever you get, they're going to start the prosecution problem counter from their perspective from zero? That's the question. Do hit the like button, everybody. Please hit the like button. Miss Love was pissed. When was she pissed? You mean at Monton? Yes, welcome to our newest member, Peter Ortiz, and all of the 60 members that Carl Dorsey blessed today. Nope, slamming doors around here, partner, at all. And yes, I have children. All right, I have children too. I have two kids. People are really in their feelings this morning, y'all. I thank everybody for being here, y'all. This is a good hopefully this is a good conversation. Paige is biased with the state. I do think she's biased in favor of keeping the trial going. I do think she's biased in favor of keeping the trial going, and I think that is the state's POV, because many times they've done things that could have caused a trial to stop in a mistrial. So I agree with you on that. Pages on stand cursing like a sailor. Turn your volume up. It's funny as hell. Oh man. I think the defense may have felt biased because of the unringing of 100 bell statement. I think the defense may have felt biased because of the unringing of 100. Mina Lee. If you're talking about Miss Westmoreland saying you can't unring that bell, again, I know y'all are listening to me talk, and I, thank y'all for listening to me talk about this. I definitely think it could have been a mistrial with prejudice, y'all. I think Judge Whitaker said the silent part out loud. She said she's trying to keep the trial going because she doesn't want it to be a big waste of time. I think that's totally inappropriate. I don't think it's corrupt, but it's wrong. It's definitely wrong, y'all. It's wrong. I don't think there's no person in the world who could say it's not wrong. And it could be a mistrial with prejudice. And the fact that she herself said that means it's so funny, because she's ruling on a mistrial with prejudice because of what the witness did. But while she's trying to fix what the witness did, I think she's giving a grounds for mistrial with prejudice, which is her statement about trying to fix the prosecution's sloppiness and not wanting to have wasted time. I think the mistrial with prejudice, one of the biggest mistrial with prejudice points in this case was the very judge saying what she said about the case. So y'all have to understand, I'm not disputing that. My point this whole time, and again, this is why I keep asking people to hear what I'm saying. My point is, strategically, it would be better to stick with Paige rather than trying to get a different judge. That's my whole point. That's my whole point. It confirms he is shady, so he had to go. Who is that? I think I missed that. Pastor Rosella Rollins. I keep wondering why the DA's attorney told him to keep reading, even though she knew that he had already read everything redacted, and she knew that. Pastor Rosella Rollins, thank you for the comment. There's been debate about this, and couldn't we all agree at this point that it kind of doesn't matter whether she knew that was there or not? Haven't there been enough errors of this type such that the intent or lack of intent at this point can be rendered moot? And just the fact that they continue to make the same error, if it's not intentional, it's gross negligence, and therefore we're going to treat it as if it were intentional. In other words, I don't know what she thought he was going to say. I don't think it matters. Judge Whitaker acted as if it mattered, but that she had to ignore everything else that came before it and treat it as a singular incident, which it isn't. So the defense did not do, in my opinion, a good enough job arguing that point in front of the judge in court, where Ms. Westmoreland did try to get at it. That's the unringing of 100 bells, or whatever, however she phrased it. But you really needed to put it in legal terminology, right? Your Honor, this is either intentional or gross negligence, or, whatever the terminology would be for this, which would be something along those lines. There's reckless, probably negligence, gross negligence, whatever the format they would put it in. And at any rate, we should treat it as intentional, because even if it's not intentional, when the same thing happens unintentionally 100 times, the law says, and they need a legal citation, that you can treat it as intentional. Give her a cite, give her a case. Give her a case that says that. And go at her with that. Give her a case that says that and go at her with that. Carl just dropped another buck on us. Y'all, Carl is just showering us with blessings this morning. So we have to. I need one of those little sound effect machines so I can give a cheer. Thank you. When will Fulton County pull the plug on this circus? Let me go back to X. So I'm looking at Law and Crime. Still nothing. Thugger Daily. He hasn't tweeted at all today. What do y'all think is up with that? We're getting close to Halloween, y'all. You think things are getting spooky? Is this trial getting spooky now? Kathy Russin has said 3:00. Dennis Byron, he had tweeted out about an hour ago. Let me see. He just uploaded something. Dennis Byron is in court. Dennis Byron is in court. We got some kind of music playing. So I don't know what that is. All right, let me get rid of that before I get slapped with some kind of copyright thing or something. I don't want to get slapped with the copyright thing, y'all. I don't know if that music is copyrighted or what. So Dennis Byron has not he hasn't updated anything soon. Paige was a star prosecutor with Love and Fonnie. Did she work with them? That's kind of scary. That's kind of scary if they work together. Ivy says she was literally on the bench about to go to lunch, being and fussing that she had a lunch date to take Fannie Willis out for her birthday and that the defense was getting in the way. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good, y'all. Yeah, I see Law and Crime changed it to 3:00, but that was Kathy Russin who wrote that she hears it might be 3:00. So, y'all, we're just gonna hang out. I'm hanging out with y'all. Y'all hang out with me. I do see here on the Law and Crime it says live in 3 hours. Well, that would actually be 4 hours. That would be 4 hours from now, because it's 11:00. So it looks like I'm gonna be talking for another 4 hours, y'all. Congratulations, y'all gonna get a lot of. Do I think any plea deals were made? Let's talk about plea deals. Let's talk about plea deals. To ask the question about plea deals, we have to analyze what it would mean to take a plea deal. First things first, Peter Ortiz, and thank you for the super, by the way. Always like to say thank you. The first thing is that Thug is treated as the leader of the Rico, the leader of the gang, the leader of everything. So if any plea deal is to be made by anybody who is not Thug, we would imagine that plea deal would probably include implicating Thug and calling YSL a gang, etc., etc. The same kind of activity that we saw with Montonk and other people who took pleas. I don't know if they call Thug the leader, but the type of factual acknowledgments that we've seen. So the question is, first of all, who are we talking about? Are we talking about Thug or are we talking about the other people? If we're talking about the other people, will they have just sat through this trial for 10, 12, whatever months with Thug and faced this ordeal together and then decided that they are going to cop a plea and turn on Thug and now probably take the witness stand against him. What's the likelihood that that happened? What's the likelihood that the people in there with him are now considering literally just turning on him? They could have done that from the beginning. They could have asked for a plea deal at any point. So what is special now, today, yesterday, this weekend, the past few days? What's special now where a plea deal would be appropriate when it wasn't appropriate 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago? They could have asked for a plea deal at any time. So the people who are on trial with Thug, it's a little difficult to see them being willing to take the stand against him. And it's also a little difficult to see them getting a plea deal and not having to take the stand or not having to testify against him. So I think both sides would have different requirements for a plea deal. The DA would want them to pin things on Thug or call YSL a gang or whatever and testify to that, where the defendant would want some kind of plea that wouldn't require that. How could they both get what they want and what they need out of a plea deal? I don't know. So I'm interested, Mr. Ortiz, to see if there's going to be any kind of plea deal. But I would say I feel like there probably hasn't been one up until now. We haven't heard that anybody's reached a deal, and they could have reached a deal at any time. So I don't see that any kind of plea deal would be possible right now. Again, unless the DA is willing to relax the condition that they testify against Thug. If the DA were willing to relax that condition that they testify against Thug or each other, and we're going to allow them to get some kind of deal which will give them prison time or what have you, without having to testify against the other people, I could see it happening. So to give you a yes or no, I don't think as of right now there are any plea deals that have been made. I don't think so. Again, we also have to look at the plea deal from the perspective of Thug. What would be his incentive to make a plea deal? Would his plea deal also, if he were to make one, require him to testify against the other people who didn't make a deal? So I'm going to say overall, I don't think so. I don't think so as of right now. Y'all, we have a little while, so I'm going to continue to play this video. Okay? Hang out. I'll be back in a moment. This is a video about whether or not YSL is a gang and what everybody says about that.
Is, do the 3 or more members of YSL that you just referenced, do they use common hand signals?
Yes.
Tell the jury about the common hand signals they use.
What you mean?
You just said yes.
I'm
Did you
saying,
not?
What you mean? I can't explain to you the hand signal, but I know it if I see it.
Can you show the jury?
I can't show them.
Why not?
It's not an individual handshake.
I didn't ask you about a handshake.
That's what you said.
No, I said hand signals.
Oh, well, I don't see use all type of signals. I don't know.
Would you tell the jury which ones that you do know of?
I only know of one.
What one do you know of?
You throw the Y, the S, and the L.
Show the jury how to do that, please.
Like that.
I'm sorry, I missed it. And where is the Y, the S, and the L in what you just held up?
I don't know. I can't tell you. I just see the hand signal be thrown.
Would you please hold that up and hold it for a second?
Could you see it?
How do you know that that is a YSL if you don't know where the Y, the S, and the L are?
I don't know where it's at. I just don't see it sitting. I never even try to figure out why the SL is.
Then how do you know that it stands for YSL?
Because I don't see it throwed up numbers of places.
How does that tell you that it stands for YSL?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
You don't know?
No.
How long have you seen that hand signal being used?
I don't know how many years have I seen it being used.
When would you say the first time you can recall seeing it being used is?
When he started saying he was going to have his own label called YSL.
When you say when he, who are you referring to?
And that's what Jeffrey Williams' label is, YSL.
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you, that's his label. YSL label.
Do you know an approximate year that you first saw that hand signal being used?
No, I don't remember.
Do you know when it is that Defendant Williams established a record label called YSL?
He been saying it for years. That's what he wanted his label to be, but I don't know exactly what year that it was officially copyrighted, if that's the right word.
Are you familiar with a young man by the name of Trontavious Stevens?
Yes.
What do you call him?
Slug, tick, what?
Okay. And how long have you known Tick or Slug?
A long time, too. I can't tell you exactly how many years, but I've been knowing him a long time, too.
Generally around what year did y'all know?
I probably say around the same time I met Mr. Williams.
And under what circumstances did you meet?
In the park.
Who introduced you to Mr. Stevens?
Nobody introduced me. I was come around, and once they started saying names, I started remembering names. Once they started calling each other names, I started remembering names.
Who is the they that started calling each other names?
People in the park.
And so who were some of those people?
Jeffrey would call him Slug. You had a couple of more people.
So is it fair to say that you met Mr. Stevens through Defendant Williams?
I wouldn't say I met him through, because Jeffrey Williams never came to me and said, well, this Slug and this T. So I didn't meet him through Jeffrey Williams.
Okay.
I met him just being around.
Okay. And did you ever hang out with Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
How often did you hang out with Mr. Stevens?
Not often.
And how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Stevens when you first met him?
Me and Mr. Stevens had a great relationship, but we didn't hang around each other like that.
Has anything happened to sour your relationship with Mr. Stevens?
No.
Okay. Is there anyone within YSL that you do not have a great relationship with?
No.
To your knowledge, who all is a member of YSL?
What you mean by a member?
Well,
You gotta be more.
earlier, did you testify that YSL has 3 or more members?
Yeah, I said business-wise.
And what did you mean when you testified it has 3 or more members? What definition did you have in mind when you gave that testimony?
Business against the law to be a member of.
Now, Mr. Sledge, I'm curious about something. Did you hear me at any time bring up a crime?
I say it's against. I never said you brought up a crime. Ask the question.
Why did you ask me that question?
Because I want to know specific what you're trying to get at. Or could you just get on that what you're trying to get at?
Would you please tell the jury what difference the answer to your question makes as it pertains to what 3 or more members of YSL you know about?
You said 3 or more members I know about.
Yes, my last question was, why did you ask me, is it against the law to be a member?
I already told you 3 members I knew.
Thank you. Would you please name those 3 members that you know?
Stevenson, William, and Kendrick.
Okay. Now, would you tell the jury why you asked me, is it against the law to be a member?
I was asking you a question like you asked me a question.
I hear you.
No reason.
Do you understand that?
I don't have a reason why I asked you that question.
Okay. Did you want me to answer it?
I would like you.
Your Honor, I believe that the witness's reasons for any of the responses that he gives to my questions are relevant, especially when they come in the form of that type of question.
That's not an objection. Just ask your question.
Okay. Did you want me to answer the question?
No, you don't have to answer. Go on with your other question.
We are live, but we're watching a replay now while we are waiting for court to start. So yes, this is live. This is a live, and we are live. But Monk Tunk obviously is in prison at the moment. So he is not live. We're waiting for court to start today. We're hanging out. It looks like court may start sometime later on in the day. So we're just rolling through in the meantime.
Earlier, you testified that Mr. Williams was around 15 when you met him.
Yes, 15, 16, one of them.
Yeah. Y'all seeing that now? Y'all seeing that now, right? This was when he first started testifying, people. This is when he first started testifying, people. So this was the first day. Y'all starting to see how thing is, if you look at, okay, let me see where we're at. We're at 26 minutes. I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to replay a little bit of Trontavious. Look at how Trontavious is. Look at how he's going to handle the situation. He's going to say, look, I'm not trying to be non-responsive. Like Trontavious is like, I'm trying to stay on the right side of everything. Where Monk Tunk is like this. Huh? What? All right, so just watch Trontavious again real quick. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'm just going to play this part where you can see the difference in demeanor.
So generally what year?
Probably a year or 2 prior. I can't recall the exact date.
Right. And where is it that, since you were able to name the other founders, where is it that you all were when you all founded this group?
That's more than 10 years. I don't know. I'm sorry. I ain't being non-responsive. I don't recall.
Y'all see how I said, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not being non-responsive. Because he knows that he's on the stand. He's on the line. His freedom is on the line. So look at the difference between Trontavious and Monk Tunk. I mean, look at the body language. Again, People sometimes hear me saying something that I'm not saying. So what I'm not saying is he deserved to go to prison, y'all. Nobody understand me to be saying that he should have gone to prison for his testimony. But I'm pointing out something here. The body language difference is
Who
much
are you
different.
referring to?
And that's what Jeffrey Williams label is, YSL.
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you, that's his label. YSL label.
Do you know an approximate year that you first saw that hand signal being used?
All right,
No, I really
y'all saw
I don't.
I believe that the witness's reasons for any of the responses that he gives to my questions are relevant, especially when they come in the form of that type of question.
That's not an objection. Just ask your question.
Okay. Did you want me to answer the question?
No, you don't have to answer. Go on with your other question.
Earlier, you testified that Mr. Williams was around 15 when you met him.
Yes, 15, 16, one of them.
Would it be fair to say you met him around 2006, 2007 then?
No. Mr. Williams is what, 33 and I'm 43? So I met him 2009, I remember, because I just got out of prison.
Okay. Did you meet him at the park too?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet his mom, dad, and sisters after you met him or before?
After.
And was that just going to his house and stuff like that?
Me and Jeffrey Williams hung together, so that's how.
How often did you all hang together, as you put it?
When we was younger?
Start there, please.
A lot.
How do you describe a lot?
Every other day, every day. What?
Did you consider him your best friend?
No, I don't have a best friend.
Was he as close as you get to having a best friend?
I looked at him as a little brother.
Okay.
Yeah, Montunk could have stayed out of prison, y'all. What I keep telling everybody about Montunk is my opinion is Montunk is street smart. Montunk is a sufficient intelligence, and I don't say that in a bad way. He played down his own level of intelligence, and I don't buy it. That's my point. When I say sufficient, I don't mean that it's only sufficient. I'm saying he had enough understanding of everything that was happening to know what he was doing here. Again, did he deserve 5 years in prison for this? I don't think so. But did he know he was running that risk? Yes, he did. He knew it. He ran the risk. He did it on purpose. Okay? Monton decided to stay down and also didn't think Miss Love would violate him like that. But you know what, Andre? People call him Monton a rat. Again, I'm not, because that's not my lane, but people call him Monton a rat anyway. People call him Monton a rat anyway. So I agree with Papa Bear. His lawyer failed him. He should have been prepared how to testify. 5 years. They had to violate him, y'all. They had to. And Judge Whitaker violated him. I mean, she certainly didn't throw the book at him, but she made sure that everybody who is going to testify in Fulton County who's watching this trial, that they got the message, don't play. So she made sure everybody in Fulton County who's about to testify will know, don't play. And I think people got the message because Wooney Lee, who we're going to see coming up, he didn't play them games. We're going to see Wooney Lee coming up. We're going to finish this part of Montonk's testimony. Then we're going to see Wooney Lee. Wooney Lee didn't play. I actually think Wooney Lee, people say Hilton did it on purpose. Maybe. Did Wooney Lee do what he did on purpose? I don't think so. Because he looked like the type of person who was trying purposefully not to play. To me. Yeah, exactly. They use MT as an example. Technically or basically, the streets are gonna say they all rats, but people like me or reasonable people saw them boys try hard not to fold. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem when you still care about what the streets think. You know, Love's husband not. All right, y'all. I'm not gonna read that one, but y'all can enjoy that. Y'all can enjoy that comment. I agree. Definitely played down his intelligence. He, however, had a lawyer who failed him immensely. She, however, could have given him 3 years instead of 5. Yeah, I think 3 would have been more appropriate, especially when you consider he might serve, a year and a half, or whatever, 18 months, whatever the case may. No, 18 months is a year and a half. 20 months, 24, whatever the case may be. I think she went a little bit overboard on him, but I also think in her mind she wasn't. I think she thought she was not going easy on him. I don't think she thought she was going easy on him, but I do think she felt she was giving him a little bit of a break, which I think she, in a sense, she did. But that 5 got to hurt. That 5 is tough. That 5 is tough. But she had to violate him. Like, she didn't have any choice. She didn't have any choice but to violate him, y'all. Because we're seeing here what happened.
Is it fair to say you loved him?
Why not?
I don't know why not.
Yes, I love him.
Okay. Do you feel the same way about Mr. Stillwell
Yes.
and Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
Do you feel the same way about anyone else in this courtroom today?
I don't have a problem with anyone in this courtroom.
Understood. Do you love anybody else in this courtroom today?
You're supposed to love everyone in the world.
I agree. Do you specifically love anyone else in this courtroom?
All right, I'm gonna move on to Wooney Lee now. He didn't look smart enough to know how to play. People said ego here, Draper girl. And we agree that once your ego gets involved, your actual intelligence, if it takes a backseat to your ego, it's not smart. So I agree with you. I mean, it's not smart to be run by your ego, even though that does maybe work out for people sometimes. But nah, I think he had the knowledge in his head, but I do think we as men, and in particular, guys who might be considered street guys, their ego is a factor that can often thwart their intelligence.
After leaving high school, is that when you started your music career?
During high school, like
Okay, so far we have Trontavious Stevens. Let me get rid of this so y'all can see. I'm just gonna scroll across the bottom here so y'all can see. Trontavious Stevens. Hold up. Let me put myself on the side. All right. Trontavious Stevens is this guy. YSL is a gang, but he tried to kind of walk it back a little bit. He was one of the founders. He said that they founded it as like a music collective. So the rock crew guys said, let's leave the gang banging stuff alone and let's do this music thing. But he did have a factual acknowledgement or some kind of interrogation, or maybe both, that where he said it's a gang. He wanted to explain, and he said it's more of a music collective. This is Woody. Y'all can't really see him. There he is. Woody says YSL is not a gang. He did not have a plea deal. He was not forced to testify one way or the other. He did not have a plea deal. In this case, he was not forced to testify one way or another. I'm going to say this again because we have a good number of people watching, and this continues to be a question that people just continue to have for whatever reason. Why didn't Woody face prison time when Moncton did? And I just told you the answer. Woody's not on this indictment. He wasn't arrested as part of this RICO. He did not have a plea deal that forced him to testify. Woody is not part of the RICO case. Monk Tonk is. Woody is not. Monk Tonk is. Woody is only a part of the case in the sense he's a witness in the case, but he's not a defendant in the case. Monk Tonk was a defendant who turned into a witness. Woody was never a defendant in this case. He was just always a witness. So he wasn't arrested as part of this case. He didn't have to make a deal. He did not make a deal. He didn't get probation. He didn't give any factual acknowledgments. He was not part of this case. So that's why he was free to talk however he wanted. Now, I know y'all going to say, but they did arrest him. They arrested him for not talking. Not because of what he said. I mean, he said, I plead the fifth, which means I won't talk. Because they had given him immunity as a witness, as only a witness, they could compel him to talk or they could put him in jail till he was ready to talk. But he was never arrested as part of the Rico trial. He was arrested as a witness who was given immunity, who won't talk about what he knows. Monk Tonk, on the other hand, was part of the Rico, was arrested as part of the Rico, was charged as part of Rico, and took a deal saying he would testify to certain things as part of the Rico. Remember, that was not Woody's case. He was not arrested as part of the Rico. Woody would have never been arrested if he had just gotten on the stand and started talking. It was because he pled the fifth that he got arrested. So Monk Tonk's part of this case. That's the difference between the two. Monk Tonk is a defendant, or was anyway, in this Rico trial. Woody was not. Now, we have another person who is Duke Martinez Arnold, who said this about the gang. So Trontavious Stevens says YSL is a gang, but he kind of walks it back. He doesn't want to say it with his whole chest, you know. Woody says with his whole chest that YSL is not a gang. Martinez Arnold says with his whole chest YSL is not a gang and never been a gang, fool. Monk Tonk says with his whole chest YSL is not a gang. So basically we have this not a gang kind of narrative forming. But then we get to Wooney Lee, and let's see what he says.
My last year in high school, or like 11th grade or something. I didn't get serious till after high school, though.
You said you didn't get serious until after high school?
Yeah.
And that was around that 2018 year we just talked about?
Yeah.
Okay. As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
I heard of it growing up. I didn't know.
Now, if we're going to try to interpret Wooney Lee's body language, speech patterns, his motivations, what we know about his history, what we imagine is probably going through his head, speculation, mind reading alert. Speculation, mind reading alert. I do not know what this guy's thinking alert. I do not know what his true feelings or intentions are alert. So we're speculating. We're in the world of speculation. You imagine his motivations are not wanting to testify against the people that are his friends, that he grew up with, that he made money with, that he ran with, that he probably does or did care about, maybe very deeply as on a brotherly level. Okay, so that seems pretty reasonable to imagine. But those guys are not him, and he has to live his own life. He has to live his own life. And in order to keep his own self safe and out of prison, he has to do what he has to do. But I don't know his style. So again, this is all speculation, mind reading alert. But I sense a lot of hesitancy in the way he's testifying, but him still knowing I got to do this. Yeah, and he probably saw what happened to Monk Tonk. He probably saw what happened to Moncton. I mean, not probably. It'd be crazy to think he didn't see what happened to Moncton. So he's probably looking at Moncton. He's probably like, okay, this is real. And to keep old number one out of prison, I got to say what I got to say. But it's kind of heartbreaking, y'all. I mean, heartbreaking from the perspective of watching it as a third party. Heartbreaking from the perspective of watching it as a third party. When he starts pointing people out in the courtroom, it's, I'm sure he didn't want to do that. That's my speculation. He didn't want to do that.
If it was a gang.
Oh, is it a conflict of interest that they work together? No. It seems like it. We might consider it that, but legally, no. All these people, you wouldn't have a legal system if people who used to work together in different ways couldn't, come together on different sides of legal issues. It's the prosecutor's office, they go through a lot of people. And oftentimes those wind up becoming defense attorneys. So does it look bad? Maybe, but no, it's not a conflict of interest. Now, where it would be a conflict of interest is, let's say the prosecutor and the judge are both in some kind of outside of court activities together. I mean, like without other people present. Not other people, but I mean, like, imagine the prosecutor and the judge have a business. Imagine they run a legal software company and they're both on the board. That would make it a conflict of interest. Or they both are on the board of a charity, even if it's not for financial gain. That could make it a conflict of interest. But the fact they're both part of like the Georgia Bar Association, that wouldn't count, right? Because all of the lawyers are probably members. But if they're in business together or something like that, that would be a conflict of interest. But no, just this looks bad, but there's kind of no way to avoid it.
Or what it was, but yeah, I know what it is.
And how did you know about Rock Crew?
Because they had popular songs.
What were some of their songs that they had that were popular?
I don't know by heart right now.
Mm-hmm.
I just knew like there was the music back then.
Do you know who were some of the artists who were with Rock Crew?
One of them, Big Boo.
And he was he performing as a hip hop artist?
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Okay, so Aziz is saying that I must not know the law. Maybe I misunderstood the question. My understanding of this question is it a conflict of interest that the judge of this case used to work with the prosecutor? If that's a conflict of interest, why do we have this case going forward? Why is this case going forward? I mean, let me know. Or I misunderstood the question. My question is, my understanding is it a conflict that the judge used to work with the prosecutor? All these judges used to be prosecutors, practically. We wouldn't have any judges. So, no, does it look like a conflict of interest? Yes, but is it like legally speaking? No.
It was some younger people too, like my friends and stuff.
Who are some of the younger people?
They locked up or dead.
Do you have names of some of those individuals?
Let me see. My partners who locked up right now, twin, they used to rap.
Do you know their given name or
their first and last name?
Or their first name?
Nah.
Anyone?
So most of the judges are at least social friends with other lawyers and including prosecutors. When I say social, I mean, they do social functions together. They might go to events that other people attend. They might go attend dinners. I mean, remember, Brian Steele raised money for Judge Whitaker's reelection campaign. That's permitted under the law as long as it's done within certain parameters. So no, I mean, does it look like it could be a conflict? Yes. Is there a perception that we could have that we could make? Yes. But is it like legally a conflict? No. So that's my point. So it's not that I'm saying we couldn't find something wrong with it. I'm just saying that legally it's not wrong.
Anyone else outside of Twin?
Rudy. He rapped too back then when he was younger.
Anyone else you can think of?
As of right now, yeah, that's it, I think.
Now, you just spoke about
I wanted to bring y'all this tweet. Kathy Russin, she's got the inside scoop, y'all. I mean, let me not say it that way. Kathy Russin is the head of law and crime, so they're in the courtroom. I shouldn't say she has the inside scoop. That's not the right verbiage. They're in the courtroom. It seems obvious they are trying to end this trial with pleas. My second flight is taking off now. I'll update when I can. So Russin is traveling. I said she has an inside scoop, y'all. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna give y'all a limiting instruction. I'm gonna give y'all, what is it called? A stipulation. I stipulate that you should forget what I just said. Okay. It's not that she has the inside scoop. I don't have any reason to believe she has like some kind of inside scoop, but they're in the courtroom, and I think she's able to piece together that what it looks like is due to the way everything ended Wednesday, no court Thursday, no court Friday, lots of talk that there was a lot of activity with Fani. Then today, also kind of a similar situation. Less talk that there are negotiations happening. There's less talk of that today, but it seems like this the same trend from last week. Yeah, curative instruction. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. I'm giving y'all a curative instruction. Okay. I think that the way that the tide seems to be going right now, the river seems to be running in the direction of plea deals. So y'all, let's talk about it. Thank you for making my earlier argument. What was that, Queen? Yeah, I was giving a curative instruction to the chat. Because sometimes you say something, y'all, and when you're just talking off the top of your head, sometimes you say something that can be misunderstood. So when I say inside scoop, it's just a phrase. But y'all, okay, so let's go back to a generous super chat from Mr. Peter Ortiz. Do you think any plea deals were made? I think Mr. Ortiz's question should be extended to not just made, but are in the making or will be made today. So let's circle back around to this, because I said I don't think so. But now we have new information. This information actually came out shortly after Mr. Ortiz asked the question. Let's look at the operative word here, y'all. If we're just going to take Kathy's word for it, which we have no reason to dispute at this time, isn't the operative word in this sentence trying? Isn't the operative word in this sentence the word trying? Because if she said, I would also say seems and trying. These are two words that we use for kind of vagueness. We use seems and trying both to mean that it's uncertain. Seeming like something is, it's not quite that thing, and trying is we don't know if it's going to work or not. So we still go back to Mr. Ortiz's question about plea deals, and there's just so many moving parts, y'all. 6 people. There are 6 people. They all have their own individual interests, and you just don't know. So, Mr. Ortiz, I mean, I'm gonna keep coming back to your question, but right now we just don't know. We don't know the answer to that. Yeah, it's uncertain at this point, y'all. It's uncertain. Let's talk about it though. Let's talk about it. Thank you for this, Tamara Mack. If I'm thug, I'm not pleading to nothing. Okay. Tamara or Tamara. I'm sorry. You never really know how to pronounce that name until somebody tells you. There are a few things that people have talked about as it relates to thug and pleading. One thing they say is if he pleads, he'll become a convicted felon. And as a convicted felon, that could affect his career in that he wouldn't be able to travel abroad, blah, blah, blah. And that's probably true, but being in prison also affects your career in that you can't travel abroad or you can't travel anywhere. Another thing about thug pleading is, and this is a big one, if he pleads guilty to something, does that strengthen any kind of wrongful death or tort case? Torts is injury law. Does that strengthen any kind of tort case for anybody who is now not alive anymore and wants to accuse and or implicate thug in that? In other words, to say it more smoothly, if he pleads guilty, will he open himself up to being sued? If he pleads guilty, will he open himself up to being sued? He can be sued anyway, but will pleading guilty make those lawsuits stronger against him? And I would say probably. So could he lose everything if he pleads guilty? Maybe. Depending on what the lawsuits might look like. Depending on what the plea is. It depends on what the lawsuits look like, and it depends on what the plea is. So I don't see thugs' incentive to plead guilty to any kind of felony, besides thinking that he might go to prison if he loses this case. I feel, and again, y'all, speculation time. Y'all know I don't know Thug. I don't know his family. I'm trying to speak about this as respectfully as possible, y'all. So, just know that it's speculation. Don't know nothing. Just trying to walk this through from the perspective of the little bit of limited information that we do know. And if you take that plea and you are somehow implicated and culpable for people not being here anymore, that could mean tens of millions of dollars that you just signed away. You are looking at probably staying in court. Guess what you're not doing when you're in court fighting civil cases from people who took a bullet and lived, from people who took a bullet and didn't live. Guess what you're not doing when you're in court fighting those civil cases? You aren't touring. You aren't traveling overseas. You aren't shooting a music video. You aren't at home. Well, you could probably go home at night, but you're away from your livelihood. Maybe not your family, you know. So that's better than being in prison for sure. But you're going to be limited by potential civil lawsuits out the yin yang. Did somebody say that earlier? That might be where I got that. Okay, because that just popped up in my mind. So the idea that Thug would plead guilty to felonies related to shootings, people not being alive anymore, property damage, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so, but the problem for Thug is this. Could be this. I'm not going to say is. Could be. Because I saw Doug Weinstein saying, if people say they know, they don't know. I don't know. Okay? I'm just talking things through with y'all. I don't have any inside knowledge. The issue that I can see for Thug is this, y'all. If he doesn't plead guilty, but other people do plead, take a deal. If he doesn't, but other people do, isn't Fonnie and Love gonna tell those people to get this deal? You have to go against Thug. Aren't they gonna make that a condition? And if they do, isn't that gonna strengthen the case against Thug? Think about it. If you Thug and you don't take the deal because you're like, man, that's just gonna F me up, but you know your boys are getting antsy about maybe taking a deal, now that could increase your likelihood to take the deal too, because the guys who are on trial with you would probably have to turn on you to take their deal. Are y'all following me? Are y'all following me? Do you see why it's impossible to predict anything, even having the information that we know as of right now? Because we don't know what the deals might be that they would offer to the other guys. So we don't know if we should be thinking that those deals would include or require testifying against Thug. Y'all see what I'm saying? But it would be reasonable to think that, like the previous deals, any deal for Quay, for Yacht Gotti, for SB Shannon, or for Lil Rod, you could reasonably conclude that probably it would say, okay, if Thug doesn't take a deal, now this trial will continue because he didn't take a deal. So now you have to help us with that. Facts have to be proven that Thug did anything. Yes, correct. So if anybody takes the deal and that deal says testify against Thug and Thug doesn't take the deal, now that can only presumably increase the chances that Thug gets found guilty. And if Thug is found guilty, now he's in prison and he's still open to all of the court cases, all of this, the lawsuits. Let's see. Fellow paralegal here. Love the channel. Feels wrong to ex parte push for pleas, given felon status on the line, time, and how case feels it's going. Thank you for that, Chrissy. Chrissy, we don't know for sure that this is ex parte right now. That's one of the, from a spectator standpoint, we just don't have the information as to who was involved in the negotiations. The lawyer, you know, they talked about that this weekend. I think they would allow me to play a little bit of their clip. We'll play that maybe a little bit later. They talked about that this weekend, and there are just too many variables, y'all. You have a variable where the father on the lawyer, you know, which is an excellent channel. I absolutely love their content, y'all. Father and son, lots of legal experience between the two of them. And also apparently some connections, so they can get a little bit more insight. And the father was saying, like, it could be that Fonnie may say, I want to deal with everybody or we aren't going to have a deal. So he was just bringing that up as a possibility. He certainly did not say he has any reason to know that that's what the case is. But think about that. What if Fonnie's like, look, we either get a deal with the whole crew or we aren't making a deal? She might, if she really wants the trial to be over, couldn't she just say, I want the whole crew to take a deal? Isn't that a possibility? So, Chrissy, right now, there's just a dearth of information. We don't have enough information. But I don't think any potential deal would be ex parte. I would be very surprised if that were the case. When I say that, I mean, let me rephrase. I don't think that they would make a deal in any underhanded fashion. Seems like too much on the line for that. Yeah, the lawyer is all that. Their channel is just excellent. I really like it. They don't cover YSL all the time. I feel like they used to cover it more than they do now. But lawyer is just, man, I like that channel a lot. Particularly the interplay between a father and son, y'all. I mean, it's just such a cool dynamic. I really, really like it. What do you think Love has such a hard on? Y'all coming with the suggestive language today. Huh? I think DA Love believes. I think she's a believer. DA Love somehow, and I don't have her background to give you this information, but somehow she got involved as like a gang / major crimes prosecutor. That's her thing, y'all. So what gives you the edge? What gives you the edge in your job? What doesn't give you an edge? Sitting down and thinking about all the ways the other side might be right. I mean, unless you're doing that in order to attack them. In other words, you sit down and think the ways they might be right so that you can attack them on that or defend against that. Okay. But it doesn't give you an edge to think, wow, that other side sure is cool. So I think DA Love is convinced of her side. I think she's convinced. Given all we've seen, you're going to say you don't think the prosecution would try anything underhanded? I said I don't think that they would try anything underhanded as it relates to the plea deals. In other words, the previous person, Chrissy, who generously gave us a $4.99 super chat, and we are very thankful for that. Chrissy said, basically, it feels wrong to ex parte push for pleas. And what I said is I don't think at this time the prosecution is going to try to do anything underhanded as it relates to these plea deals. That's what I said. So Love wants to win. She doesn't care how she got the W. That certainly seems to be the case. You think they're doing something underhanded? I'm talking about right now, they're in court. You think the prosecution with the defense there is trying more underhanded stuff? It doesn't make sense. That's my point. If I will say this, though, just to address you, Andre, I said last week on Monday that before next Friday, which means before the Friday coming up, we're going to see another major dust up. I said that on Monday, a week ago, basically. And we saw the major dust up within 2 days. We saw it on Wednesday. So I said before, not the coming Friday, which would have been last Friday, but before the Friday that's coming this week, within 9 days, I said, we'll see another dust up because this is bound to happen. This is just the way the prosecution plays. And we saw a dust up within 2 days. 2 days later, we had a dust up. So I definitely do think there will be more dust ups if this trial continues. I think I've equated the way Love plays to the way Dennis Rodman plays, to the way Draymond Green plays. You're just going to get a lot of fouls. You're going to get a lot of fouls. But what I was saying right now is I would be shocked if they're in plea negotiations and the DA is in there committing egregious fouls. That's my point. I see your point, but they've been doing underhanded stuff with the defense attorneys there. To be fair, you did say they would muck up again, though. Yeah, I'm certainly not saying I think they cleaned up their act. I think that's the way that they play. But I mean, but this is, y'all, we kind of speculating on something we can't possibly know, right? So maybe we aren't going to get a lot done speculating on whether they're playing dirty with any plea deals. I don't even know what playing dirty with a plea negotiation could even possibly mean. I don't know how you could play dirty with that. Now, are they going to try to get the max they can get? Probably. So if you call that dirty, then I understand. Are they going to try to turn everybody against each other and cause a fracturing of the united front that the defense has shown? Quite possibly. I wouldn't say that's dirty. That's an accepted tactic within these sorts of things. It's not dirty to me. It is something that I would do if I'm a prosecutor. It's not outside of the rules, is my point. So when we say dirty, I'm talking about outside of the accepted rules. So you would want to break them up. You would want to get the maximum amount of time. That's within the accepted rules of what you would expect a DA to do. But are they going to do something outside of the rules? I'm just saying that wouldn't make any sense. That wouldn't make any sense. Longest probation ever. Yeah, 30 years on probation is wild. You literally never get off of probation. For Monk Tunk, who's 40, you get off probation when he's like 70 something. That's unbelievable, y'all. All right, let's keep checking Twitter. All right, Kathy Russin. Let's just take a look at some of the replies. Ain't no pleas. The state knows they lost Brian and Co ain't taking no plea unless it's time served and no charges, period. Another thing I heard on The Lawyer You Know, and this is a seed I planted last week, and it was good to hear the father on The Lawyer You Know back this up, is he said in Georgia, they could just throw your conviction away, throw it in the trash can. So could we imagine there be a plea for Thug where he serves X amount of time and then the plea gets thrown away after 2 years of probation or something? That's the problem. Is still would open them up to those civil suits, and they couldn't give them like any kind of immunity against that, not that I know of. So it seemed like any kind of plea just comes with too many different drawbacks for Thug. But again, not pleading could come with its own set of drawbacks if everybody else pleads and they're going to work against you. I'm about to do a poll, y'all. I'm going to do a poll. Likely everyone but Thug takes a plea and they testify against him. All right, yes or no, y'all? Here's a poll. Likely everyone but Thug takes a plea and they testify against him. Let's not say everyone. Nah, that's too many. Likely someone. Let's just go with someone. Likely someone. So this could be one or more people. Likely someone, not Thug, takes a plea and they testify against him. So the yes just means it could be one person or it could be all five. The no means nobody. The yes means at least one. I should have said at least one. I should have said at least one, but I didn't. Likely at least one person takes the plea against Thug, and then they have to testify against him. So in this case, Thug is not taking the plea. Okay. Or no, they're gonna all stay silent. Either one, all for one and one for all. I agree the state don't want anyone more action before the election. Have a good flight, but I'll wait to hear from court. Shocker, last thing DNA judges want is for this mess of a trial to be reviewed and ripped to yeah, this is a very good point, I think. Thank you for all the hard work you do. Thanks, Kathy. Stay safe. Thank you, Kathy, for keeping us updated. Let's go back to Dennis and see if we have anything from him. My live is muted because we are having conversations that are sensitive to your ears. Okay, we are grown, probably talking about camera lenses and perfect angles. Then why you on live? Okay. Y'all, we didn't get any Thugger Daily action. This is the first day that I have not seen any Thugger Daily action at all. This is the first day that I haven't seen any Thugger Daily action. Nothing. Hope Thugger is okay. All right, we're going to let the poll run, y'all. We're going to keep watching Wooney Lee a little bit more. Is YSL a gang is the question. I'm tripping. I thought y'all were seeing this. I'm tripping, y'all.
Jeffrey.
I thought y'all were watching this the whole time. Rewind it a little bit.
All the people that were rapping.
Individuals.
Everybody, because YSL music took off and rock crew music died, or just, I don't know, Boo got old, so I don't know.
So who are some of these people? You're saying everybody. So who's the everybody who was a part of the music?
Basically everybody from my neighborhood.
So everybody from your neighborhood was doing music?
There's a lot of people from doing music from my neighborhood though, but not everybody was doing music though. I'm just saying like everybody in the whole, all the people that were rapping or doing music or supported the music was on some YSL stuff now. Like it wasn't rapping rock crew or under that name.
Okay. So tell me some of the people that we're talking about.
Me, myself.
Okay.
My friends who I just told you about. Jeffrey. I can't think of everybody's name.
And what does YSL stand for?
It has multiple meanings.
Tell me some of the meanings.
I say it has multiple meanings, definitions, or what it stands for.
So tell me some of the meanings.
Young stoner life, young slime life, young successful lifestyle. I think that's all I can remember right now.
So let's talk about young stoner life.
Mm-hmm.
When do you distinguish between young stoner life, young slime life, and young successful lifestyle?
You said when? Did I?
Yeah, how do you distinguish between the two? When do you use young stoner life versus young slime life?
Slime part is just like the lingo of it. Like, or just call each other or something. You wouldn't call your friend or something like, stoner, what's up, stoner? You just say like, what's up, slime or something. So that's how I think young slime life is used. Young stoner life, from what I know, was I'm just say like a way of life as far as music. I mean, not the music, but like getting high or like a hippie or I don't know.
And outside of the music, is YSL a gang?
You said outside of the music?
Yes, sir.
Some people treat it like that.
All right, y'all. Andre asked me, am I on medication? No, I'm not on medication. I've never been on medication in my life, thank goodness. It's just when you're using StreamYard, you could be watching something, but if you don't click this little button at the top, other people can't see it. It's easy. It's really easy to overlook when you're switching between a lot of screens, which I do. My friend did say I have ADHD yesterday. She said that. So I don't know. I told her I don't agree with that, but who knows? Tamara Mack, you hate Hilton. Like, first person I've heard that hates Hilton. There's always somebody who has to choose like the random person. Well, I guess Hilton's not random. Hilton's not random. She's one of the two main players. But not many people actually hate Hilton. Andre says I'm a forgiving person. Yeah, I try to forgive people. It's just the thing is, I try not to assign the worst case motive to people. That's just not my style. I try not to assign the worst motive to people. He don't want to go to jail. He's like, I'm free. Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah, no. Yeah, we're gonna get back to this in a sec. Slime Life Shouty, y'all. We're at the key part. We're at the key part. Dang, people starting to hate Hilton now? Golly. What happened to I thought Hilton was like the unfortunately I have to do this because it's my job person. Oh man. Oh, Hilton tries to be like Love, but it's an act. It's easy just like Miss Love because that's really her. Oh man, I didn't know there was so much Hilton hate in the chat. I don't like none of the state's lawyers. Oh my gosh. I didn't know that it was like that. So y'all, let me go ahead and let me see how many. I'm gonna keep the poll open for a little bit longer. Queen don't like anybody. She says she just is sneaky. She tries to be like Love. Hilton is a devil. Wow, y'all. Hilton to me just has that, and maybe I'm influenced because I've heard somebody say this, but maybe this person is not that credible. Hilton has that it's just a job feeling to me, but she's trying to really do her job well. Don't get me wrong. I do get that feeling. She's really trying to do her job well. Don't get me wrong. So it's not like she's just doing whatever, but Hilton doesn't feel as emotionally invested in the outcome of this case as Love does to me. And that's just a personal feeling, right? Yeah, Adkins. Yeah, what about Adkins, y'all? Y'all hate Adkins? Adkins just, in my opinion, is dry. And in a case where you're trying to convince the jury of this kind of thing, it feels like Adkins is maybe doesn't have the personality. You know, it feels like maybe he doesn't have the personality to bring this kind of case to a conclusion, a successful conclusion. I don't see it. I see it with love. I do. I independently see it with love, but I don't see why you would despise Hilton. But I definitely do see the reason someone would despise love, 100%. Look at people Hilton works with, but she is in on the corruption and disrespect. Well, let's continue, y'all. Isn't this Hilton questioning him now? Let's let this ride for a sec. I'm gonna back it up just a little so we get a little bit more context. I feel like Hilton has a much softer touch on the questioning. Maybe it's her voice tone, but I feel like she has a much softer touch. I kind of feel like I feel like Love is more technically sound in her reasoning. Like, I feel like Love is very technically sound in her reasoning. Even when she's wrong, she knows what she's talking about, and most people know what she's talking about. Hilton, I feel like, cannot contend with Judge Whitaker. So I feel like when Hilton makes her legal arguments going back at Whitaker, maybe she just decides not to be that contentious. That's also possible. But I feel like Love, even when she's wrong, she can continue. I feel like Hilton, maybe due to a decision, she's like, okay, well, I lost this point. I'm gonna wrap it up. So maybe it's maybe it's just knowing when to fold them. You know, that's possible. But Love seems like she has the technicality more down to me than Hilton does. Hilton is repetitive and Love plays mind games. Hilton knew exactly what was on that paper she gave to him. I believe she tried to throw the case so that they can come back strong. You know what, Solitude? If I were the defense, I don't know why this would be happening behind closed doors. So what I'm about to say should be happening in open court, and my understanding is open court should have the press. But with that said, that would be a major argument that I would make as the defense. But Judge Whitaker has already ruled it out. And that feels a little unsatisfying because that is a big point. And that is, this Solitude is mistrial with prejudice. I'm going to say this again, y'all. Solitude. If the defense were able to convince the judge of what you just said, there would be no option but mistrial with prejudice, and the defense would have won again on all charges. Or the prosecution could never bring these charges up again. So this accusation, if you're a judge who doesn't want to have wasted everybody's time, you literally cannot take this accusation seriously, because then the trial would be over forever. So the fact that we're not seeing Hilton or Judge Whitaker take this as what Hilton may have done seriously is possibly because of what Judge Whitaker herself said, which is, if she were to take it seriously, this trial would be over. And in her own, Judge Whitaker's opinion, this whole thing would have been done as a waste of time. So double checking, Kathy Russin should be on a plane. Thugger Daily is not tweeting. Let me go to Miss Sylvia's page real quick. I'm going to go to Miss Sylvia, infamous Sylvia. She's in a courtroom, it looks like. Looks like she was in the break room. She was eating some food. I know people give Miss Sylvia hate, y'all. I like Miss Sylvia. I like Miss Sylvia. I think Miss Sylvia is doing an excellent job. So that's just me. That's just me, y'all. All right. Let's get back to Wooney Lee. We have Hilton on the mic questioning him. And I think Hilton has a very friendly tone. I think she has a friendly tone to her questioning. Miss Love has kind of an abrasive. Y'all want to know something? I've never said this before. I've never said this before because y'all have such a bad opinion of Miss Love. Everybody's, I'm not going to say it. Even though y'all are all respectful, I'm not going to say it. But Miss Love has a very familiar tone and Southern drawl for me. And it almost is a nagging tone. If y'all know how to read between the lines, y'all will understand what I'm saying. Maybe not. She has a nagging Southern drawl tone to me due to no fault of her own. And it sounds like a voice that I've heard a million times in my life that nagged me with a Southern drawl. Okay. Miss Love. Okay. So it just her voice and her tone is very familiar to me. It's like a nagging Southern drawl tone. And I think it grates on people. It could be white. My wife is not from the south of US, but this is not too far off. Not grandma, but you're close. Reminds me of my mom's voice, y'all. Okay, I'll just say it. Reminds me of my mom's voice. It reminds me of my mom's voice. My mom, her voice wouldn't sound like love. Well, I'm not saying they sounded alike. My mom passed away, so y'all please be respectful. But just when I hear her start getting, it's just, oh, that's ma. That's ma. That's ma right there. This is my mom. This is my mom. So maybe some of y'all might be hearing. My mom was from Virginia, not deep south, but she grew up. You can hear that twang. You know what I'm saying? And when Miss Love get going, I just hear my mom. I really do. I hear my mom.
My friends who I just told you about.
No, my mom was a great person. I'm talking about her voice. I'm not talking about her personality. That's two different things. I'm just talking about the voice.
Jeffrey. I can't think of everybody's name.
Exactly.
And what does YSL stand for?
It has multiple meanings.
Tell me some of the meanings.
I say it has multiple meanings, definitions, or what it stands for.
So tell me some of the meanings.
Young stoner life, young slime life, young successful lifestyle. I think that's all I can remember right now.
So let's talk about young stoner life.
Mm-hmm.
When do you distinguish between young stoner life, young slime life, and young successful lifestyle?
You said when? Did I?
Yeah, how do you distinguish between the two? When do you use young stoner life versus young slime life?
Slime part is just like the lingo of it. Like, we'll just call each other or something. You wouldn't call your friend or something like, Stoner, what's up, Stoner? we just say like, "What's up, Slime?" or something. So that's how I think Young Slime Life is used. Young Stoner Life, from what I know, was
Thanks, Andre. Appreciate
I'm
it.
just say like a way of life as far as music, or not the music, but like getting high, or like a hippie, or I don't know.
And outside of the music, is YSL a gang?
He said outside of the music.
All right, y'all. Here we go. This is what we've been waiting for.
Yes, sir.
Some people treat it like that.
What do you treat it as?
Y'all see, y'all, this is smooth, y'all. Listen to Hilton. Hilton is so smooth with this guy right now. Y'all might not like her, but you can't say this is not effective. Hilton is smooth, y'all. Honestly, if this was Love, it would probably be more combative. He would want to answer less. But Hilton, what do you treat it as? It's almost conversational.
From what I know, was I'm just say like a way of life as far as music, or not the music, but like getting high, or like a hippie, or I don't know.
And outside of the music, is YSL a gang?
He said outside of the music.
Yes, sir.
Some people treat it like that.
What do you treat it as?
I treated it that way before.
You treated it as a gang before?
Yeah.
When did you stop treating it as a gang?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know.
You said you don't remember. And when you say you treated it as a gang, what do you mean?
I don't really know. I never thought about that.
Are those hair extensions, y'all? I don't think anybody actually has asked that question, but isn't he wearing hair extensions? Again, not talking negatively about anybody's appearance. That's not my lane. But I'm asking a legit question. Aren't these some kind of hair extensions or something? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know how to answer that.
How old were you when you joined YSL, the gang?
The reason I say that is because Kodak Black all of a sudden had his hair like that, but he certainly didn't grow it out like that. So there is a precedent. There are. Y'all remember when Kodak all of a sudden had his hair like that, and he certainly didn't grow it out. At least maybe I'm mistaken, but Kodak like came out of prison, and then his hair was like that all of a sudden. I thought Kodak came. I'm wrong about Kodak. Okay, I'm gonna look. I'm gonna check out some. So no, I think when Kodak came out of prison, his hair was cut short. I know what it is. That's not the point. My point is that my understanding, when I saw Kodak come out of prison, he all of a sudden had long hair. I'm like, yo, no way he grew his hair out that quick. I'm about to find some proof of this, y'all.
What do you,
y'all not gonna be calling
tell me what you mean by like join? Like, are you talking about?
All right, let's take a look.
What would you consider joining?
I'm saying, like, do you mean join, like, because like to get in the game, you join the gang, like you get beat up or something like that?
How did you become a member of YSL?
My music got popping, and I became a known face in my neighborhood, and I started coming around and going to studios and stuff.
So was that how you became a part of the gang YSL, or that's how you became affiliated with the music of YSL?
I'm gonna say that's how I became affiliate of the music or YSL. But as far as joining a gang or something like that, I never like joined. We just all grew up together. There was no time to join or when I joined. We just all know each other from school and grew up together and stuff like that. But I mean, I came around like 2019 or 18, one of those years, when I came around as far as like officially being YSL.
How do you become officially YSL?
Just coming around more and rapping.
Is everyone that is affiliated with, and I'm talking specifically the gang YSL, rappers?
I'm about to. Oh, don't worry about it, y'all.
Some people.
I'm not.
But
I'm
not
not
everyone?
tripping off that. I'm about to back this up with
Some
real
people rap.
proof.
A lot of people rap, but everybody doesn't take it serious. Some people just rap just because they want to rap, because they want to follow the trend.
I definitely understand that, but I want to ask specifically, is everyone who's a part of YSL a gang?
All right. This is what I'm finding as of now. Y'all. Let me let this play. All right. This is what I'm finding as Kodak Black being released from prison in 2021. Okay. So he has short hair right here. Right? His hair is short. I'm gonna go back to Wooney Lee, and then I'm gonna come back to another video of Kodak Black soon after this, and his hair is like long, like way too long for him to have grown that in a few months. All right, so we got this video. We're gonna continue, and I'm gonna find the proof so that all of y'all who doubt my expertise can then say,
trying to rap,
apologize,
or rappers.
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is everyone who is a part of YSL the gang rapping or try to be rappers?
All right, let me see.
I don't know. I think so. Everybody try to rap.
Is there anyone in YSL the gang who's not trying to rap?
Yeah. You think?
Now I'm going to ask if you know a few people, okay? Do you know?
You know what? Y'all about to
Mark
apologize to me. I'm sorry. This is May 2nd, 2021. Now you trying to tell me that he has his hair this long after he came out of prison? He came out of prison like this, and you trying to tell me in 3-4 months he got like that? You trying to tell me he grew his hair like that from January to May? Nobody's hair grows that fast. It's impossible. It's impossible that Kodak Black hair grew from, let me see if I get a better angle. There's literally no human in the world whose hair grows from this to this in 4 months. Who wants to challenge me on this? Not shrinkage? Come on, please. Please. Y'all tripping. Shrinkage. You gonna stand on that? Y'all are tripping, man. Y'all said from January to May you could grow that much hair? Y'all tripping. All right. So basically, we aren't even living in the world. It's literally from January 2021. This video came out, says he was released from jail. So I'm just taking it for what it says. And supposedly, this is May 1st, 2021. Supposedly. All right. So this is the type of thing I'm like, you telling me you could grow from January to May? It's literally impossible. There's no human on earth whose hair grows that fast. Period. There's no human on earth. Don't give me shrinkage, please. All right. So anyway, I don't care. There's no human on earth whose hair grows that fast. I'm saying that this is hair extensions or something, or there's something went wrong. You have the dates wrong. Okay. Tell me how. This says May 1st, 2021. This says he was released from jail 2021 and it came out on January. This one says January 24. It was posted January 24. So if these are different dates, that just the dates here are wrong, then I'll fall back. But this says January 21st. It says he was released from jail in 2021. So presumably it had to be sometime during January. And this says his concert was in May. And this was uploaded May 2nd. So you basically saying from the end of January, so basically you grow your hair February, March, and April, and you grow your hair that much in 3 months? Impossible. It's impossible. Okay, so that's what led me to think, oh, some of these guys are using hair extensions. Okay, so don't get on me because some people do it. I'm calling out everybody who thinks people don't do it. These people are rappers. They're entertainers. They're not here to present you with a realistic image. They're here to entertain you. Okay, so there you have it. I just gave y'all the proof. All right, let's continue. I'm checking to see if Court is back yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
And how do you know
I
him?
just gave you the proof.
I didn't know his real name until this trial, but
what do you
how
mean
do I know him?
Okay.
Me and his little brother went to school together.
You're gonna
Me
be
and
like
his little
one of
brother was in the
people on
same
the jury,
class.
like,
And
I ain't seen
I
any
always
proof.
just knew he got a big
Let's
brother
hope there's
named
more
Quay.
people like you on the YSL jury. They'll go home.
I seen him
sure.
a couple times, stuff like that.
And is that what you called him, Quay?
Yeah, I think that's what his name used to be back then.
And you said you went to school with his little brother.
How are we
Do you
gonna
know how old
you saying
he
he
is?
reattached his own?
Quay, how
Yo,
old are
it
you?
is a hair extension. You saying reattach? Dude, if you didn't grow it, if it's not your hair growing out of your head, if you put your own hair back on your head, that's still an extension, in my opinion. What does that have to do with Kodak Black?
No.
Okay. Did you ever used to hang out with Quay?
When?
At
Okay.
any time?
Yes, but it's still a hair extension if you
Not growing up.
If you sew your own hair
he came
back
to the studio
on your
with me a
head.
couple times. That's it.
I'm calling it an extension.
We never hung out
If it's not
Side of
attached
the studio.
as a single strand, I'm calling that an extension.
When did you start seeing him around the studio? About, if we're in 2024, how long ago was that?
I don't know. I can't remember the exact date.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could just identify him by article of clothing he's wearing.
You said identify what?
Identify him by article of clothing he's wearing.
He next to the lawyer with the brown. I think he got on brown too.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Huey.
Yes, they reflect.
Do you know another individual by the name of Quamarvius Nichols?
Yeah.
Or another Quay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I don't agree with this because if you lose your hand and the doctor puts somebody else's hand on you, it's not a prosthetic either. Extensions are other people's hair. Okay, or it could be your own hair. It's not a single strand attached to your head. That's what I meant when I said extension. If it's the hair, you got people in India cut their hair and sell their hair for hair extensions all the time. That doesn't make it fake. There are synthetic extensions, but there's real hair extensions as well.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And how do you know, how long have you known Quay?
I knew him longer, I think, since I was a kid. We didn't hang though, but I just knew who he was. I was younger.
All right, so we're talking about his own hair, but I'm calling it an extension in the sense that it was previously detached from the head of a human, okay? It was previously not attached to a human's head. Now it is attached to a human's head. That doesn't make it a prosthetic, okay? I don't think you can have prosthetic hair. But y'all see what I mean? I don't know why y'all are arguing this point. I literally just showed y'all this. But maybe we just arguing over nothing. Maybe
I don't
just
know.
arguing over nothing. All right, I'll rest my case.
And do you have a friendship or relationship with him?
Not a strong bond, but we know each other.
All right, I'm overruled. I'll rest my case.
And do you see him here today?
No, actually. Oh yeah, I see him now.
And if you identify him as well.
I can't see what he got on. He just got a dreads up.
We have hours and hours until court. So there's nothing wrong with a little bit of hair debate. There's nothing wrong with that. This is not an argument. All right. We literally still have 2 hours and 20 minutes before court is back. We're scrutinizing things that don't need to be scrutinized, but it's all in good fun. It is all in good fun.
Yeah.
Or another Quay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And how do you know, how long have you known Quay?
I knew him longer, I think, since I was a kid. We didn't hang though, but I just know who he was. I was younger than him though.
And do you have a friendship or relationship with him?
Not a strong bond, but we know each other.
So
And do you see
he
him?
said YSL. All right, so y'all, let me get back. Oh, okay. I'll let it play. I'll let it play since y'all still.
No, actually. Oh yeah, I see him now.
Yeah, we'll let's roll that back a little
To
bit.
school with.
She did identify both of them as Quay.
Okay.
Now I'm going to ask if you know a few people, okay? Do you know Marquavius Huey?
Yeah.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I didn't know his real name until this trial, but how do I know him? Me and his little brother went to school together. Me and his little brother was in the same class. And I always just knew he got a big brother named Quay.
And is that, sorry.
And seen him a couple times, stuff like that.
And is that what you called him, Quay?
Yeah, I think that's what his name used to be back then.
Okay. And you said you went to school with his little brother. Do you know how old he is, Quay?
Quay, how old he is?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did you ever used to hang out with Quay?
When?
At any time?
Not growing up. He came to the studio with me a couple times. That's it. We never hung out outside of the studio.
When did you start seeing him around the studio? About, if we're in 2024, how long ago was that?
I don't know. I can't remember the exact date.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could just identify him by article of clothing he's wearing.
You said identify what?
Identify him by article of clothing he's wearing.
He next to the lawyer with the brown. I think he got on brown too.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Huey.
It'll say reflect.
Do you know another individual by the name of Quamarvius Nichols?
Yeah.
Or another Quay?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And how do you know, how long have you known Quay?
I knew him longer, I think, since I was a kid. We didn't hang though, but I just knew who he was. I was younger than him though.
And do you have a friendship or relationship with him?
Not a strong bond, but we know each other.
And do you see him here today?
No, actually. Oh yeah, I see him now.
And if you identify him as well.
I can't see what he got on. He just got a dreads up.
Okay.
In the air.
And all right.
Yeah, y'all. So what we've been doing, because we're waiting for court to allow the media in, if you just joined us, the media has not been allowed in court this morning at all. And we've been here since 8:30. So 4 hours and 15 minutes practically deep this morning. And we're watching a video about is YSL a gang. So we're just biding our time. Hopefully that the trial or the media will be allowed in sometime between now and 3 o'clock. So that's what we've been doing. We've had a lively discussion about whether or not YSL is a gang. We just had a lively discussion about hair, about African-American hair, or African hair. We have been talking about love. We've been talking about Hilton, uncovered a shocking amount of disdain for Hilton. And so we're biding our time. So we are live this morning. All of this is happening live, but the video that I'm playing right now is not live. Yes, this video is, I don't want to, why do people say old? Dang, Dream Girl, you kind of have to get that up off my screen before I get demonetized. This is not old. This is from Wednesday. Why do people think anything like from just a couple of days ago? But it is something that this is something from previously. That's correct. So yes, I know we've already, that ain't his hair. He got his okay. I'm not going, you're not getting me back in that one, y'all. You're not getting me back in that one. I am not going back in that one. All right. So I'm staying away from the hair extension thing because I got prosecuted by the community for my hair extension opinions. Let's see here. Yeah, we just chilling, y'all. Basically, we just chilling until we can get back. Hopefully, I've been keeping up with Mr. Dennis Byron. He is on live. The media is waiting in the media room at the moment. Miss Sylvia, I believe, is also in the media room. So we just been hanging out. So according to Shouty, some people consider YSL a gang and a difference with the registered in GA business YSL. Shouty has to say it's a gang because he has this agreement. He doesn't want to be another Monk Tonk. So Shouty really doesn't have an option if he wants to remain a free human to contradict the YSL as a gang narrative. I think it's kind of disingenuous to have these guys saying whether or not YSL is a gang, because gang in a legal term and gang as a street term don't necessarily line up all the time. So, I'm not really sure what that's all about. As reviewing his testimony, this might be a mistrial with prejudice. Quay was mentioned numerous times, and that hashtag is a big problem. Yeah, so that's what caused the whole trial to go off the rails on Wednesday. We don't know what's happening right now. That's one of the issues. Everybody is waiting to hear something. Thugger Daily, one of our main sources of information, looks like we haven't heard from Thugger today. Kathy Russin, I think, is on a flight. Miss Sylvia is in the court, but she is currently in like some kind of break room or something. It looks like, I'm not sure. So not a lot more information than that, y'all. Let's see. Yeah, this Quay thing, I think, was kind of a big deal, but Judge Whitaker expertly sidestepped it and said, we don't know which Quay this is talking about. Let's just give a limiting instruction saying it's neither of the Quays. The problem with that is that she doesn't know that it's neither of the Quays. And not only did she say she's trying to fix the prosecution's sloppiness, so that's one thing that I think is wrong. If she had only said that, I think that that in and of itself is a comment that could produce a mistrial. I don't know, but possibly. She also said she doesn't want this trial to be a waste of 10 to 12 months of people's time, which I think that comment in and of itself in context could also be a mistrial. But she also seemed to say, let's just tell the jury it's neither of these Quays, even if it might be. That too seems to me to, it doesn't seem like that's necessarily being honest with the jury. And therefore, that also could mean, a mistrial. Why the prosecution don't want to govern up even after they confessed? I don't know what you mean by that. You got to get jumped into the gang. Yeah. When we were growing up, there was only one way to get into a gang, and it was to get jumped in. I mean, that was the popular understanding over here on the East Coast anyway. I don't know. The gangs were on the West Coast, and I can say very clearly that we all knew there were no gangs on the East Coast when I was a kid, all the way up through my early 20s. And once we started hearing about the idea that there might be some Crips or Bloods over here on the East Coast, it was very strange. Like, what would they be doing over here? Why would they be here? That's a California thing. I remember an HBO special called Bangin' in Little Rock, where that was like a big thing where now these gangs have actually moved out of California and now they're in like middle America or whatever. Okay, so we still talking about hair. Y'all, I'm gonna leave the hair conversation alone because people got very upset about that. Even though I enjoyed it, but people got hair. I thought Thugger was a collective. So my understanding is one of the Thuggers is more of the Twitter people. I'm gonna say guy, and the other Thugger is more of the Spaces guy. I don't know how they might work together in the meantime. The Twitter Thugger has not tweeted anything, and the Spaces Thugger has not said anything today. So I don't know if there are more than just those two, but I did get a direct answer from Thugger because I asked that question. I did get a direct answer that apparently there are two of them, a Twitter guy and a Spaces guy. Isn't that lying to the jury? Y'all, I have thought long and hard about the term lying. And since we have time, and at the risk of some of y'all getting bored with me or whatever, I'm going to talk about 3 different types of lies. One type of lie is you are saying something you know is false. Like if I say, yeah, it's nighttime right now where I am, and I know it's daytime. That's a lie. So Judge Whitaker is not, if she's lying right there, Mr. Collins, it's not that kind of lie because she doesn't know which Quay is being referred to. So she's not saying something she knows is false. No. A second type of lie is where you kind of don't care what the truth is. It's just say something. So you kind of might accidentally be telling the truth, or you might be lying. You don't care. You just want to say something. That would be more like what Judge Whitaker is doing right here. She's kind of like, well, let's just tell them something. Whatever she tells them might by happenstance actually be the truth. She might say, let's just tell them it's neither one of these Quays. And you know what? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe just kind of by coincidence, she just saying kind of like, I don't care what the truth is. I'm going to just say it's neither one of these Quays. And then you rewind the tape. You go back to Shannon when he's typing free Quay. And wouldn't you know it, he's talking about a third Quay that's neither one of the guys in the court. It's still kind of like a lie because she didn't care to know what the truth was. So, Mr. Collins, I would say it's more along the lines of that. She doesn't know which Quay he's talking about, so she can't be lying from the perspective of, I know it's that Quay, let's tell him it's this one. Or I know it's that Quay, let's tell him it's neither one of these, neither this one nor that one. She doesn't know which Quay it is, so she can't be lying from I know the truth and I'm going to say something false. It's not that kind of lie. It would be more like a carelessness, like, I don't care what the truth is, let's just tell him this thing. So I don't know if you would call that a lie. Whatever it is, it doesn't seem ethical. It seems totally unethical to me to tell them it's neither one of these Quays when you don't know who Stillwell was talking about. I think it's unethical. So question, could Thug plead no contest to avoid civil litigation? We have had clients do this to avoid civil damages, but I'm in Wisconsin. Can you give more information about that, Lisa? Because Thug cannot avoid civil litigation regardless what his plea is or the outcome of this trial is. If I'm not mistaken, he can be sued regardless. I don't see how pleading no contest would prevent somebody from suing him. It just may be that kind of plea is a lesser bit of evidence than a guilty plea. But remember, and again, every state is different. Remember, OJ, he was actually found not guilty, which is even more evidence in his favor than a no contest plea, in my opinion. But he still was found liable or culpable civilly, and he was essentially bankrupt at that point. I mean, he had to spend the rest of his life, if I'm not mistaken, paying out to Ron Goldman's family. So I don't see why any plea would mean he couldn't be sued from Thug's perspective. I think he can be sued regardless, even if he's found not guilty. He can be sued. The standard for civil damages is lower than the standard for criminal. Criminal is beyond a reasonable doubt. So with criminal, in order to convict you, in order to say yes, I have to look at all my doubts, if I have any. Are any of my doubts reasonable? Yes. Then I have to say not guilty. I have to look at all my doubts. Well, he might have been on the moon when all of this was happening. I doubt it. I think he might have been on the moon. Then I ask myself, well, is it reasonable to think he was on the moon? No, that's not reasonable. Okay, then guilty. Because that's not reasonable. That's not a reasonable doubt. But if I have at least one doubt that is reasonable, I need to say not guilty. In criminal. In civil, it's a preponderance of the evidence. It's a lower standard to win in civil court. Preponderance of the evidence. What does that mean? 50% yes, he's responsible. Okay, well then we're going to give them the money. So you can get off on a criminal standard because there's a reasonable doubt, but you can still be on the hook from a civil perspective because the preponderance of the evidence goes against you. So somehow there's a gap between the preponderance of the evidence, which we say you did it, but we still have a reasonable doubt. Well, we couldn't get you criminally, but we can still get you civilly. It's not the same either, but hopefully you understand the point. So I don't know how any plea of any type would protect him. It might just not hurt him as badly, is the way I would understand it, Lisa. But if you have a different perspective, I'm certainly open to hearing that. Let's go through some more comments. Is that Lolitha? Being a gang is not a crime, only if you're committing a crime with another gang member. Okay, yes, that's what a lot of people were saying. Being in a gang is not a crime. I agree with that. The prosecutors have said that, but we still need to ask the question because that's a key central part of the prosecutor's case. It's like saying, were you driving a car that night? Were you driving a car that night? You know, the night that somebody did a drive-by shooting? Were you driving a car that night? We're not going to say driving a car is not a crime. Well, no, but there was a drive-by shooting that involved somebody driving a car. So we need to establish that that was you. So we don't really need to argue whether being in a gang is a crime or not, because we all know, including the prosecutors, have said being in a gang is not a crime. But part of the indictment is that a gang did something. So you have to establish that there is a gang. See, just like part of the indictment is that there was a drive-by shooting. So you have to establish that somebody was driving. Doesn't mean driving is a crime, but you need to establish the driving part to prove the drive-by shooting part. You have to establish the gang part in order to prove that the gang did something. You know why? Because if there is no gang, then the gang couldn't have done something. So it's not that we're criminalizing the gang. It's we're establishing or refuting, depending on what side you're on, the gang concept as it relates to YSL. Because if YSL is not a gang, it's going to be very difficult to prove that the YSL gang, which doesn't exist, did something. So that's why we're concerned with whether or not YSL is a gang. Not because simply being a member of YSL as a gang would mean you've done something illegal by being a member. That's not the point. Yeah, Banging in Little Rock was a classic, y'all. I'm way behind. Is the judge under oath? Are you saying, Solitude, and thank you for the $2 super chat. By the way, everybody, please do hit the like button. Y'all see that I'm up here, I'm talking, I'm hopefully getting on your nerves a little bit. That's good, you know. I want y'all to like me, but I want you to disagree with me a little bit. I have strong opinions sometimes, y'all. So do hit the like button, please. Solitude No Mercy says, is the judge under oath? When you say that, I would say the answer in the way you're asking it, I would say probably not. But you know, that's a good question. I feel like the oath is more for the witnesses than anybody else. So I would say no, probably not in the sense that you're asking. But is the judge required to speak truthfully? Yes. The judge, so under oath really comes to the idea of perjury. Like, we're really concerned with the idea of under oath more from you're supposed to tell the truth, and if you don't, you might perjure yourself, and you know there are penalties associated with that. Also, you know, if you're under probation and you have a deal and you know you're supposed to testify and blah blah blah. I don't know that the judge is under oath as in perjury for the trial that the judge is presiding over, but the judge is under a duty to tell the truth. Will the judge go to jail for not telling the truth, as in a sense of perjury? I don't think so. Not usually. But could the judge be recused or removed or sanctioned? Yes. Yes. So Patron says, yes, they are under the oath of office. Yes, that's why I'm trying to be more specific as to what kind of oath is Solitude referring to. And that's why I said, are they under oath in the same sense as a witness is? Okay. So remember, a witness can go to jail for telling a falsehood. The judge is not likely going to go to jail. So we are trying to be precise as to what the question is. Does that make sense? So the judge, so very good point, pointing out, Patron, the judge is under the oath of office, but that's more of an ethical oath as opposed to an oath that if you break it, you will be potentially put in jail. All right. So Chris, correct. Judges have sworn an oath, but I guess my question is to try to get to this question, to Solitude's question. What happens, everybody, if a judge breaks his or her oath in office? What if they just lie? because this all came from, I understand Solitude's question to be stemming from the Quay question. So I'm using that as the background context. What happens if Judge Whitaker is saying, we'll just tell the jury something? We'll just tell the jury something. And she is either lying about it or she doesn't care what the truth is, or she feels that giving this instruction is more important than giving a truthful instruction. Will she be put in jail? No, she won't. Who's going to put her in jail for it? So from that perspective, her oath of office is not the same as the oath of a witness who could be put in jail for lying to the court. Do y'all see what I'm saying? Hopefully y'all follow me. But could she be disciplined? Yes. Ready for court? Let's see. I'm going to check and see if we have any movement on that. Let's check and see if we have any movement on court. Nah, we don't have any movement, y'all. But hopefully y'all are enjoying the community and the camaraderie. Hopefully y'all are enjoying the camaraderie that we have today. YSL trial is still giving us a big nothing burger, but we have a great community. We're having a great conversation. So yes, the judge has an oath, but again, back to Solitude's question, my understanding is more like, do they have an oath to tell the truth? Yeah, of course they do, but I don't think they face the same penalty that a witness might face, which is going to jail. Yeah, y'all hit the like, please. Hit the like, hit the like. Hair Alchemist, good to see you. Hair Alchemist, when you going to become a member? When you going to become a member? I just need you to go ahead and join that membresía, por favor. I just need you to go ahead and hit that membresía. Do you think the pleas would be Alfred pleas? Oh, man. Probably if they could get it, but Papa Bear, I mean, the problem is even with an Alfred plea, you still have these conditions that we've seen that could cause you to testify against your friends, your co-conspirators, your fellow defendants, whatever we're going to call them. So, yeah, I mean, could they be? Maybe. I don't know which of these guys are going to get an Alfred plea, though, with some of these charges that they're facing. I mean, isn't SB, he's facing the M charge. Yak's facing an M. Lil Rod already has an M on him. Thug might be the only one who could reasonably get an Alfred, honestly. And if he got an Alfred, what, is he going to testify against the other people? You mansplaining now, it's a lie. I'm not sure. Are you talking about what Whitaker said? Are you talking about what Whitaker said? Okay, if you're talking about, first of all, don't say I'm mansplaining, because mansplaining is if I'm talking to a woman and I'm explaining things. I'm talking to a whole crowd of people, okay? Mansplaining would be if I'm talking about a concept and I'm trying to belittle a woman by talking down to her, which I'm not. But with that said, I am splaining. I will accept the splaining without the man, even though I am a man. So I guess on some level I'm mansplaining. Miss Atelian, Miss Atlian, Atalian, Miss Stan, Mrs. Stan. I'm gonna just call you Mrs. Stan. I want you to hear me very well. I think you're talking to me. If you weren't, forgive me, but I'm gonna say what I gotta say anyway. What I said is Whitaker is saying we could say it's neither one of these Quays. We can just stipulate to that. And what I said is nobody knows which Quay it was. Free Quay. Do you know which Quay that SB was talking about? Because if you don't know which Quay SB was talking about, and Whitaker doesn't know which Quay SB was talking about, if she says we could just say it's neither one of the Quays in the court, that might be the truth. It could be a third Quay. It could be a third Quay. So she might technically be right. because we don't know. There's a lot of Quays out there. These guys have talked about like 50 different Quays. SB could have been talking about any Quay in the world. So when Whitaker says, let's just stipulate to say it's neither one of these Quays, she seems to be showing a disregard for the truth, which is what I'm saying is wrong. But it could very well be true that it's neither one of the Quays in the courtroom. That's my point. So it's not, for you to say it's a lie, you're going to have to say you know which Quay SB was talking about when he said free Quay. So Miss, and again, if this wasn't at me, then I'm just ranting. Okay? But if you are coming at me with the mansplaining, it's a lie. Miss A.T. Stan, please let me know, Mrs. A.T. Stan. Let everybody know, because you and SB would be the only people in the world probably who do know. Which Quay was he talking about? Harvey, or was he talking about Nichols? Let us know. Okay, so you're saying she's lying because she doesn't know. But that is what I said. I said there's two types of lies. I said there's a lie where you do know you know the truth and you say the opposite or say something else. And there's a lie where you just don't care what the truth is. And I said she's doing the second type of lie. Because she doesn't know who he's talking about, her lie is, I don't care what the truth is. I literally that's what I said from the jump. I said there's three type of lies. I just didn't talk about the third type. I said there's three types. Then I talked about two of the three. I have both my fingers up, by the way, y'all. Just my camera doesn't pick it up all the time. So I said there's three types of lies, and I talked about two. One is I know the truth, and I said something different. And two is I don't care what the truth is. I'm just going to say something. In that sense, sometimes what you just say, even though you don't care what the truth is, sometimes what you say just happens to, by just circumstance, it does line up with the truth. But we can say it's a lie because you didn't care. You just said something, and it just coincidentally was the truth. But you weren't trying to be truthful. You were just trying to get your agenda across. So we can put that in the category of a lie. That's the category of lie that Whitaker was saying. Because she doesn't know. She might be right that it's neither one of the Quays in the courtroom. She might be wrong. Nobody knows but SB, and he probably even forgot at this point which Quay he was talking about back then. So that's my point, but I certainly did not say that she wasn't lying. In fact, I said she was doing what I called the second type of lie. Okay, so let's just, yes, I agree she can't do that. This is why I said sometimes while I'm talking, people misunderstand me. So this is my challenge to continue to communicate in a more and more clear fashion. I said from the jump that she shouldn't do that. I said it was wrong. And I even said it's a grounds for a mistrial, in my opinion. I said I think this is a grounds for a mistrial. I said I think all three things that she said are grounds for a mistrial. I think saying I'm trying to fix the prosecution's sloppiness is grounds for mistrial. I said I think when she said that she's trying to make it such people don't lose out or have, wasted 10 to 12 months of their time, I feel like that's grounds for mistrial. And I feel like when she didn't care who the real Quay was, she's just said, let's just make a stipulation to get rid of this issue and not seek the truth. I think that was grounds for a mistrial. So I said that from the jump. If it wasn't clear, hopefully it's clear now. Because she could have easily said, let's have a hearing with Shannon. Maybe at this point, this wouldn't have been appropriate, but I imagine she could have said, let's have a hearing with Shannon. I want to question Shannon about which Quay he was talking about, and I want to try to judge on my own, from my own judgment if I believe him. Right? She could have tried to get to the truth of the matter, but she didn't even try. She didn't even care about that. So I called that a lie, not because necessarily whatever she wanted to say was incorrect, because it could have been correct, but there's no way for her to know because she didn't investigate. Okay. You call me mansplaining though. That's a derogatory. You hurt my pillins. Okay? Don't hurt my pillins like that. Have we returned for court? Y'all, we've been here since 8:30. We here practically 5 hours. And we just rocking, y'all. We just rocking. We have 3 o'clock is the ETA. Nobody knows what's going on. Nobody knows what's happening. People are speculating that there are plea negotiations happening right now. We talked extensively about plea negotiations. And we talked about the difficulties of the plea negotiations as it relates to there being 6 different defendants. And presumably, if they don't all plea, then the ones that do plea may have as part of their plea that they have to testify against the other ones who didn't plea. We don't know that that's going to happen, but that's what seems to have happened in the past. Hair Alchemist, thank you for the $1.99. Here's what Hair Alchemist, I thank you for the $1.99. Everybody who sends a super chat, everybody who gifts memberships like Mr. Carl Dorsey did earlier, 60 memberships. I am very grateful, but Hair Alchemist, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't quite know what you're saying here. Here's what I can though. Send me another message so I can get it right. He said she cannot do it. I think I'm lost in the sauce a little bit, y'all. I'm not quite sure what y'all are talking about, but let's go back. Law and Crime said they seem to be trying to end this trial with pleas, not wanting it to be filmed. I don't think plea deals are filmed typically. I don't think plea deals are normally filmed, so I'm not surprised about that. I'm not surprised. And I do think the plea, we've seen some plea acceptance, some plea I am in agreements, like Monk Tunk, we've seen that film, but have we seen the negotiations filmed? I don't know. I've never seen that. What a weird start time. Gonna guess a mistrial. I don't know that that's an official start time. I think that's more of a placeholder time that Law and Trial put there, in order to have something on the schedule for now. I don't know for sure if I would say it's official. Don't stress yourself with us. Your baby girl will run all over you because you're tired from dealing with us. She will be spoiled. Are you talking about me? Or are you talking to somebody else? So sometimes I don't even know who you're talking to. But if you're talking to me, I have 2 baby girls. They're both what I would consider spoiled. Yesterday, we went out for Halloween. Y'all know what gets on my nerves, if I can rant a little bit. I do something nice for my kids. I take them somewhere. It doesn't matter where I take them. It could be somewhere they wanted to go for a year. I guarantee you they're going to get there, and now they see something that they want while they're there. And now if I don't buy the thing that they want while they're there, they're going to have a messed up face for the rest of the time. And it's like, so it's not enough that I finally took you where you wanted to go. Now I have to also buy you everything at that place that you say you want, or else we might as well not even have come because you're going to have a sour face for the rest of the day. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. I consider that mistreatment of parents. You know what I'm saying? I think that's mistreatment of parents. So I take them trick-or-treating. I already said, look, here's the credit card, gave it to their mom. Go buy them whatever costume they want. My daughter's like, I want fake blood, Dad. Can we get it on Amazon? So I go on Amazon, buy her the fake blood. And then when we get out trick-or-treating, she's like, I want a boba. And I'm like, no, we're not going to get a boba right now. Facebook. I'm like, okay, so I can literally do everything you want until the moment you say you want a boba. And if I don't buy it at that very moment, the whole day is ruined. That's not fair. So I did go ahead and buy them the boba. It's not right. It's not right, but that's what it's like to be, especially a girl dad. Oh my gosh. Girl dads, you You might as well just hand them the checkbook, y'all, because they're gonna spend your money. All right, y'all. So my kids, my two daughters are my kids. They spoil Roger. You know, my one of my daughters said she didn't want kids. So one thing with my daughters, y'all, I stayed away from talking about when you have kids and when you get married. I stayed away from that for a long time. Now I'm starting to introduce it a little bit. I didn't want them to feel like I'm requiring that of them. You know, I wanted them to be kids. I didn't want them thinking about that kind of stuff. But now I'm starting to talk about that a little bit. And one of my daughters like, oh, I'm not going to have any kids. I'm just going to have my dogs. And I'm like, okay, we'll see about that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. You know, I don't want them to feel pressured by me to have kids or whatever. Have two girls, so do I, 10 and 11. Yes, 2 hours you spend. Oh my gosh. Y'all, I'm gonna say this one last thing, and then I'm going back to YSL, okay? Because I know some people get antsy when we get off topic. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. You can't buy anything. Nothing costs. Like I was telling my kids, they were like, Dad, when you were my age, how much did this cost? And I was like, I don't remember how much. How much was a chicken? They asked me how much was a chicken. I was like, I don't know. But I was like, when I was 10 and 11, a soda cost 25 cents. I was like, you go to the soda machine with a quarter, you put it in, it give you a can of soda. Oh my gosh, for real? We would just buy everything. I'm like, now stuff costs a lot of money nowadays, y'all. Stuff costs a lot of money nowadays. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna get back on track. Y'all. But yeah, I definitely do think, 16 and 11. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Let's get back on track. I love having girls though. People say, don't you want a son? I mean, if God gives me a son, I'm gonna love him and I'm gonna be happy. But I don't feel like I'm missing a boy. People always say that. Don't you feel like you're missing a boy? I don't feel like that. I love having daughters. I absolutely love it. It is the best. Having daughters is so excellent. Yeah. My wife just found some UGG boots, probably $5 at the Goodwill or whatever. She likes going there. She just got my daughter some Uggs for like $5 or whatever she paid. Sodas were a nickel. Wendell, so you taking it back even further than me. These kids don't know nothing about the penny candy store. 10 cents for a bottle of Pepsi. Okay, so we got people from my generation and before. Yeah, yup. Gas used to be under $1. I definitely remember that. Yeah, kids are definitely a blessing. I love being a dad. I just freaking love it. It's one of the best things ever. But we make way more now. Yeah, we do make more now, but how about this? When I first started working, the federal minimum wage, and I'm not trying to go into a minimum wage conversation, but the federal minimum wage was $4.25 in 1994 or 95, whatever it was. I think it was $4.25. The federal minimum wage is $4 and change. It might have been 10 cents, 25 cents, 50 cents, whatever it was. The federal minimum wage now is $7.25. Now, again, I'm not going to start talking about why we need to raise the minimum wage, but that wasn't that big. That's not that big of a jump if you're talking about practically 30 years. Over 30 years, the minimum wage has not even doubled. Everything is doubled in price over 30 years. Okay. Oh, we got the weed prices. Weed was $1.7. So what does weed cost now for an ounce? I have no idea. I have no clue. Woolworth, hold up. Woolworth, penny candy. I remember Woolworth. Oh man. It's about the name. I have 2G. Sorry, y'all. I'm not the best at reading some of the abbreviations. Hopefully, giving you grandbabies and your son carrying it. Yeah, I guess 2 grandbabies. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think there's something to say about that, about your son carrying the name. I definitely think there's something about your son carrying the name. $3.35, was that the minimum wage? Yeah, so the minimum wage has barely doubled in 40 years practically, y'all. That's crazy. $7.25. That's, again, I don't know who's making the minimum wage, so I don't want to go off into a minimum wage conversation, but yeah, the states have had to raise it. The states have had to raise. Again, I have my own opinion about the minimum wage, that an opinion y'all probably would not like. So I'm not going to go off into that and cause a whole nother debate. But yeah, minimum wage has barely risen over all of these years. All right, y'all, let's see where we stand on the trial here. Dennis Byron has not updated anything. I think our boy Thugger Daily has not said anything. Thugger has, first day I haven't seen anything from Thugger. I think Kathy Russin is on a flight right now. I think infamous Sylvia, who's in court. Let's take a look at her. But y'all know what? Once you start raising that minimum wage, prices go up. Or maybe you could say prices go up, so you need to raise the minimum wage. Because, like, you could barely even buy something at McDonald's, a meal, unless you're talking about a kid's meal. You're looking at $11, $12 for a regular meal at McDonald's or Wendy's nowadays. You're talking about $11 or $12 for. Am I scared of inflation? See, Andre, that's not fair, man. I didn't say anything about scared. I'm just talking about the way things are. I mean, shoot, prices have been going up. Yeah, Whopper at $3. I remember being down to my last $2 at McDonald's and buying like a 2 for $2, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to double check this. This would have been 1999 McDonald's 2 for $2. Is that right? I hope that's right. I hope that's right. I believe it was a 2 for $2. Let me see. Okay. Something like this, y'all. Now, what you talking about? I can't tell you the exact year this was, and I can't tell you that this isn't fake, okay? But these are the kind of prices I remember. You get you a Big Mac meal with the Big Mac, the fry, the drink, $3. You get you a quarter pounder with cheese meal with the quarter pounder, with the fry, with the drink, 3 bones. Same with the McChicken, the 2 cheese. The 2 cheeseburger meal was like a cheat code if you was with somebody else, because both of you could get 1 cheeseburger. So that was a cheat code. You could each get 1 cheeseburger. So that was like a cheat code. So it's like, okay, you get a cheeseburger, I get a cheeseburger. I would just slap my fries on my cheeseburger, like open it up, boop, 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 slap some fries on it, close it up. Now it's like a little bit more substantial. Have a couple of fries left over on the side to eat the fries, but also got fries on the cheeseburger, right? 3 bones. 2 of us just ate for 3 bones. We're going to have to share the drink. Could you give us an extra cup with that, please? We just ate for $3. Okay? So you're talking about $3. So think about it. My minimum wage was $4.25. I just got $4.25. We just both ate for $3. I got $1 and change left over where I could put at least a gallon of gas in my car to get us home from wherever we are. And I'm good. That was $4.25. That was my minimum wage. Now my $7.25 minimum wage wouldn't even buy me the meal. I couldn't even buy the meal with today's minimum wage. much less a gallon of gas to get us home. I couldn't even buy the meal with today's minimum wage because this right here would be like $10. A gallon of gas would be another $3. I would need practice to work for almost 2 hours to buy what 1 hour. So basically, my money just got cut in half. I would have to work for 2 hours today to buy what I could have bought working 1 hour before. So my money was just cut in half. Y'all see what I'm saying? That's minimum wage, by the way. Nobody should be working for minimum wage. But I would have to work for 2 hours at today's minimum wage to buy what 1 hour would have made me when I was a teen just starting to work. My money just got cut in half. That's it. Like that. There's the proof. There's the proof, y'all. All right. Yeah. Let's see. I miss those days. That's when life was fair. If I eat, you eat. Now many selfish and will not give you a fry. Yeah, with this 2 cheeseburger meal, you could break it. You could divvy it up. What's the point of raising wages as soon as they raise wages? Everything else went up. I'd rather keep prices down and keep jobs humanized instead of employers trying to cut labor costs by replacing us. Yeah, so that's why I said I'm not going to get off into my opinion of minimum wage. I'm using it as a marker. But I'm certainly not telling you what my opinion on it is. That's for a different conversation. He's tweaking. Nobody but kids work for that. Again, McDonald's paid you 16 and 17. I'm not tweaking food. I never said anybody's working for that. In fact, I said most jobs don't pay that nowadays. I know that most jobs don't pay that nowadays. Okay? My point is not that the jobs pay minimum wage. My point is that is what the minimum wage is. See the difference? See how when I say something, it's sometimes difficult for people to just literally accept what I say? They like put more into what I say than what I actually said. What I said is that's what the minimum wage is. And if you work for it, that's what would happen. Of course, nobody works for that. All right, y'all. We need to get the trial back, y'all. We're starting to turn on each other. We're starting to turn on each other. We need a Miss Love to accept all of the negative energy from the chat. We don't have Miss Love, and now we're starting to send it toward one another. Come on. Let's get back on the same team here, y'all.
Is he towards the back of the room, the front of the room, or somewhere else?
Let me play some Hilton so y'all can direct the negative energy towards her.
Is he sitting in between anyone?
Yeah, I think his lawyer.
You're right. Let the record reflect that he's identified.
It's really not. That could be a couple of different people.
There's 2 lawyers right there. He right there, and there's a lady next to him on the left side of him.
Right now, let the record reflect.
All right. It'll say reflect.
$10.
Do you know someone named Shannon?
Yes.
And do you call him Shannon?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you call him anything else or just Shannon?
I think I just say Shannon. I don't know.
How long have you known Shannon?
I don't remember. I don't remember when I met him.
Is it longer than you've known Quay, the 2 Quays?
No.
Shorter than that?
Yeah.
And what is your relationship like, if any, with him?
Now?
Let's talk about before now.
Oh, we were cool.
All right, this is the first F up. This is the first F up. I think I'm going to end this video before the second one, so I'll put that on after. First F up, y'all. Y'all notice that this could have been a mistrial motion, and the defense did not even call it out. Probably because the last time they went after a mistrial for a person who's a convicted felon, who's on the indictment for possession of a gun as a convicted felon, it didn't work out for them. So they just left it alone.
Are you still cool now?
I don't know him right now. He's been locked up for a couple of years. But
he must have seen her face. Watch his face.
Shorter than that.
Yeah.
Watch his face, y'all.
And what is your relationship like, if any, with him?
Now?
Let's talk about before now.
Oh, we were cool.
Are you still cool now?
I don't know him right now. He's been locked up for a couple of years.
She said, dang, I paused it right on the right moment, even without trying. He's like, huh? You can hear her say, hey. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's how he knew.
Oh, say that?
Disregard that.
Can I ask y'all a question? Wasn't this a moment for a limiting, a stipulation limiting instruction? It would be, y'all, I'm getting all my terms mixed up. Wouldn't this be a moment for a, man, what was that word, y'all? Oh, man, it's slipping my mind. Where the judge says disregard that? Because even though this might not be a mistrial, moment, this would be a moment for the, curative. Thank you. I keep forgetting. I don't know why I keep forgetting that one. Wouldn't this be a moment for a curative instruction, even though it might not be a moment for mistrial due to what happened with Detective Dennis and they didn't get it? Did she say it? Okay. All right. We'll see if she says it.
And just listen to the question that I asked you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you know someone by the name of Yak?
Yes.
How long?
I got a question.
Do you talk to your lawyer?
No, I'm just trying to see. I ain't supposed to say that or something.
Don't worry about it. Just move on to the next question.
All right.
How long have you known Yak?
I don't remember when I met him. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Is it longer than you know any of these other people? The first three people I asked you about.
Not longer than I knew the Quays.
Okay.
I knew them when I was younger.
Okay.
I probably met Yak when I was about 18, 19, 18. When I started rapping seriously.
Next, Jeffrey Williams. How long have you known Mr. Williams?
Like the same thing as Yak.
Okay. And then Rodalius Ryan.
I've known him since a kid.
Are you older or younger than him?
Older.
Do you know how much older you are?
Not exactly. A couple of years though.
And do you have a nickname for him?
I can't hear you.
Do you have a nickname for him?
A nickname that I have for him?
Do you call him something?
Oh, Leroy.
What is your relationship like with, just generally, what is your relationship like? Good, bad, indifferent? What is your relationship like with Little Rod?
Right now?
Just period.
Oh, good relationship.
So there you have it. Okay. So that was the end of that. But that was the end of the video from yesterday because we weren't concerned with what happened after that yesterday. But I am going to go to the previous video so we can continue to watch what happened.
What does no slime left behind mean?
He was on the stand for quite some time.
I don't even know how I know him.
And does he have a nickname?
D.
So this one had the chat on it.
Do you have any tattoos, Mr.
Just bear with me.
Yes.
And specifically, I want to ask, do you have any tattoos with the wording Rudy?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Rudy?
My little brother.
Is he your biological little brother or someone you call your little brother?
I just call him my little brother.
And your tattoo with Rudy, what, if anything, does it say?
Long live Rudy.
On live, Rudy.
Long live.
And within the Cleveland Avenue area, do some people call themselves the Rudy Gang?
You said there's some people who call themselves that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, 1.8 thousand votes. So practically, say 1,800 votes. About 2/3 of the people think that the plea deals will not turn the defendants against Thug. About 1/3 of the respondents think that they'll take a deal even if they have to throw Thug under the bus. So again, 2 out of 3 people say they won't throw Thug under the bus. 1 out of 3 say they're going to throw him under the bus if they have to. So there's the end of the poll. Pretty much very good response. Number of response. Thank y'all. Don't forget to hit the like button. And what is going on with this guy, yo? Is this guy nervous? Again, I just paused this at any random moment because I just ended the poll. Is he nervous or is he trying to hide? We have any body language people here, like real body language people, or amateur body language people, or amateur? He's cold. Yeah, that's possible. That's possible that he's cold. I can see that. I can see that. Think his ears are cold, maybe? Yeah, okay. I can see that. All right. Well, I'm not going to ask anymore because that's quite possible. Trying to hide his tattoos? That's also possible because she is asking about tattoos. I thought it was like he was trying to hide. I mean, obviously he can't hide, but like a kind of an involuntary, I won't call it a reflex, but like an involuntary movement, like he's trying to hide. He's trying to help his friends. I agree with that. I would say he's trying not to hurt his friends, but yes, he's trying to help by not hurting. I agree with that. He's taking directions from his lawyer. His lawyer like turtle up. His lawyer might be like, yo, hide. Get rid of yourself. All my street people stand up. His attitude switched when she asked about Rudy. Oh, y'all think maybe she triggered him? Think he might have got triggered, Papa Bear? That's another. See, this is why I'm asking the people because I have my own way of seeing it. But some people like, he's just cold. Well, they didn't say he's just cold, but he's cold. Some people like Papa Bear, you say, it seems like you're saying maybe she triggered him by asking about Rudy and she just threw him off of whatever his game plan was. Like he might, oh man, now we're talking about Rudy. Somebody else like he got tats all over here. Now he's just, maybe involuntarily kind of like, oh shoot, cover him up. All very good, very good. Why would anyone take a plea deal at this stage of the trial? They have more of a chance of going to jail from breaking the plea deal compared to being found guilty. I think they're going to be under the advice of their lawyers. So their lawyers are going to give them, whatever advice they see. Let me say this, y'all. Let me ask y'all this. Listen very closely. Max Shark has said he thinks they're winning the case. Weinstein has said he thinks they're winning the case. And both of their clients, if I'm not mistaken, are facing unaliving charges. I know y'all don't like that term unaliving, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway sometimes. Every once in a while. Do y'all think if the attorneys have said they think they're winning the case, wouldn't it seem like they're less likely if they continue to feel that way? Because that was a point in time. I mean, it doesn't mean they necessarily feel that way now. But if they continue to feel that way, doesn't it seem less likely that they would recommend a plea deal? So I'm gonna keep it going. But this guy, y'all, give me some feedback on that in the chat. But let's keep going with My man look like he trying to hide. I mean, that's just what I say. Yeah, he's fidgeting. Yeah, he's being exposed. Yeah, they're talking about the neck tat. So maybe hiding the tat and even hiding from the heat, if you know what I'm saying. He's young. He's trying to be cute. Haven't thought about that one, but possibly. Having that hoodie in 1,000-degree weather like that, teens say it all. Well, everybody says it's really cold in that courtroom. Smashing. They let him have it online. Told you his image would be over. Oh, where did you see that? Did you see that on Instagram? Where? Let's keep listening to him, y'all.
It's not really a game though.
What's the significance? Tell the jury about a Rudy gang.
His family made that for him. They just showing that they for him. Like they doing it for him. I don't know. They just say a game.
Okay. Now, do you have social media?
Yeah.
And specifically, do you have Instagram?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. What is your IG handle?
Slime Light Shopping.
How long have you had that Instagram handle?
I don't remember.
Okay.
When I made it, I don't know.
We're in 2024. Did you have it last year?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a better question. From the time you got into the music industry in 2018, have you had that Instagram handle?
Yeah.
What is your primary purpose of using Instagram?
My primary purpose is just social media. I think I would have had an Instagram whether I rap or not. So it was just social media.
And have you used IG to post photos?
Yes.
Have you used IG to direct message people?
Yes.
Have you been in group chats on IG?
Yes.
Right. Have you been in group chats or had DMs on IG with Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
What was his Instagram name?
What is his Instagram name?
Mm-hmm.
Jeff. I don't know. What's his Instagram name now? You said what was it then?
Yeah. When you were communicating with him using your IG, what?
I think it's the same. Thugger.
Is it Thugger or something else?
I think it's Thugger. I think that's his Instagram name right now.
Have you ever used the handle Thugger1?
I think. You said, have I ever used it?
Have you ever messaged him using that handle Thugger1?
Yeah, I think so.
Trontavious Stevens or Tick, did you ever IG him? Or excuse me, direct messages him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Do you recall what his Instagram handle was?
I don't remember by heart.
Have you ever heard of the handle _1slug?
Yeah, that probably was it.
Okay. Christian McMiller, did you ever direct message him on Instagram?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Have you ever direct message the Instagram OE5 or O5E and Drive Slim?
Ocean Drive Slim?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Was that Christian McMiller?
Yeah.
All right. Darius Ford, did you ever IG or direct message him on Instagram?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And was his Instagram at real1_FR?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about Demikion Garlington? Did you ever direct message him on Instagram?
From what I've seen in the indictment, yeah. But I don't remember his Instagram though.
Okay. And then Shannon Still, have you ever Instagram him or direct message him on Instagram? Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall sending here what his Instagram handle was?
Not by heart.
Okay. Have you ever IG'd him on an Instagram handle OG.BOOL?
Yeah, I think so.
Today, have you had the opportunity to look through or look at some of your Instagram records in preparation for your testimony today.
Yeah.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Oh, no, Mr. Sharp.
I can't see my phone when I put this background on, but I'm looking, just double checked on my phone. Still nothing. Still no court. Countdown till 3 happening right now, till 3 p.m., which is an hour and change. Yeah, he's probably cold. He is rubbing his hands together. Yeah, shout out Steven. Sorry to hear about your challenges, buddy. There's a lot going on out there right now, man. I mean, I know people are.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 31NN, 31NNA, 30NN, 30NNA, 32NN, 32NNA, 33NN, 33NNA, 34NN, 34NNA, and 35NNA. Are these the items that we went over today?
Yeah, you showed me that.
Okay. And were they the items associated with your Instagram account, slimelife.shawty?
Yeah, from what these papers say.
Okay. And you're on this time say what I did tender, Stacey did with 30 NN to 35 NNA, 30 NN and 30 NNA through 35 NN and 35 NNA into evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
You may.
Yeah, I was looking at what you sent me, Andre. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, man. Again, this is not the snitch channel. This is not the channel you're gonna come to get information on who's a rat, who's not, blah blah blah. So I'm not. Yeah. So Wendell, you were just talking about that. I'm certainly not the guy to go to hear about this. But what I will say is this. Y'all know, this is what I'll say about snitching. I'm not going to talk about who's a snitch and who isn't, but I always understood snitch to be like you do a crime with somebody, then you tell on them. Then it was expanded in my consciousness, and this might have always been the situation, but then it was expanded in my consciousness. And this is just within the last several years. So I'm definitely not on the street, never been a street cat, but then I understood it to be if you live that life and you even talk to the police, you kind of like a snitch. Like if you just talk to them about anything. I will say this, y'all. It's tough. I don't care if you even enemies with somebody. I don't even care if you an enemy, if you at war and you have an enemy country that you're fighting. If one of their own is telling on them, it doesn't look good. It helps law enforcement. It helps us put criminals away. It helps the streets be safer, maybe, all of that stuff, but it doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good. And I'm not trying to use the word snitch or anything. It just, it doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the prosecution goes and make the witness look bad. I don't know. Because they have gone at their own witnesses. They have impeached their own witnesses. They have made fools essentially of their own witnesses. That's why Woody was such a hit, I think, because Woody was like, you can't make me look like a fool because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a liar. Like, you can't, like, I don't have a reputation to uphold with anybody. I think that was part of the reason Woody was such a hit. Not the only reason, but one of them. But nah, this doesn't look good, y'all. And I'm all for safe streets. I'm all for safe streets. But there's something humiliating and emasculating. It's something humiliating and emasculating when you get up in front of the world and talk and tell on your friends. I mean, it just is what it is. And again, I'm not going at this guy. I'm just saying my impression of watching it, it just, you know what I'm saying? As a man, it just doesn't feel right. And the reality streets is a myth. Every man look out for himself. I agree with that, Andre, but I'm more talking about, think about it like this. Let's take the streets out of it. You and your boy go out, y'all both married, y'all go out, you go on vacation, y'all hook up with a couple of women out there or whatever. You get home, your boy start getting jammed up, and in order to try to get himself off, he talk about what you did. So it's not even criminal. We just take the criminal stuff out of it. Should you have done what you did? No. Did you do wrong? Yes. But when your boy start throwing you under the bus to try to get himself off, it's like, wow, what I got to do with this? It's like, what I got to do with this? Why you bringing me into it? You know what I'm saying? So you could take it totally out of the criminal and the street world. This is that example I just gave has nothing to do with the street. This is just regular guys. This is just bro code. If we went out and we did something, you know what I'm saying, and then you getting hemmed up, totally something legal, but let's say that we shouldn't have done. You getting hemmed up. We were at work. The supervisor said, all right, while I'm about to run out to the meeting, make sure y'all stay in here. Nobody go outside. As soon as the supervisor leave, everybody go out for a smoke break. Supervisor come back and realize one person was on a smoke break, and they say, well, we all took a smoke break. It's like, whoa, you would never trust that person again. You would never trust that person again. Not the same. Because it'd be like, yo, you got hemmed up. Why are you trying to hem me up? You know what I'm saying? Why are you trying to hem me up? Just take, you know what I'm saying? You take that. I don't know why you trying to put me in it. It doesn't have to be street stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, would you go to prison for 30 years for a friend who might walk free? Did I do a crime, Peter? And did my friend tell on me? Would I go to prison for my friend? In other words, my friend did the crime and I'm about to take the charge? No. Not happening. But if we did a crime together and they just caught me and they didn't catch my friend, am I going to say, oh, but my friend was there too? Why would I do that? And this is not street code. This is just regular bro code stuff, I think. This is just regular bro code. This is not street. This is not street. What I'm talking about right now has nothing to do with the streets. It's just regular bro code. A snitch is someone who tells on people, like calling the tip number. At a rat is someone who does something that gets you caught. Okay, so a snitch is like calling the tip line. So I don't see. I think there has to be a place in the community to tell when to inform the police when people are threatening people's lives and stuff. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, maybe people disagree with that, but again, I'm going to speak on the way I see it. If people are making your community unsafe and you have information about that, what are you supposed to, like, go out there and handle it yourself? You know, form an army. That's just not the world we live in. You don't just you're gonna mount up, grab your AKs and go run them off the block. I mean, that in and of itself is a crime. So you now have become a criminal. If it were legal to do, I might have a different approach. So I ain't doing any crimes to put myself in this position. I tell people, don't tell me stuff. I do too. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. And if they start telling me, I'm like, don't finish. I don't even want to know. A snitch is a rat, no difference. So I can see the difference that I think Stephen was making, where one person is involved in the crime and they tell on other people. That's like a rat. A snitch is somebody who knows about crime and then they tell on people. I can see that difference. And I do think there is a difference. But you got to keep your community safe. A rat, somebody who's trying to save their own hide by throwing other people under the bus, they're not trying to keep the community safe. I'm not going to fault anybody for telling the authorities about criminal activity that's putting the community in danger to try to keep the community safe. I'm not going to fault that person. The person who's involved in crimes and then tries to get out get themselves out of danger by throwing out everybody else under the bus, that doesn't sound respectable to me. You know what I'm saying? But a person who sees a shooting and calls the police, if they're not involved and they're not a criminal, what, we going to tell people don't call the police? Don't. I mean, come on. We have to live in this world too. A snitch tells on a stranger, a rat screw. Yeah, that's what Stephen was saying. I don't think we should call somebody a snitch for trying to keep their community safe, y'all. Now, there's overboard where you see a group of people and you're like, they must be up to no good. I'm calling the cops. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of thing. I can't condone that. I can't condone that. Do I think Woody outsmarted the courtroom? If we're talking about the consequence, the outcome of what he did, yes. Woody was part of this Rico and didn't even get charged. Woody was part of this Rico and didn't even get charged, Isaac. And probably made $1 million. Again, I don't know about his pockets. So don't come at me with the real numbers and all that stuff, but he's been showing off his money. So I don't think it's out of pocket for me to talk about it because he shows it off at every moment, at every opportunity he gets. He's made a lot of money. So yes, he if we don't use the word outsmarted, he got the better of this process, 100%. Civilians are not snitches or rats, period. I think for a person who we call a civilian to be called a snitch, you'd have to be doing too much. You'd have to be, again, calling the cops on people just because you're suspicious of, their clothing and, or that wouldn't even be a snitch, but it's more along the lines of it. Y'all, I've seen people like, you go on the internet, you say, oh man, look right here. This is what they said on their social media. And that lined up with this, that, and people are like, yo, you snitching, you dry snitching. So this is all public knowledge. You know what I'm saying? You might be helping the cops too. I don't think the cops catch everything. And I definitely think they look at what people, internet sleuths, do. I'm not an internet sleuth, but I'm also not a person out here trying to commit crimes either. So, yeah, I definitely think internet sleuths help the cops. I don't think they want to. I don't think that's their goal. I don't think they're trying to, but I think people are right. Yeah, you are helping the cops. I mean, I think they're helping the cops. I really do. But I don't think they're doing it on purpose. I don't think that's the goal. What if a good cop snitches on a bad cop? I think that's their duty, Frank. I think it's the duty of a good cop to turn in bad cops. Yeah, a Karen. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Karen, Hair Alchemist. Is it wrong for the prosecutors to use rap lyrics against a rap artist? So we had a big conversation about this the other day, maybe last week, and I said I think rap lyrics and expression can be used, and I agree with them being used if the prosecutor is ethical in the way they do it. And so the problem is people do not trust the prosecutors to be ethical. And from what I've seen in this trial, people have a good reason not to trust the prosecutor. So the problem is, if your prosecutor is ethical and they make a good faith effort to try to use the lyrics, I don't see a problem with it. Or any kind of artistic expression. Like Isaac, what I said is, art is art. So imagine somebody is found bludgeoned to death on an artist's bedroom. There's a person found bludgeoned to death on the floor. And when you're looking at the artist's room, you find a painting of the person who's bludgeoned to death on their floor. If you are a prosecutor and you want to put that person on trial for bludgeoning the person to death, wouldn't you say, look, they even painted a painting about it? Of course you would. Of course you would. Now, does the fact that they painted the painting mean that they did the bludgeoning? No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that at all. They might have found that person like that. It could be a coincidence, which is kind of far-fetched. I mean, it's not likely, but my point is, it doesn't necessarily mean they did the crime. But if you're a prosecutor and you're trying to paint a picture, for lack of no pun intended, you're trying to paint a picture, you're going to use the painted picture to say, this is evidence that this person did this thing. Again, somebody else might have done the crime. This painter might have just painted it after the fact. This painter might have painted it before the fact. Somebody knew about the painting and they're like, oh, I'm going to recreate that. And they made the same thing happen in real life that they saw in the painting, like a crazy person. These are all the kinds of things that the painter could argue in court. But of course, the prosecutor is going to try to introduce the painting. And I think they should be able to introduce it. But of course, the defendant should be able to defend him or herself against it. What time is court? We are looking right now at 3 o'clock, Valley. We're looking at 3 o'clock. I am looking on my phone. We have not had court today, Valley. We have 52 minutes before we expect the court to start. So we're just rumbling and mumbling about different things. Okay. Court, we're expecting at 3 o'clock. So Isaac, yes, I definitely think lyrics should be able to come in. But the problem is when you're like Thug and you have 300, 400, 500 songs, the problem is you're going to have so many lyrics that could line up with so many different things that happen in real life that it becomes kind of like a pick and choose for the prosecution. They can just say, oh, shoot, let's just go through these songs and see what seems to line up and use it. That's where I think it's bad faith. And I don't know what the law is that should be to protect against that, but the law should allow reasonable artistic expressions to come in. But I would imagine the judge would just have to be the one making the decision at the end of the day as to does it seem to have enough to do or not. Okay. Yeah, court will begin at 3. This would have been a Glanville day, right? Judge Whitaker's not too bad on the breaks. Frank White, when you admit to a crime, yes, general lyrics to smear the artist, no. That's what I'm getting at. Thank you. You said it succinctly. If the artist is admitting to being a criminal, no. If the artist is admitting to being a killer, no. If the artist is admitting to being a domestic abuser, no. But if the artist is, thank you. When you are talking about a specific crime, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Problem with RICO is it's a pattern of activity, Frank White. So with RICO, it's more of a catch-all. So you see how things get problematic because RICO is basically saying a pattern of crime, and therefore any kind of artistic expression that you commit crimes could be part of a RICO because they're saying you are the type of organization that commits crimes. So yeah, I would say need to support an overt act at least. People disagree with me on this very strongly, but I'm okay with that. If there was going to, I guess if they were going to use the lick against them, why would it be any different from somebody that wrote a novel about a murder? Let's think about that, Big Steve. Thank you. Thank you for that question. I would say this, Big Steve. Big Steve, I'm about to make, I think I'm about to make this the clearest that I could possibly make it. My standard for using your artistic expression against you is this. This is my current thought on the matter. If I have a strong case without introducing your artistic expression, and your artistic expression seems to line up with my accusation of you and of what you actually did, then I should probably be able to use it. So, Big Steve, I'm gonna give you an example with a novel. There's a famous novelist who is suspected of throwing his girlfriend off of a cliff and unaliving her. The famous novelist was seen with his girlfriend at the location where the cliff is. They were recorded by some passersby walking close to the cliff. There's circumstantial evidence that they had been having arguments and things were not quite right before her death. She was an expert hiker and known to be very precautious and not risky as it relates to hiking. There were people who overheard him saying that he did it, he was sorry, he can't take it back, he should have never did it, blah, blah, blah. So we have a pretty strong case against him. Let's just say, even if you disagree, but let's just imagine in my world, in our world, that's a strong case. So we have all of that. As we're searching his house, we find a manuscript that we read. In that manuscript, it is of a novel where this person, the protagonist, went on a hike, threw his girlfriend off of a cliff, blah, 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 blah. So we already had all the evidence we needed to feel we have a strong case. We happen to find a manuscript of a novel that has details that seem to line up with what we already thought happened. In that case, we should be able to use the novel. Contrarily, we find a lady who's fallen over a cliff. We know that there's a novelist who wrote a novel about that one day, and we just say, oh, maybe he did it, and we go arrest him because he wrote a novel about it, and now there's some lady who's fallen over a cliff, so it must be connected. That's where I would say, no, you can't do that. You can't just say, oh, this happened in real life. Somebody talked about something like that in their artistic expression without any other connection. Let's just put these two things together. But if you have a reason to believe that the novelist did do a real crime of that sort, and that person wrote a novel talking about a type of crime of that sort, yes, long as you have that sufficient, or let me not say sufficient, but substantial independent evidence, then yes, you find the novel, you are going to say, and besides all this evidence, he even wrote a novel about it, of course. So Big Steve, that would be my standard. I would want there to be substantial evidence outside of the artistic expression, enough probably to convict that person. And the artistic expression is more evidence. It's not the reason you arrested somebody. It's not the primary evidence. It's not the big piece of evidence that is going to win you the case. It's helping to build the picture. That's how I look at it. Amy was here earlier, Lil Woody. Should Eminem be accused of murder? Of who? RP? Who died? Somebody has to be dead. That's the thing. Lie detector can be used as well as someone confessing to a crime without the Miranda right being read. That's inadmissible in court. Lyrics should not be used as not proof of a crime. Lie detector can't be used as well as someone confessing to a crime without their Miranda right being read. Okay. So you're saying that lyrics, if they are correct, if they would otherwise be admissible, you're saying that the person wasn't read their Miranda rights first. So therefore, it shouldn't be used. I don't know if I totally agree with that, but I see where you're coming from. It's an interesting point of view, Vanita. Interesting point of view. 90% of rappers lie in their raps, though, which is why I feel like rap lyrics shouldn't be used as evidence, especially. I know that. And I think what you and what Vanita both just said are strong arguments. They are strong arguments, King Ty. So I think both you and Vanita just made good points. The counterpoint to both of you, well, particularly to you, King Ty, is that in court, you'd be able to, as the defense, show that 90% of your raps are lies and convince the jury that they should not believe this 10% that seems to, or whatever, 1% that seems to line up with something that happened in real life. So that would be the counter argument, but I still think it's a good point. I really do. Chaos and Justice System, you're welcome. What happened to the live? Anyway, I'm glad you came back. Who, me? Y'all, we just waiting for 3:00, okay? I'm doing a marathon with y'all. I never lie in none of my raps. That's why I know a lot of it be truth behind these rap lyrics. I do think that something might line up. Rap, you know what's interesting about rappers is they will take on somebody else's personality spontaneously due to artistic expression. Somebody will spontaneously become Jeffrey Dahmer and eat somebody for, 2 or 3 bars, and then they come back to whoever they are, right? I'm Jeffrey Dahmer, I eat, I'm the Bronx Bobber, I beat, whatever. You know what I'm saying? They'll just become these people for a few, whatever, and then they, you know what I mean? So it's risky. It's risky. I admit it, and it's risky to use rap lyrics. But there have to be times. There have to be times when when you can use it, is my point. Hair Alchemist says, I've worked with artists before and they say anything to write lyrics for attention. But King is right. So, you can't dispute that. Same thing with Vanita. She made a really good point. That's like saying the Dixie Chick should be arrested. Okay, again, this is the problem, y'all. Vanita's on point. King Ty's on point, but Chaos, I'm going to say this is not on point. What you're saying is not on point. I'm going to tell you why. It's not on point for the conversation I'm having with y'all. And I'm going to tell you why. I just said that you should have to have substantial evidence against a person first. So Chaos, it's not like saying that the Dixie Chick should be arrested because Earl had to die, unless we believe the Dixie Chicks, aside from their lyrics, killed Earl. If we believe they killed Earl and they just happen to have lyrics that say Earl had to die, then yeah, we want to bring those lyrics in. We don't want to bring the Dixie Chicks to trial just because an Earl died and they sang that. That I'm trying to make it clear that is not my point. That's nobody's point. Anybody who thinks that that is the point is out to lunch. Those people, we can't, there's no reasoning with those people. But if you say, whoa, the Dixie Chicks, there's this guy named Earl who's dead. And when we look at the surveillance, it looks like the Dixie Chicks were in the area. Let's question them to see if they know something about it. Then as you start to question and investigate, you start to suspect, did the Dixie Chicks do this? Then you get more evidence and, oh my gosh, I think the Dixie Chicks did this. They went and bought a screwdriver from a hardware store just minutes before Earl was killed with a screwdriver. And they were seen in the area. And when we got a hold of their car, they had Earl's blood in their car. And there was reports that one of them had argued with Earl. So we have all this evidence and we build this case and we think the Dixie Chicks did it. And then one of the detectives says, guys, you're not going to believe this. The Dixie Chicks actually sang Earl had to die. We were already charging the Dixie Chicks with this anyway. The question is, once we have all this evidence, can we also play for the jury the Earl had to die lyric? So it's not just because. It's not they should be arrested just because they sang something. No, there's a mountain of evidence that makes us think that they did something, and also they sang about it. So I hopefully that's clear. Hopefully I'm totally clear now. Salute, Kingdom Kid. Salute, salute, salute. Hopefully that's totally clear to everybody. Yeah, Earl, I'm sad about Earl. Yeah, we need to give a RIP to Earl. Yeah, I'm not saying I think any case should be made on the back of lyrics. I don't even necessarily think an investigation should happen on the back of lyrics unless the lyrics are so specific and express something that probably nobody could have known unless they were involved. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't write a song about how you committed a murder and give details that only the killer would know and then say, no, it's my lyrical expression. But typically the details in the songs are not like that. So it's not just because of the lyrics. It's that the lyrics, once you have a case, a strong case, the lyrics are just evidence. You see what I'm saying? All right. Not a problem, y'all. Not a problem. All right. I'm going to go ahead and continue to play this a little bit longer. As an artist, it's just like an actor. At times it's a persona. It's all art. Well, I have said, that, well, listen, I'm just going to rest it. I'm going to rest my case here. Hopefully I'm expressing myself properly. Takeaway is nobody should be arrested or investigated in general for their lyrics. Nobody should be arrested or investigated just because of their lyrics, generally speaking. But if you're already arrested because of the other evidence and your lyrics and prosecutors have a good faith reason to believe that your lyrics line up with the other evidence, then I think they should be able to be used as evidence. But I think the key is good faith. That's the bottom line. Okay. What up, Rico? All right, let's continue. All right, so this was Max Show.
You already say what I did to 30 and NNA through 35 NN and NNA into evidence.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36 NN, 37 NN, 38 NN, and 39 NN.
I need to keep that.
Yes, did you see those earlier today as well?
Yeah.
Didn't
I said, yeah.
Okay. And first looking at 36 NN, do you recognize the people in that photo?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the people who are in that photograph?
Yeah, I think so.
Now show you 37 NN. Do you recognize the person that's inside of 37 NN?
Yeah.
Looking at 38 NN, do you recognize the person in 38 NN?
You said, do I recognize who?
The person standing next to you in 38 NN.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of you and the person standing next to you in 38 NN?
Yeah.
And 39 NN, do you recognize the individuals in that photograph, 39 NN?
Yeah.
And how did you recognize? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the people inside of 39 NN?
Can you repeat that?
Does that look or appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the individuals inside of 39 NN?
Yeah.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 36 through 39 NN.
Those are admitted.
And I'm going to first show you State's Exhibit 36 NN. Who is in this picture in 36 NN?
Me and Shane.
All right. And was this photo taken in October of 2020 or was this photo taken at a different time?
I don't know when it was taken. I just see when they posted.
All right. And earlier we talked about Instagram pages. Is this Mr. Stillwell's Instagram page?
I think so.
All right. And can you read for the jury what the caption says?
Fuck the other side. Put them on TV like my dog.
You got to slow down because the court reporter is taking it down.
Go ahead and read it. Just read it a little bit more slowly.
Fuck the other side. Put them on TVs about my dogs. Soldier reads bloody tea, Glock with bean about my dog. Cause a scene about my dog.
I'm not kidding. Amir Hansen.
I'm going too fast.
Yes. Okay, go ahead. Slow it down. I know you want to rap it, but slow it down.
Where you want me to start at?
You can start from the beginning.
Say it again. F the other side. Put them on TVs about my dogs. Soldier reads bloody tees, Glocks with beams about my dogs. Clear the scene about my dog. If he F with them, you can't F with me. No, he is not my dog. That's it.
No, keep going. Keep reading the rest of it.
The rest of it is not my song.
Okay, so the first portion is your song.
Yeah.
All right. But I want you to read the rest of the post, though, for me.
Even if our position ever come down to being back to back, that's just how we're gonna rock out against whoever with you.
All right. And are there some hashtags?
No slime left behind.
All right. And is that an emoji next to that hashtag?
It looked like a crazy emoji. I never seen that.
Okay. What's the next hashtag?
2 B's.
Do you know what that signifies?
Big business.
All right. And what else does the rest of it say?
Many more blessings and riches, I say.
And is someone tagged?
I don't know who that is. Oh, that's somebody who made some clothes.
All right.
Real feel. I don't know who that is.
Okay. And what else does the rest of the post say for the record?
Thank you for this exclusive ass hat and for this crazy ass one of none hoodie.
And then someone else tagged.
Somebody named Marilyn is totally responsible.
Okay. And when was this post posted?
2020.
All right. Now, the verse that you quoted, your verse, what song is that from?
Dang, I forgot about it. For another side, but I want you to hear that. Dang, I don't even remember. Okay. I really don't. I think, is it Where the Love at?
And was that a song that came out before 2020 or in 2020?
It probably came out in 2020
Okay. And in looking at this picture, do you know where you and Mr. Stillwell were when you took
at
it?
the studio.
All right. And do you have a particular studio that you used to go to?
No,
Okay. Where was this studio located?
I can't remember by heart, but it looked like sheesh. I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I remember.
All right, that's fine. Of course, indulge for one moment. Ms. Westmoreland, do you want to see? What does no slime left behind mean?
I think that's just what it means.
Y'all, since we got a couple of more. Oh man, where my boy Clizzle at? Clizzles. Where you at, Clizzles? All right. So since we got a little bit more time, y'all. No slime left behind. Yeah, that's exactly right, Leo. No slime left behind. That's what Slime Life Shouty's talking about here. And that's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit doubtful about any kind of plea deal, because it would seem like a plea deal. I kind of feel like just as I say this, a plea deal is going to get announced. It's going to be like, there's the plea deal. You were wrong. Y'all, did y'all know I don't mind being wrong? I really don't mind being wrong. So I'm totally cool with that. But anyway, I think that's one of the reasons why the plea deals are a little bit far-fetched, because unless they all take one or somehow they can get that deal without having to turn on each other, you know what I'm saying? Seems like they're going to leave a slime behind. So Thugger Daily has, I guess Thugger Daily maybe just didn't say anything. Oh, y'all, we got some activity. Let's take a look. Breaking. Attorneys for multiple YSL defendants tell Fox Atlanta they have made counter offers for plea deals, and they're on DA Fannie Willis's desk for approval right now. That was 25 minutes ago. Attorneys for multiple YSL defendants tell Fox Atlanta they have made counter offers for plea deals. Didn't I just say I feel like right as I talk about no slime left behind, there's going to be some, you know what I'm saying? I literally said that, and but it didn't come out there. Our plea deals, but it's mighty close. And they're on. Okay, multiple defendants are open to taking plea deals and have submitted their counter offers. Now the question is, will the state accept them? No details on specific defendants or offers at this time, just rumors. I will say this, Air. It all depends, y'all. I mean, what might the counter offers be? Let's take a look at the comments here. Is it possible to drag this out until after Tuesday? I'm familiar with the timeline negotiation process for plea deals. So is she saying Tuesday as in next Tuesday, like election day? Y'all, what if they just put court on hold? If they just put, they would have to tell the jury something, wouldn't they? Like Thug says here. Can someone take a plea and not others? Oh, can some take a plea and not others? Yes. Again, what we've seen from the past is the plea deals have caused excuse me, y'all. The plea deals have required those people who took the deals to turn on the other people. That's what we've seen in the past. So we have no information as to what the deals, the counter offers would include, but we can imagine that Fonnie, if anybody's not taking a plea from the previous pleas, they've all wanted to domino stack on the people who are not taking a plea and use the pleas, the people who do take the plea against the people who did not take the plea. So that goes right back to no slime left behind. Literally, that's why I paused it right there, because I was going to talk about the plea again. And it turns out that that's in the news. I mean, it's been in the news anyway. It's been in the news all day. Nah, y'all, I mean, this is in the news all day. So it's not like, you know what I'm saying? It's not like I just intuited something. But I did think when he said no slime left behind, like that's what I've been talking about since last week. Not because I have any special information. We all have the same information. But the idea, like, he was just saying no slime left behind. If a few people take a plea deal and a few people don't, and the people who do have to talk about the people who don't understand, that's going to feel like leaving some slimes behind. That's the only point I'm making. Let's look at some more of these comments, y'all. I'm going to take this off so we can see it. All right. If I had to guess, Quay would do one because he had a laundry list. I wonder what the jury will think of this, though. Thanks for the report. Thugger says, based on very little knowledge and no experience, I do think Huey and Nichols are two most likely to take pleas. Yak, Lil Rod, Shannon probably the least likely. So why would he say Shannon, Yak, and Lil Rod? He left Thug out. Thug is like the main person in this conversation. So all right, y'all. Can I get in my speculation game? Can I get my speculation game on, y'all? All right, I'm about to get my speculation game on. I need some sound effects like speculation alert, speculation alert. All right, I'm about to do my speculation alert. You got Quay and Quay. So not only do you have the double Quay, which would constitute multiple people, but you also have this whole controversy surrounding Quay, the free Quay. So you also have the two Quays who requested the mistrial. So what do? How do you work this out? Again, speculation alert. I do not know anything. I have no inside information. All right. Yeah, young speculation life. There you go. See, now that's what I would put on some merch. Young speculation life. That's what I'm talking about. LTK, let me use that. I don't want to have to pay you anything though. I cut you in on 1%. Speculation alert. Okay. Because people are like, see, you don't know. Of course I don't know. I don't know anything. But let's just think about it. Quay and Quay have some pretty serious charges against them. Quay and Quay were the two people Quay was the name which was mentioned in the free Quay. And they both filed the motion for mistrial. So something that could possibly happen, I don't know. I'm just thinking. What if the two Quays say, look, let us get out of this on a plea, but we aren't testifying. Maybe we'll do some kind of stipulation. When I say stipulation, I mean factual acknowledgments, but we don't want to testify. And in exchange, we're not going to move for the mistrial with prejudice, without prejudice, which was restart this whole thing. Fonnie doesn't want to restart this whole trial, y'all. Trust that. I'm sure of that. I'm relatively sure. I don't know what's in her head, but I would imagine she doesn't. So what if the four guys, Thug, Gotti, Lil Rod, and Shannon, they want to continue. The two Quays see it as an off ramp to get out of some pretty damaging, a pretty damaging situation. They negotiate away their mistrial motion, basically, for a plea deal or for 2 plea deals. But I would imagine, and this is the key part from a, I guess, spectator kind of point of view, is I imagine they would say, look, we don't want to have to testify against the other people. Alfred pleads, but they still would have to testify if that's part of the deal. Remember, some of these guys have Alfred pleas already, but they're still testifying as part of their deal. So my whole angle on this is the no slime left behind. If they have to testify, you know what I'm saying? You talking about, I don't know how important that is to them. But you also have a united front. You have a united front for over a year among the defense lawyers. If some of these defendants are now going to testify against the other defendants, that means it's broken, y'all. Y'all understand? Steele is a smart man. I agree with that. But can y'all feel me? Do y'all feel me? If 2 people have to take the stand and testify against the other 4 people, the defense, the shield is broken. Because now they can't coordinate that amongst themselves, because now they're going to be on opposite sides of the coin. Y'all feel me? They can't coordinate with the witness. So if 2 guys or 3 or whatever take the plea and become witnesses, now they're off of the defense and essentially kind of out of the club. And at that point, I don't think they could talk to the defendants about how they're going to testify, because that would be like witness tampering, wouldn't it? Do y'all feel me? So wouldn't that be like witness tampering if you know somebody's going to be a witness called against you and you say, well, look, don't say this, you should say that. You can't do that. You feel me? You say, what are they going to testify to? I'm way off. Like, where do people like you come from? I'm just trying to understand who invented you. This is what I ask to my daughters. I say, who invented you? And they say, you did. Well, Josiah, I didn't invent you, but I don't know who invented you. What are they going to testify to? Is this like does this question even deserve a response? It doesn't matter what they testify to. It doesn't matter if they just literally get up there and say, YSL is a gang and I was a member and Young Thug is the leader. It doesn't matter what crimes, man. It doesn't matter what crimes. The point is, if they take a plea deal, aren't they going to be admitting to having committed crimes? Isn't this part of an indictment, a RICO indictment for YSL, the street gang? So you're saying what crimes they're going to testify to? How about the ones they take the plea deal for? Are they on trial for no crimes? I agree with you. They could have taken a deal already, but they didn't have the leverage of the potential mistrial. They didn't have the leverage. The 2 Quays in particular did not have the leverage of this mistrial without prejudice before. This is leverage. They could end this whole thing potentially by moving forward with their mistrial without prejudice motion. So they may see an opportunity. I'm not saying they do. Again, I gave my speculation alert, but they may see an opportunity that they didn't have a week ago because they couldn't push forward with a mistrial without prejudice motion because they didn't have one. Now they have one in the palm of their hands, and they may be leveraging that. Maybe, speculation alert, I don't know anything. They may be trying to leverage that to try to get a more favorable deal on a plea on real crimes that they're on the indictment for. But if it's anything like what we've seen before, Fonny's going to want them to testify against the other people. That's how they've been doing it. That's my point. Josiah, yes. Yes. They would say, we committed these crimes in furtherance of YSL for notoriety, for reputation, to increase territory, blah, blah, blah. Yes, that is what, I'm not saying that that's what the deal would say, but I'm saying that's what other people's deals have said. I don't know what any potential deal that could happen might in the future might say. I'm saying, judging from what previous deals have said, they made these people get on stand and stipulate to YSL being a gang. And by default, I shouldn't say by default, by implication, Young Thug is the leader of it. So think about that. If they committed crimes and they're saying we did this in furtherance of YSL, and who's the leader? Thug. Isn't that by implication testifying against Thug? Why would Fonny give them, thank you for this. Thank you for this, J9. You said the police haven't really helped the state, but I think within what you're saying is something important. The state is giving people pleas because they expect the pleas to help the state. So J9, while people may agree or disagree with you as to whether they have helped the state, let's just peel it back a sec and say the implication you're implying that plea deals are given by the state because the state thinks that those deals will help the state's case. And if that's the case, we would presume any future plea deals, whether they turn out helping the state or not, we don't know the future. But we can say what is the standard and what is the methodology for giving a plea deal in a case like this from the state. The methodology would be to try to get our case helped. And also in this situation, maybe to avoid the mistrial without prejudice. I keep saying with prejudice. Let's just say the mistrial. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Tiffany, a paralegal. From the looks of their jail roster info, which I could be wrong, everyone is taking deals except Thug. Unless a bunch of charges got dropped for no reason. Tiffany, somebody said, speak on it, Tiffany. Yeah, Tiffany, what? Can you give us some more information about that? Y'all, that would be like, nah, man. That would be tough. That would be tough. I'm not sure what she's referring to there. Just a bunch of pros and decline to pros now. Can you give us some more? Would it be that fast? Would the defense attorneys require them to enter something into the system like right now in order to see that it's done and processed as part of the I don't know, y'all. Let's go back to X. Now Tiffany, y'all, I don't know. All right. Y'all want to see something? This popped up. This is about Tory Lanez. I was like, oh my gosh, there's paperwork. This is about Tory Lanez, though, y'all. I was about to say, no. I mean, not that I would even have known what it was about, but, Tiffany just gave us that. I was like, oh my gosh, there it is. That's not it, y'all. Let me see. All right. Let me see. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. All right. I'm using my X off screen, y'all. I'm gonna just Dennis Byron, he would know. Dennis hasn't said anything. Miss Sylvia would know. Let me see. Go ahead, Tiffany. Let me see. Miss Sylvia would know. But nah, they're not gonna get that though. Yeah, nah, they're not gonna get that though. They aren't gonna get that though, Tiffany. Wouldn't no pros mean that, like, if you say just a bunch of that, like they aren't gonna prosecute any of those charges? I don't see them getting that. I don't think Steele will take a plea. Patrice, we don't know. We don't know. I agree with you from the perspective of it seems unlikely Steele would just independently take a plea. But if you got 5 guys about to take a plea and they're going to turn on you if you don't take one, that could change your calculation. I'm not saying at all that that's the case, y'all. Okay, so don't misunderstand me as I'm insinuating that that's what's happening. I'm just saying this is a multi-dimensional conundrum, and we can't just look at it from one sole dimension of will Steele and Thug take a plea, because they're not in it on a. If other guys take a plea, you would need to know what their plea says before you even know if you want to take a plea, probably. You know what I'm saying? If you really think about it. I wanted to see what Vanita, if they were offered plea deals before trial and rejected them, taking a plea deal now had to affect their other crimes outside this case. Again, the presumption is that somehow they got leverage with the mistrial motion. Everybody do hit the thumbs up. Please, I'm about to spam some thumbs up. If you aren't subscribed, please do subscribe. Let's keep going down. You think Thug taking one? I don't think he would. Thugger Daily. He definitely has been part of negotiation conversations, so him and his team are open to the possibility. Obviously comes down to specific terms, though. The fact that Thug is part of the conversations, he better be. He better be. He better be open. I mean, he better be part of the conversations, because you don't want other people doing something without your. I would think they all need to be part of the conversations, for that matter. Wait, would Thug take a plea deal when the state hasn't proven he committed any crimes? I hope he doesn't take a plea. Again, is that Dana? Dana. I mean, again, I don't know his calculation, but doesn't his calculation have to depend on whether other people take a plea, and if so, what those plea deals include? Does that make sense, y'all? Are y'all following me? If nobody's, it's not a one-to-one. I imagine it's okay. I'm not saying it's not. I can't imagine it's a one-to-one thing. It's not. It wouldn't just be you and the state, because if the state makes a deal with this guy, and part of this guy's deal is he's going to say that about me, that may influence whether I want to take a deal. Right now, this guy and I are basically on the same team. What if the deal that the state makes with this guy is that this guy is going to turn over some recordings that he has of me saying certain things? You feel me, y'all? Oh yeah, well, y'all, I've been holding this back, but my sister just found a recording of this guy saying he did that to that guy. We just found that. So if you make a deal with me, I'll turn this recording over to you. I'm not saying that this is real, people. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying you need to know what other people are saying and negotiating to even know what your negotiation is. Because if they're going to turn, and I'm not suggesting anybody would, but all I'm saying is we've seen from the past that the prosecution has required people to turn in the past. So what I'm saying is, it's not, you can't make the negotiation just with the state without knowing what these other people are saying and negotiating and possibly going to do. Kingdom Kid, welcome to the YouTube membresía. Okay. I appreciate you. Thank you for becoming a member. So y'all, what's this? Okay. Andre, bring that back later, buddy. Bring that back later. I see that's on the Chirac stuff. We barely even talked about Dirk today. Defense has shared discovery. I know. So again, I was just making up some wild example as to why you need to know what everybody else is talking about. I'm certainly not saying that this is a likely or possible type of scenario. Okay. The tape of you saying something or whatever. Doug need to take whatever deal that will end this dumb case and not have him snitch and get back to making bread. All right, let's keep looking at what Thugger Daily said. Yeah, 3 p.m. has always been tentative and unconfirmed. That is in 4 minutes. I did not realize we were that close to 3 o'clock. Do you think we'll look bad to the jury, the ones that are left? I think the jury would understand more than anyone that the pressure to take a deal after 2 years is immense. They have to be in there 8 hours a day too. If some take a plea but not others, does the case keep going with the remaining defendants? Yes. Can the ones that took pleas be called as witnesses to testify against their former co-defendants, or will they combine remaining with the others not on trial for new trial? Yes, they can be called as witnesses. This is what I've been telling y'all. Y'all feel me now? I mean, not that we needed Thugger Daily to tell us this. So again, if Joe Schmo takes a deal and then Joe Schmo's going to testify against you, then you have to ask, well, what does Joe Schmo really know? How credible does Joe Schmo look in the eyes of the jury? You have to weigh all of that. That's my point. Do you think Lil Rob would take a plea deal? No. Don't think it makes sense for him to, and it doesn't make sense for the state to offer anything favorable to take him off the case versus keep him on to prejudice the Miss Love in the chat. By the way, that's not the real love. Pushing please. Pushing please. That's a good one. All right, let me I'm gonna get my YouTube over law and crime. No slime left behind, y'all. No slime left behind. All right. There's no promise that we're starting at 3 o'clock, y'all. Let's see. The state has to take what it can get, but I wouldn't give them much at all. Praying for wisdom. I know we would be merely speculating, but considering these pleas would be after time served in a mistrial motion, do you think part of the pleas would involve testimony against the remaining defendants? My complete guess is that there is no way they'd let anyone plea out without agreeing to the statement YSL is a gang. Somebody please say, being in a gang ain't illegal. Please somebody say that. Being in a gang is not illegal. Somebody please say that. So we could say driving is not illegal either, but you might need to prove somebody was driving in order to prove that they were part of a drive-by shooting. Okay? So this is what I've been saying too. It doesn't seem likely that they're going to be able to get that plea without going at Thug, y'all. That means Thug is cooked even worse now. Let's see what the replies to this say. How so? Plea deals are simply people accepting that they are guilty. Only then will they be released, so I don't see how it works in Jeffrey's favor. How y'all say anything? Given that it's counter offers, I'm assuming there's parts they won't testify. Yeah, that's probably what the counter offers would say. Y'all, we are almost at 3:00. So, Ocean, hey. Yeah, we'll get to Dirk, but not right now. We'll get to Dirk, but not at the moment. I'm gonna see if there's any other updates while we wait. Let's see. Everybody's just adding. Thugger Daily with this. But I mean, we already knew they were negotiating. I don't feel like the fact that there's offers and counter offers, I mean, that's what a negotiation is. So still not really sure that this is anything. It's not really anything. When you're negotiating, you're giving offers and counter offers. That's what a negotiation is. So there is no real information there. I don't see y'all. All right, a gang is an entity. Again, Jay, I've been using this analogy. Everybody keeps saying, is being a gang illegal? No. But being a gang might be, in this case, is part of the Rico conspiracy. So they have to establish that YSL was a gang as part of establishing that this gang was part of a Rico. Does that make sense? So it's not that they have to establish that YSL wasn't a gang and that therefore it makes everybody a criminal. But if you're saying the gang committed crimes, you can't say the gang committed crimes if there wasn't a gang. So they're fighting over whether or not YSL was a gang, because if you can convince the jury that it wasn't a gang, then you can also convince the jury that the gang did not commit any crimes because the gang did not even exist. Yeah, it's like when they took the mafia. They have to prove that it was a criminal enterprise. Right. But they have a street gang statute in Georgia. All right, so the people who are in court, this is one thing that I find a little interesting. Okay. So infamous Sylvia, 3 minutes, Steele is going in now. Okay, so Steele went in a few minutes ago, according to Sylvia. Sylvia says, we are still not in. We are not in. But apparently, they have been letting people in. So she says Steele is going in. So does that mean Steele wasn't in there? What were they doing? What were they doing, y'all? I'm tripping. All right, Susan, who is doing the line to us about the start of the trial today? Will it be televised ever again? They put 3:00 as an aspirational time, I think. Will it ever be televised again? I don't think that there was. I don't even know if there was court so far. I mean, they're in court, but I don't know for sure that there's court right now. I don't know if that makes sense. It's the best way I know how to say it. I don't know if they're in session. That's maybe a good way of saying it. They might be in court doing other things that is not the court session. Still was at the club. Still be running. Still be out there running, y'all. It's 3:03. Yeah, I know. I'm monitoring all of the channels, y'all. I'm monitoring all of the channels. I got Mr. Dennis Byron. He's at the courthouse. He hasn't said anything in 3 hours. Well, he's on live. Maybe he has said something, but he hasn't tweeted anything. Miss Sylvia says Mike that y'all, I don't know why I want to call him Michael Steele. It's just a constant problem that I have. Brian Steele. She said he went in about 5 or so minutes ago. Everybody's anxious, but so far we're still not in. Still not in. Let's go back to Thugger. Would the judge have to approve them for reasonableness? I think in the feds they throw out some off the wall generous deals. Like Stillwell, he's charged with 2 unalivings, right? Could the judge say the plea deal doesn't fit the crimes? The judge does have to sign off on the plea deals, but Whitaker has indicated she wants pleas to happen really badly, so I bet she signs anything in front of her. I don't know if I would agree with that, y'all. I agree with Thugger Daily in that Whitaker has indicated she wants plea deals. I guess she would sign anything in front of her from the perspective of they wouldn't put anything in front of her that's too outrageous because, you know, they don't want that. But I definitely don't think Whitaker is going to, you know, let people accused of killing 2 people off on like 10 years probation or something. And time served. I mean, if they're pleading guilty. Why do we act like you're not allowed to say murder? It's not about being allowed. It's YouTube is sensitive, and because these streams are on the YouTube platform, sometimes you're just a little bit nervous about getting on the wrong side of YouTube. That's what it is, Triple Crown. I'll give an example. This is definitely not the same thing. So please don't come back at me like that's not the same thing. I know it's not the same thing. But I'm gonna tell you, last week, was it last week? Last week when they played the 3 Thug songs in court, all the streams got demonetized for copyright infringement or whatever you call it. So YouTube is sensitive. I mean, they got demonetized automatically. They got we didn't have to do anything. Just YouTube picked up on the fact that there was some copyrighted music on this stream, and it was just like boop, hit you. So that's the thing. People are just trying to stay on the right side of YouTube. One of my videos where they showed the cop who Eppinger shot. That video was limited monetization. And you know why? Because of the shooting. So that's what it is. Miss Lily, you are back. Good to see you. Miss Lily, I'm sorry to tell you that we still have not seen any activity in the courtroom. Law and Crime said that court is likely to begin around 3 o'clock. Miss Sylvia says only the attorneys are in the courtroom. And that's where we stand, y'all. If I wrote my own plea agreement, I would ask for the moon and start from there. However, if the prosecution had a case, they wouldn't be trying to deal out of the trial. It's also a money thing. It's also an ego thing. It's also an ego thing where you want to ride into the election with this case wrapped up. So a money thing, you want to put an end to this. You know how many trials haven't gone forward because this one has? You know how many trials, how many people are being held at Rice Street because this trial is ongoing? You know how many trials and how many people are not able to get justice, whether they need to be found not guilty or whether the families or the victims or what have you, because this trial is going on? Isn't it time to end this? You feel me? Miss Lily is back and gifting memberships. Thank you so much. Welcome back. We missed you. We've been here. We've been at this point going for almost 7 hours? Good googly moogly. Yeah. I mean, it's probably good. It will probably look good on Fonnie to get this wrapped up, but not if she's giving out sweetheart deals. I don't think she's gonna be able to give people accused of unaliving any kind of sweetheart deals. I bet Whitaker knows she put her foot in her mouth. Yes, she has to know that. Tiffany, what happened to the no pros? You freaked everybody out. I see you're talking about for some defendants there are no pros for many charges, but the RICO charge itself is listed without disposition. Where y'all finding this? And can y'all confirm that this is a change from before? Where y'all finding this? Y'all, yeah, last night I got caught up in a bit of a faux pas where I made a video about something and it turned out it was the wrong person. So, that's embarrassing. So I definitely don't want to give people the idea that we could just look on the jail records and find out what's what. But I would certainly like to take a look at it. Let's see. I'm just looking at X. Let's see what Sylvia says. We are still in the hallway. Well, they are in the hallway, so that sounds like it's one step outside the courtroom. Who's Curtis? You talking about 50? $3:30 now. Okay, that's not too long, y'all. We've been rocking this whole time. So what do y'all think, y'all? Okay. What do y'all think? All right, hold on. Let's take a look. By the way, if we do see something, what do I have to go to? Fulton County Jail Records or something, right? Inmate search, something like that. Yeah, inmate search. Let me take a look. I'm not gonna put this on. I'm not gonna put this on because I just don't want to give misinformation, y'all. I mean, I guess it's not misinformation if we're looking at the Fulton County inmate records, but I don't want to get anybody. Hopes up. Okay, March 22nd. I wish they would have put a disposition date in here though. Plus the murder one doesn't have that. But you right though. Y'all right though. Should I show this? Y'all, I'm about to show something. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means, y'all. Amy, you gave me the Stillwell. The problem is this. I don't know what this said yesterday. Don't show it. All right, y'all. Well, I'm going to just tell you what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a bunch. Anybody, this is what I'll do. I'm going to put, if y'all want to do an inmate search, this is the link. Okay? So y'all can go do it yourself. Please be respectful of that link, y'all. Don't do anything crazy. So we are looking at, oh, by the way, Amy, is this the link you were looking at? This is the link I'm looking at. This inmate search. So I'm looking at this link. There are a bunch of charges from the Rico. Y'all, it is starting to look. So this is just going to stay within our chat. I'm not going to tweet about it. I'm not going to do anything about it. But this is definitely very interesting. You can also see inmate status as in custody, not in custody on Vine link. How do I get there? What is Vine link? I don't know what Vine link is. Yeah, lead attorney is great. All right, y'all, I'm standing up. I got my standing desk. So now the camera will come up to me. The standing desk really does come up quite far. All right, that's far enough. All right, y'all. Okay, time to stand up. Been sitting down long enough. Okay. Oh, man, it's warmer up here. All right. VineLink 50-page information. VineLink is a public nationwide site where you can search to see if someone is in custody anywhere. Oh, I did not know that. Hearing findings in the courthouse as well. Can we get a source for that? Y'all, is this about to end today? Doesn't it feel like things are kind of coming? See how I get to move now? This is so much better. Doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. It feels like things are coming to a close. But why? Why now? I mean, I'm not saying this as in like I don't want it to, but what happened on Wednesday with that mistrial motion that caused potential plea deals to happen? Like, what was it about that mistrial motion? Academics posted what? What is it? Now I'm gonna have to go to academics. How would academics know? Not that I'm hating on ACT. I watch ACT all the time. Well, what would ACT know? How would ACT know? Are you talking about Dirk? Y'all must be talking about Dirk. I don't see academics talking about YSL at all. Y'all Miss Lily is our likes master. Get the likes up. What is on academics Instagram page? But what is it? I can't even let y'all see my Instagram. Y'all will be like, boy. DJ Academics. Let's see. Oh, no, he just posted what we already looked at. We already saw that. We saw that on Twitter, on Thugger's Twitter. I get the significance of the mistrial motion, but why would that result in plea deals? I don't see the connection. Unless that's some kind of leverage that the defense has been able to use to get the plea deals happening. ¿Qué hicieron? Okay. Trae un chin de pollo con... No, pero no necesita nada más. Tráeme el pollo con... Y'all give me 1 second. Picante. We don't know. Let's see. I sent you a TikTok of my point of view. It's crazy. Was that to me? Y'all, our TikTok is in desperate need of some attention. Y'all might not. You know what? Why am I not pumping the TikTok? Our TikTok is in desperate need of some attention. Our TikTok, I'm about to post this like twice. Our TikTok is in desperate need of some attention. If somebody could go and follow us on TikTok, I'll do some lives and stuff there later. Court is not in session yet. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, y'all. Miss Sylvia just said no court today. Miss Sylvia just said no court to Dia. 9:30 tomorrow. What the heck is going on, y'all? I haven't done a lot on TikTok. I just post the YouTube shorts that we make, put them on TikTok. But we'll get something going with that later. Miss Sylvia just said no court today. Y'all know she's in the courthouse. Oh my El Dianis. Defendants' families have arrived. Let's take a look at Dennis Byron. I will come back to this comment here shortly about Kamala. All right, y'all. There you have it. Oh, feedies. This is wild. Family members of defendants have arrived back to the courtroom area, but are not inside either. What is going on? I don't know. Welcome, everybody. Please hit the like button. Hit the like. Please do subscribe. We've been here rocking all day, and we will be here rocking mañana as well. Law and crime is still there doing what they do. I'm just checking with Thugger. Casi se acaba, no va a haber corte. Gracias. Oh my gosh. All right, y'all. So, this is it. So I guess we just gonna have to figure out something. So I know a lot of people like to be in the chat. Yes, something serious is probably going down. We have evidence. Okay. Right now I'm looking at jail record search detail for Shannon Stillwell. I'm seeing a bunch of 2022 charges that say decline to prosecute, including the Rico. Let me see. Unlawful person. Oh, this is Cobb County. Y'all, many of Shannon Stillwell's charges on jail record search details. So what does Thug say then? What does Thug say? Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. That's a bunch of Jeffrey Williams in here. Dang, he's going all the way back to. Do we have to search? Amy, you still there? Do we have to search another county for Jeffrey? Because he's not in jail. Thug is not in Fulton, right? What county is Thug in? So Amy, did you search in Cobb County? And what did you find? Did you search in Cobb County and what did you find? Y'all, I just looked up Shannon Stillwell in Fulton and there's a bunch of decline to prosecutes there, but I don't know if that was there yesterday. I don't know what that means. All right, I'm going to look. Cobb County Jail inmate search. You're afraid to look. We got to take a look at this. Hope they don't try to make me inmate search. Hope they don't try to make me sign up for something. Last name, first name. Is this Cobb County, Georgia? Yeah. Different search. Format, last name. I'm not coming up with anything. Yeah, Thug is charged in Fulton. Correct, but we're doing an inmate search. So that should tell us where somebody is being held. All right. We get a bunch. Dang, we got a rack of Williamses here. Let me do a Control F. What's Thug's middle name? Yeah, I think this is Thug. Is his middle name Lamar? They don't have the same kind of information here. Yeah, it says he's in custody, but it doesn't. This Fulton jail search, it's not showing the same kind of information that we saw or that I saw. Dang, it has him at 140 pounds. No way he weighed 140 pounds. 903 days in custody. Goodness gracious. It's almost 1,000 days. It does not, yeah, they have him. It still says he's in custody, but I'm not seeing the kind of information that you would see out of Fulton, which would tell you I'm not seeing the same kind of information out of Fulton that would tell you. Y'all want to know something? Out of everybody with the last name Williams, no joke, everybody with the last name Williams, he has been in jail the longest. The next closest person has been in jail for 825 days. And this Jeffrey Williams has been in jail for 903 days. 903 days. So I'm not seeing the same kind of detail that I would see. And the problem is I don't know how to spell the other people's names, Marquavius and stuff. Yeah, I'm looking in Cobb. The problem is with Cobb, they're not showing his charges and all of that stuff. With Cobb, it might just be the portal I'm using. Maybe isn't the right portal, but I'm not finding all of the charges, and I don't know if they would even be updated that quickly. But these Fulton County charges seem to be updated. So y'all, I'm gonna check a few more things here on X. All right. Let's see here. Law and Crime went out. Let's check Thugger. No update from Thugger. And then Kathy. She was flying. All right. So y'all, looks like that's it. Looks like that's it. All right. So what are we going to do from here? If y'all want to hang out, I like to just, seem like people are still here. Y'all want to hang out? Y'all want to just keep chatting? I'll just put on a previous video to play in the background. Again, I'll put up a banner that says this was I'll put up a banner and we'll just play a video in the background. Oh, we'll just play this. Yeah, all right, we'll play this. All right, so let me give a shout out to everybody. We had Carl Dorsey, who gave us 50 gifted memberships. Carl Dorsey gave another 10. Peter Ortiz became a member today. Thank you, Peter. Carl Dorsey dropped $1 on us. Peter Ortiz dropped $5. Chrissy dropped $4.99. Appreciate it. Solitude, No Mercy, $2. We appreciate it. Hair Alchemist dropped $1.99. Appreciate it. Kingdom Kid became a member. Miss Lily gifted a membership. Thank you. My Four Girls, comma. Oh yeah, I'll come back and talk about that real quick. Super sticker from Commentary Inception with Ashley Gilland. Thank you. Life is like a box of chocolates. 99-cent super sticker. Thank you. Kamala doing bad with black men. Election. Should I even touch this one? Should I dip my toe? Should I take the bait? I'm gonna ask the chat, y'all. Should I take the bait? Should I take the bait on this one? All right, y'all can listen, y'all. You're under no. If y'all gotta go, you gotta go. Don't worry about it. Even if we get down to a regular number of people, I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna touch this one. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm about to touch this one. But I didn't do it. I didn't do it. First of all, to analyze what you're saying, my four girls, do I think Kamala is doing bad with black men? Yes. I think Kamala is doing poorly with black men compared to what would maybe be expected. Okay? So I think Kamala is probably doing not as well with black men as you would expect. If you say why, I've heard people talk about misogyny, and you can never rule that out. So there has to be some of that, right? There's always going to be kind of some reasons that people will just dismiss somebody else for prejudice reasons. But beyond that, this is what I'm going to say. I think men in general, I think if Kamala's doing well with white men or with whatever men, I think that they just have a different perspective, y'all. I think they have a different perspective. I think men take a look. I think men in general take a look at Kamala, and they take a look at Putin, and they say, do I want her to go in there and talk to him? And I think a lot of men say, I don't want her to be the person in there talking to him. Hey, baby, how you doing? You want to say hello?
Sure.
Y'all, this is one of my little Bamas.
Oh.
This is Vanessa. Say hi.
Hi.
Okay. All right. So I think people say, do I want to put her in there to talk to Putin? And I think a lot of guys are like, no. And maybe some women are like, yeah, she could do it. Maybe she can. I don't know what she could do. You know what I'm saying? But I just think we look at her. She does like a lot of laughing and kind of giggling and stuff. And we like, do we want to put the laughy, giggly person in there to negotiate the nuclear deals? And I just think a lot of people like, nah. Okay? All right. Anybody who's out, see y'all. Peace. Have a good day. Catch y'all tomorrow. How we get on politics? This is how we got on politics. Somebody paid me to talk about it. Somebody sent me a super chat, so I'm just following up on what they said. So yeah, I think there's I think that people are just uncomfortable with that. A lot of people say like she doesn't answer questions, blah blah blah. You know, if you already are kind of predisposed against her, if you're predisposed against Kamala, that's going to bother you. If you're not predisposed against her, you're just going to say nobody answers questions. None of these political types answer questions. So that's my take, y'all. I think. Okay, wow. What are we wowing about? I just think that a lot of people look at it and like they don't take her seriously. You know? Now I've heard a lot of black men in particular say, and black women for that matter, express their opinion in a very offensive way. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that manner of expression. Okay? So just respecting the super chat, y'all. All right, so for everybody who just got here, back to our subject at hand. Let's go to Thugger. This is the most recent update, y'all. And then I'm going to play a video. No court today. Current plan, jury back tomorrow, but that can always change. So much suspense. We have heard that there were negotiations for plea deals happening. We have anecdotal, unreliable evidence that certain charges may have already been no prost, or however you pronounce that, which means basically that the prosecution is not going to prosecute, not going to pursue. It looks like movement is happening, but it looks like the trial still is on. Who took a deal? Who took a deal? Who took a deal, Amy? Are you saying that Okay, I thought you were talking about one of these guys. So it looks like the trial is still on, but it does also look like some big time negotiations are happening. Okay. It looks like some big time negotiations are still happening. And that's it. That's where we stand, y'all. We'll be back tomorrow morning. I'm going to play Quantavious Greer, RICO charges, say time served. But he wasn't part of the 6. He wasn't part of the 6. And are you saying that is that something we need to look into? Paralegal, this Miss Juanita. Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate it. We're trying over here. We were talking about Jeffrey's brother. Okay. But I guess, yeah, I get that that's Thug's brother, but so far we don't have any activity on the 6th. We do have some interesting updates on the Fulton County Jail website that may mean something, may not. So I don't want to report on that. I don't want to not report, but I don't want to cover that too deep. We'll certainly let y'all know if we find out anything. Y'all, I'm gonna play a video. So if for the people who want to hang out and just chat, always good. We're gonna go back and flash back to the cross-examination of the gang expert. So if you want to hang out, you can watch this. Let me put my banner up first, because I know people are like, why didn't you tell me that this wasn't live? And I'll be like, you must not have been watching. You must not have been watching. So let me update my banner. Court canceled. For today. Enjoy this video. Chat is live. All right. So anybody who gets confused, y'all can direct them to that. All right. I'm going to play this.
Talking about each other in the music, then it's violence spawned because of the music.
Do you think you should be an expert on rap lyrics?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
I never said I was an expert on rap music.
And we are back. Thank everybody for watching this video today. Go ahead and hit that like button, everybody. You know it helps us out a lot, and it helps you because it helps us keep bringing you this wonderful content. So today we had the direct and the cross-examination of Detective Dennis's fill-in. A lot of people were saying, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that Paige Whitaker got rid of Dennis because there's just somebody else that's going to take his place. Well, you're going to see why it matters. This lady, she held her own, y'all. But I'm telling you, when the defense was out, you talking about the chef shart, the chef steal. You even had a guy who's filling in for Weinstein named Apt. This guy brought the fire. So I'm not going to do a whole lot of talking. Hit that like button. Y'all stop what you're doing. Hit the like button. Don't forget to comment, subscribe, and let's get right into it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I ask you some questions?
Yes, sir.
Don't ask this. All right. I want to talk with you about Jeffrey's music.
Okay.
And how many total lyrics or songs has Jeffrey Williams made?
I have no idea. I don't keep up with it. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And you may have the same answer, so I apologize. How many songs or has he put out or a record label put out for public consumption besides how many were made, if you know?
I don't know.
I'm not just including it to you, I'm expanding it to your coworkers, your team, the prosecution team. Do you know if anybody ever had that type of information to your knowledge?
I don't think that was relevant. I think the actual relevance was the things that were said.
I think she's using it in the lay term of the word. So overruled.
I don't even understand. Okay.
You can continue.
I was just saying, I don't think that we targeted the music per se. I think it was just certain songs. We didn't try to keep up with how many songs were released over the years, or it was only particular songs that stood out, that had certain lyrics that kind of either taunted the other side, or, you know, like I said, it's when you rap about stuff that actually happened, we paid attention.
Did you ever look to like a pattern? You know, how many times in Jeffrey Williams' songs, I'll just leave it at his, then I'm going to broaden it, but how many times did he talk about, you know what a lick is?
Yes.
Just tell the jurors, they probably know. But
A lick could be a jacking, a robbery, or putting in work. It could be a smash and grab. Anything to get money, it can be considered a lick.
how often in Jeffrey's music does he use poetry, talk about licks?
Like I said, I don't listen to the music that much just to be an expert on his music. These couple of songs, he talked about licks, but I can't tell you definitely how many times, but I understand that that was a way of life for him, and that he...
John, I have a motion.
I'm going to excuse the jury, and I'm going to excuse you, please. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my belief is that I was asking about Mr. Williams' music and how often he would sing about or use poetry about licks. And the answer that came out is that is his, and I'm not quoting it, but so if I'm wrong, please apologize, but it just happened. I believe that's his way of life, something to that effect. I believe that's character. This is a gang expert. This is a 10-year, 12-year police officer, gang unit, ATF affiliate, and it's just repetitive. We just had the same exact issue come up with the former retired Detective Dennis, and I just don't understand. You know, I'm asking questions. I did not invoke character, and I get that's his way of life. Whatever the quote is. Okay, Mr.
I understand that was a way of life for him. Also, in the same answer, she's talking about not being an expert on his music. And I know she mentions lick as well. I don't think it comes anywhere near what happened with Investigator Dennis. I think that's a kind of vague, I do think it's somewhat non-responsive, but a vague answer that doesn't cross the line in the way that what Investigator Dennis said in his testimony, but I will have her back and instruct her, which frankly she ought to know better anyway. But I do think it was kind of vague enough and wrapped up in enough other things. I'll give a curative instruction if you all would like, or we can just move on. Or you'd prefer.
I would just ask for the mistrial. I believe it will be denied, and that I could preserve it with a curative instruction. Yes.
Okay. We need to probably take a break as well. So if you want to work on curative language, I'll just be a couple of minutes and then I'll be back to consider potential curative language.
Okay.
And if y'all want to get together on it and come up with something that y'all agree to, fantastic. If not, just work on what you think would be appropriate, and then I'll take it into consideration. Let's take our break as well right now. And can you please instruct the witness to stay as far as possible away from things like that might get into bad character evidence. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to instruct you to please disregard the last response given by this witness just before the break, as it was non-responsive to the question asked. And go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. How many songs, if you know, does Jeffrey Williams in his poetry talk about licks?
I don't know how many.
All right. In your testimony in DeKalb County Federal Court, I believe you said Fulton County, you might have said Gwinnett County. If I'm wrong, you correct me. You've testified as an expert in gang.
In Fulton, DeKalb, Federal, and that's about it. Three. Yeah,
Okay.
3 counties.
I apologize. So in any of those times, have you ever testified about lyrics?
No.
This is your first time?
Yes.
And do you have any experience or study or expertise or training in the history of the rap music?
No.
And do you have any training or study or experience or education in African American literature culture?
No.
Okay. To prepare for today's testimony, did you ever speak with Jeffrey Williams' producers, the people who actually put out the songs?
No.
Do you know whether any of your coworkers ever did that exercise?
I don't know.
Have you ever spoken with the promoters or the marketers who market this music?
No.
Okay. Have you ever spoken with any record label personnel that's affiliated with Jeffrey Williams?
No.
How about, do you know whether Jeffrey Williams is, you mentioned 3 songs, I believe, Slime, and I'm just not going to say it, but SH blank T, Just How It Is, and Bad Boy. Fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know who actually wrote the lyrics to any of those songs?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know when any of those songs were actually created? By created, I mean actually done in the studio?
No.
Okay. All right. Did you ever speak with any of the co-artists on these songs?
No.
Now, when you talk about, let's say, let's take the song. I'm just going in order of the numbers. So 535 YA, which should be Slime SH blank T, okay?
Yes.
You testified that it was released in March of 2016 from what you were either told, investigated, found out, discovered. Is that fair to say?
I think we said that that's the date that it was uploaded to YouTube.
Okay. Do you know the date it was actually released?
No.
All right. And on that, you talked about you were interested in a lyric. I just want to make sure that I don't misquote it, about a Tahoe. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And it's 100 rounds in a Tahoe. If I'm saying it wrong or you think it's different, just, correct me. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Do you know what the next line is to that song?
N-word, lighten up your tacos.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
When it says 100 rounds in a Tahoe, does that mean that the bullets went into a Tahoe, or does it mean that there's 100 rounds of ammunition inside of a Tahoe that someone's driving? If you know.
100 rounds in a Tahoe, it could be either or.
And did you do any type, and I know you, Detective Underwood, did you do any type of investigation to find out, if you could, what is the essence of that line?
I did not. It was just ironic that crime happened with a Tahoe and the victim was the ops.
How many rap songs, I'm just limited to rap songs, and if you don't know, just say, I don't know, talk about rounds in a vehicle?
I don't know specifically how many. I haven't kept up with that.
The next line of that song is something to the effect, and if I'm wrong, again, correct me, give him surgery, not lipo. Do you see that? Is that something like that? And if I'm wrong, just correct it.
Say give him surgery, no lipo.
No lipo. Thank you. And then the next line or artwork is they don't blame that, and I'm not going to say it, but BI blank CH for pulling you down. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What does that mean as far as your expertise and analysis with the Donovan Thomas, God forbid, killing with the Tahoe behind him, that there's something to do with a BI blank CH pulling that person down?
They don't blame that B word for pulling you down. That could be a woman. It could be reference to a woman bringing somebody down. Or
how does the Donovan Thomas, tell the jurors from your investigation, how does the Donovan Thomas killing relate to a woman pulling someone down?
I think on direct, we said that the entire song didn't reference the murder. You're making the song about the murder. We said on direct that first line was in reference to the murder. So that was it, just a snippet.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
Are you done? I didn't mean
I'm
to.
done.
Okay. So from your analysis, you or somebody, your teammate, found one line and ignoring the context or the other words or lyrics around the line. Is that fair to say?
No, we didn't ignore it, but that particular line stood out because of the words that were used.
Did any of the other lines assist that one line that you're focusing on with the title?
No, but it jumped off into, like F12 and killing 12. And so 12, Donovan Thomas wasn't 12. So we can't say this song was about just Donovan Thomas. We know that. We know that just that particular first line, and he did it a couple of times. He said it 2 or 3 times in the song. So he jumped around talking about a lot of different stuff in that particular song.
Do songs, in your experience, and it doesn't have to be rap music, do they sometimes repeat lyrics throughout the song?
Yes, they do. The hook, maybe, or yes.
What'd you call it?
The hook.
Okay. Now, you mentioned killing 12, and the line is something like killing 12 and then SH blank T. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And 12, I think the jurors know, that's a symbol, a slang for police officers. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And is this unique to Slime, SH blank T, killing 12 in music of the rap industry?
I don't understand that question.
Is killing 12, that phrase, or killing 12, SH blank T, is that unique to this song?
I'm sure there's a lot of rappers that probably talk about killing the police, but this song had the YSL S word first, then killing 12 S word. Like it was referencing that's what YSL do, kill 12.
And which police officer, God forbid, was killed that you're referring to?
In this song? I didn't say one was killed, but killing 12 is like, I want to kill 12, or it could reference anything.
Do you have, through your investigation of this case, your knowledge and collective knowledge, do you have any police officer that, God forbid, has been killed?
No, but I have seen where YSL members have fired at the police more than once.
All right, let me do this. Could you talk about YSL members, and then we're going to come back to the other songs, if that's okay. I'm not trying to jump around on purpose. Can I, would you mind looking at State's Exhibit? I believe it is 418Y. And you just looked at it earlier and helped the jurors.
Okay.
Keep up the picture more if possible, if it's not. Okay. And you remember this, and this is in 2015 in Houston. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Who is the person to the immediate right Well, you see Jeffrey Williams in the center,
Yes.
center bottom. You pointed him out to the jurors.
Yes.
Who's the young lady to his immediate right?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Let's start on all the way on what we would look at the right, wearing the gray RG. You know what RG is, that sweatshirt?
Rich Gang.
All right. You know what Rich Gang is?
Yes, record label from Baby, Brian Williams.
Okay. And who is that person? If you were
Brian Williams? I'm sorry. In the picture, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Demikian Garlington, aka D.
Tell the jurors the last time Jeffrey Williams had any contact whatsoever through your investigation with Demikian Garlington.
I can't tell you. I don't know. I don't know when.
Who is the person now above Demikian Garlington in the white shirt?
That's Kelvin Treadwell, aka OG Bentley.
I'm going to ask you the same question. When is the last time Jeffrey Williams had any communication through your investigation with Mr. Kelvin Treadwell?
I don't know. Back whenever in 2015, when all this was going on, they stayed, in touch. But this has been, like you say, 10 years ago almost.
Yes, so, you know when that touch ended?
No, I don't.
The young man next to him, is that Trontavious Stevens?
Yes.
Also known as Tick or Slug?
Yes.
All right. The young man next to, well, do you know how much contact Jeffrey Williams has with Trontavious Stevens? Since
I don't know.
All right. The young man next to Mr. Stevens, is that Mr. Demise McMullen, also known as Nard?
Yes.
And how much contact has Jeffrey Williams had with him since 2015?
I do not know.
The gentleman to the right of Mr. McMullen, is that a gentleman named Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
Also known as Muntuk?
Yes.
How much contact, or when is the last contact Jeffrey Williams ever had with that gentleman?
I don't know.
The young lady next to Mr. Sledge, I know you can't identify her, but a sister of Jeffrey Williams, fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And then we come down from the sister, and right in front of her, there's a young man in black with his right hand up all the way to the left. You see that?
Yes.
And that person is?
I think I said on direct, I don't remember. I can't identify that person.
Okay. And how about the person in the red sweatshirt right next to that person's left?
Yeah, I don't know who that is either.
All right. Did I do the person who is to the immediate left of Mr. Williams sitting down holding the bar?
Shannon Stillwell.
Okay. And do you know the last time, and I'm excluding obviously this trial, but the last time that Mr. Jeffrey Williams had any contact?
I don't know, sir.
All right. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I want to go back to where we were. And I'd like to talk to you. I'm just going in order of the exhibit number. It's 537YA. I believe it's a song, Bad Boy. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said it's released.
No, I'm sorry.
You said it's released. Give us a year again or a month again.
We said that it was uploaded, premiered January 15, 2021.
Okay. So January 2021 is approximately 6 years after January 2015. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And in that, you highlight or articulate or focus us on a particular lyric. I just want to get the lyric. And that lyric is, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And you related that back to January, I may have get me on these dates, January 22nd, 2015, January 26th, 2015, shooting at Mr. Bennett's mother's home, and his mother got shot on the 2nd or January 26th, 2015 date. Fair to say?
Yes, but that second part, he no longer mentioned me, it refers to the back and forth that he and Lucci did on social media for the whole world in Atlanta to see. They were going back and forth for a while.
Okay, I want to talk to you about that back and forth, okay? If the shooting happens in January 2015, and the lyric that you're telling the jury about and educating the jury is, I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me, is it your understanding that since the shooting, he being, you're saying Mr. Bennett, right? YFM Lucy?
I'm saying that the mother is that's who he said. He no longer mentioned me. He's referring to Lucci.
YFM Lucy.
Yes.
Also known as, well, his given name is Mr.
Rayshawn Bennett. Right.
Okay. So you're saying since January 26, 2015, if I'm wrong, just correct me, Mr. Bennett no longer mentions Jeffrey Williams. Is that what the lyric means to you?
No, the lyric means to me that we have been going back and forth, talking about each other, targeting each other on social media, having words go back and forth. And I think that whenever Jeffrey Williams put something out about his mother. He said something about his mother on social media about he glad he takes care of his mother or something like that. So I'm thinking that he was just taunting or just like he was doing on the videos that he was making. He was taunting him in this song.
Okay, and I know you're giving a state of mind. You're trying to say what Jeffrey Williams was doing, but through your investigation and through this lyric, are you not saying that once the shot, God forbid, came to the mother, on January 26, 2015, this lyric means that he, Mr. Bennett, no longer mentions me? Is that what the lyric means? And if it's not, and if your answer just states...
I can't say what exactly it means. I'm saying what I saw as an investigator, as a gang investigator, when the back and forth and the gang beef continued way after the 2015.
Now, the words before in the art, do you know what the words are right before I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentions me?
I don't have that copy of those in front of me.
If I showed you a copy, would that refresh your memory?
Please.
Okay. You have it? John, may I approach?
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Giving you, if you want to see anything else from the song, just let us know.
Okay.
That refreshes your memory. Just tell me that it does.
Okay. I see where you got the arrow. Okay.
Can you tell the jurors if it's accurate, from your investigation, if it's accurate? Otherwise, we could pull up on Google, whatever you want. Tell the jurors what the line is above the line that you highlighted for the ladies and gentlemen jury.
It says, you say you won't smoke. I've been coming down the chimney.
And then the next line is the line about?
You got barbecue, your B word. I'm so fried and they crispy.
How does the line that you highlighted for the jurors, how does that coincide, if you know, in context, with the line about the chimney and the barbecue?
The part about the smoke is significant because that's slang for you want to keep starting stuff, or you want a piece of me, or it's slang for, when they say you want all the smoke, or I got the smoke, or you don't want no smoke. So that's significant. But the part about the barbecue and the fried and crispy, I can't say what that meant.
Detective, you told the jury that you don't study Jeffrey Williams' lyrics or songs. How did you come about learning about these chosen lyrics from these three songs?
It's not that I didn't study them or I don't study them. It's that I can read words and I see what the words say. And a lot of times if I'm investigating something or if I know it's an ongoing beef between you and the ops and you sending messages through your music or through the words that you're putting on paper or on wax or whatever they call it, it's noticeable because of the investigation.
Wouldn't you want to then go out and ask somebody who was there at the time of the creation of that song, how did this lyric come about?
No, it's self-explanatory mostly. I mean, it's words, but the words mean stuff. It means something.
From your vantage point of what you do for a living, those words mean exactly what you believe.
Yes, it's been several songs that have gotten people killed around Atlanta, for sure.
Do you know what rap songs are primarily, I'm not saying everyone, primarily about? Rap music.
What is rap music about?
Yeah. Did you ever bother?
It can be expression. It depends on, I guess who it is and what they're saying. Every rapper don't rap about violence and guns and gangs and killing.
Does any other rapper rap about violence and gangs?
It's a lot of rappers rap about guns and gangs and violence all the time.
And have you ever been to a concert, Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Have you ever been to a concert of any rap performer?
I was just at Usher the other night, but he's not a rapper.
Okay. Well, have you ever been at anyone you consider a rapper?
Yes. Maybe not recently, but I have been to rap concerts. I'm not really into rap as of late.
Do you ever notice the crowd, that they're all diverse?
Yes.
Do you know whether rap is the number one gross industry financially in the world?
I believe that.
Do you ever think about why is it popular?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Do you know whether this type of violence and gangs and killing 12, is that popular?
It is, but it shouldn't be.
Let me ask you about just how it is, okay? I think that's the third one that you asked about.
Okay.
Oh, before we go to that, Bad Boy, who is the co-artist on that? The jurors saw a video. There were two people singing.
Yes. That's another rapper.
Who is that?
I don't know Bad Boy.
One more time. You don't have to look at anything.
I mean, I'm looking at the name of the person. I don't know him. I just know that he's a collaborator with Mr. Williams.
Do you know that person's performer's name?
No.
Do you know whether any of these lyrics were changed in any way after they were actually sung?
No, I don't know that.
Do you know whether that can occur?
I mean, anything's possible, but whenever they play it on the radio or play it on YouTube or you can kind of look at what the words are and the person is actually rapping it on a music video and you can see it visually, then the words are the words.
I'm saying after it's actually recorded, do you know whether sound engineers or record producers, do you know whether any of the lyrics sometimes get changed?
It's possibly, but like I'm saying, once it's released, the words are the words.
In 539 YA, it's just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
And in that one, you referenced, I'd done the jacking, now I'm full-time rapping. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether any other artist has that exact lyric before Jeffrey Williams used it in the song?
I don't know.
You also targeted, my words targeted, mentioned the word wax. You just said that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what wax means.
It was just my terminology of whenever music is made or the tracks. I kind of reference that with the tracks that were made or or they put it on wax. It could be like on a record or, I'm old, so could it be a album or a cassette tape for all I know, but it's just a term that a lot of the artists use when they laying down the tracks or the music.
So this song that the jurors heard is entitled Just How It Is. Fair to say?
Yes.
And in that you targeted the second time, we known to kill the biggest, and I think you said,
I said kitty, but I think it's cat.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think you said something like kittens of the kitties or something, but it's
the biggest kitty of the cats. I think I said, but I had it backwards. I think
that's fine.
We killed the biggest cat of all the kitties.
Okay. And you told the jurors that in your vantage point, you believe that may have some reference to Jeffrey Williams, from Jeffrey Williams to the Donovan Thomas killing. That's what you said.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of Jeffrey Williams being friends with Donovan Thomas in January 2015?
I am.
Okay. And when it says we known to kill the biggest, and I think you corrected, cats of all the kitties, the line before that, do you have the words in front of you?
I don't.
Would you need to see something?
Yes, please.
You're on me. May I approach? May I approach?
Yes.
I turned it this way just because I did what I did before I made an error, but this is the whole song.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Okay.
Find that.
I didn't mean to turn my back. If you were ready.
Okay. Okay, it said, you want me to read the line before we known to kill the biggest cat?
Yeah, if it refreshes your memory, if that's accurate, yes, if you don't mind.
We don't speak about the S word on wax. It's all mob business.
And then goes right into.
We known to kill the biggest cats of all kitties.
So that line above, the one about we don't speak on wax, from your definition of wax, does that mean we don't speak on record, we don't go on something that's permanent to talk about mob business? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But then this entire song is about criminality. Or most of it, I don't want to say all of it.
The song kind of, it talks about the beef that the interaction at Lennox, which happened. It tell you to ask the cops, the detective, they know all the business. So, on one hand, saying that we're not going to talk about it, but we talk about it.
That's my point. So it's interesting in that song saying we're not going to talk about anything, but yet it's being talked about, right?
Yes.
You don't know whether any of this music, these lyrics, I know you don't know who wrote them, but you don't know if they're just art, do you? And not autobiographical.
It can be art. It can be looked at as art. I agree that it's art, but I think that when actual crimes are committed and you brag about it in a song, or you reference it in a song, or you taunt your ops in a song, then it causes problems. Because like I said, I've seen where songs have gotten 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds killed here in Atlanta because of things that were said in a song.
Well, that's terrible. But where in any of these songs that you looked at does it mention the op means opposition? Fair to say?
Yes.
Where does it ever mention IF gang?
What?
IF gang.
It does not.
I mean, that's your, and you're entitled to it, but that's your opinion. That's your personal opinion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where does any of these songs mention Jeffrey's friend Donovan Thomas?
It don't.
Now, I want to go to Jeffrey's releases, album releases, and songs releases. If you're not familiar with them, I'm not going to ask you about them, but are you familiar with his songs, like the names and how they're spelled? And
I'm not. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. With regards to, you know who Dwayne Carter is?
I do.
Phenomenal performer known as Lil Wayne.
Yes.
Are you familiar with his music?
Yes.
Are you familiar that on or about the 26th day of April 2015, he was here in Atlanta and in a tour bus, and that tour bus was fired upon?
Yes, that was a part of our operation planners.
Okay. Now, you knew Jeffrey Williams was performing in or around Holly Grove, Louisiana during that same time, same date. Fair to say?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Now, were you aware through your investigation, through you or your teammates, your prosecution team, that earlier that year, 2015, 2014, Jeffrey Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that in 2016 and 17 and 18, Jeffrey Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
Objection, Your Honor. Assuming facts not in evidence.
I'm asking.
Sustained.
I'm asking questions if she's aware. All right. Through your investigation, to you or anyone else, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, whether Jeffrey Williams and Lil Wayne did music together 2016, 17, and or 18?
I didn't see that in the investigation.
All right. Do you know if anybody ever spoke with Lil Wayne during your investigation?
I think they might have spoke to his people maybe around the tour bus incident, but I'm not sure who and how, because that was like a Cobb County incident. So I think somebody there did.
I'm excluding like a tour bus driver or something. I'm saying like let's do this. Anybody, to your knowledge, ever speak with you? I assume it's not you because you would have told us, but you or other people on your team ever speak with Lil Wayne's musical assistants?
Not that I know of.
All right. Were you aware that Lil Wayne put out, since the tour bus shooting, more recently, an album with Jeffrey or a song with Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Do you know whether Lil Wayne has put out a song with Jeffrey Williams since the tour bus shooting?
I don't.
Do you do any type of investigation, or do you have any training or experience into the promotion of music, specifically Jeffrey Williams rap music?
No.
And by that, I mean like something on YouTube, come to this event.
That wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator.
I couldn't hear you. I apologize.
I said that wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator. I don't study music. I don't, like I said, when we investigate crimes, we look at the crime. The music might come into play once we're looking at the crimes that happen. But as far as us just focusing on music or targeting music, that's not what we do.
let me show you what I believe. Well, can I have State's Exhibit number? Do you mind playing for me the name? I'll go. Remember that one? Let me show you with the court's, Honorable Court's permission, what's already been marked and entered into evidence, but I don't have the number, so
Okay.
Ms. Knight is helping with the number, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, is it okay if
Yes.
I play that once it
Yes.
is announced? While that's being pulled up, were you present for a February 28th, 2015 interview with Detective Dennis? There's others there. And Mr. Copeland, you know, Kenneth Copeland is Lil Woody.
Yes, I was there, but I think I was like in another room. We have a room where we have a monitor where we can watch the actual interview live. I wasn't actually in the room where they were interviewing.
Okay, so you're watching via some sort of
Monitor.
connectivity, and you can hear what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. I may want to ask you about that, but make sure that we get this first.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I play 117E?
Yes.
As in Aaron. Tell me if you've seen this before. It's already in evidence, okay?
Yeah, YSL. Carter 6 coming out Friday, first show. New Orleans, Holly Grove. Fuck, nigga. Meet me there, baby. Beat me there, you did. With them dicks, too. Yeah.
Have you seen that before?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do any type of work to determine whether that was choreographed and promoted by the record label or anybody with the record label? Do you
No.
know? Okay. All right. In that February 28, 2015, I call it interrogation, interview, whatever, conversation with Mr. Copeland or Lil Woody and one of your team members that you're watching on the other line or other room.
No.
Do you remember it coming up by Detective Dennis saying it's marketing? A lot of rap is entertainment, it's marketing. Do you remember all that?
Somewhat. It's been a while. But
Do you have any knowledge of how much money has gone into marketing the performer known as Young Thug? Do you know?
I'm sure a lot.
And that marketing backs up a certain type of image for the music. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever speak with any of the marketers to prepare for this case at all?
I did not.
Do you know who Future is? a performer, fabulous performer, Future?
Future, the rapper?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know whether that performer has any type of symbol, like an animal symbol? And if you don't, just
No, can't think of one.
okay. Do you know whether Lil Wayne has a symbol?
Nah, it's not coming to me right away.
Okay. Does a goat sound familiar? And if you don't know, just
That sounds familiar. It seemed like I seen that on an album cover or something.
okay. And Future, an eagle. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
And Drake, an owl.
Yes. I remember the owl.
And have you seen Jeffrey Williams collaborate with all those different individuals, those performers?
I have.
And have you seen their album covers or pictures with the snake and the goat, the owl and the snake, the eagle and the snake? Have you seen that?
I've seen a couple of, not all of them. I really haven't paid attention to them.
Okay. I want to go over with you. You were asked questions about the rodeo tour, or what known as the rodeo tour.
Yes.
And you were asked about whether crime slowed down in March of 2015, something to that effect. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you know what Jeffrey Williams' schedule was in January 2015?
No.
Do you know how many days he was physically in Atlanta area?
No.
How about in February 2015?
I don't know.
Is that going to be the same answer for the rest of 2015?
I mean, looking at this exhibit, he was pretty busy.
Well, that exhibit ends on around April 2015. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever, through your investigation, know that Jeffrey Williams was performing all over the world in 2015?
I did not really keep up with it, but we kept up with it, but we didn't keep up with it. So we kind of noticed like you said, the slowdown of the crime in March, which we saw that, he was on tour and gone a lot. So
when was the uptick again in the crime?
It started back in April.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where Jeffrey Williams, whether he was in Atlanta in April?
According to this tour thing, he was April 15th, April 1st, April 2nd, and April 3rd. He was on tour. So the rest of April, I can't say where he was.
Do you know whether he was in Atlanta?
I don't know.
And that's going to be the answer for the rest of the year, right?
Yes.
Where was Jeffrey Williams physically living in 2014?
I have no idea.
How about 15?
15, I was a part of the search warrant team. Well, can I talk about that? That the resident?
Yeah. Your Honor, I think we need to move past.
Just answer the question of whether you know where he was living.
Yes, some parts of 2015.
Okay. How many residents did he have in 2015?
I'm not sure. I just know of one.
How about 16? 2016?
No.
Same answer throughout until May of 2022?
Same answer.
All right. Do you know whether he was living for a considerable periods of time outside of Atlanta during all those years?
I don't know.
Okay. How many times in and around January 2015, God forbid the killings, January 10th, 2015, okay? How many times did Jeffrey Williams initiate? I mean, he's the one to initiate the caller to Demise McMullen.
I don't know.
How about Kenneth Copeland?
I don't know.
Justin Cobb?
I don't know. I didn't look into that part of the investigation.
Okay. All right. Now, you were asked about whether Jeffrey Williams, you were shown a stack. It's Jeffrey Williams exhibit numbers 220, and then it starts with A and it goes alphabetically throughout. You were asked about January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th, whether you found any schedules of of concerts? You remember that question?
That was on the flyers.
Yes.
Did we see any flyers?
Yes.
Because it was a list of flyers for the whole year, I think.
Yes. Do you know that who got those flyers?
No,
Do you know who Detective Racy is by any chance?
I do.
Now, January 11th, 2015. Do you know where Jeffrey Williams physically was?
I don't.
Do you know whether he was filming a music video?
I don't.
Assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Same question on the 12th. Do you know whether what he was doing?
On the 12th, where he was? I don't know.
Do you know what type of work he was doing on the 11th, 12th, 13th, et cetera?
I don't.
All right. Your Honor, may I have a moment? May I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you, Detective.
All right,
Thank you.
Mr. App.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Detective. My name's Jay Apt. I represent Mr. Kendrick.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
So I listened carefully to your testimony. When you were giving an answer about, or answers about a photograph depicting Mr. Kendrick standing on the hood of a vehicle, you said you wanted to focus on, quote, the crime at hand and who committed it, correct?
I didn't say it was a crime. I said it was disrespect.
Okay. So you don't believe that my client was committing a crime?
If he didn't damage the vehicle, no.
Uh-huh. All right, great. And you didn't, you perceived that that was an act of disrespect, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you question Mr. Kendrick or any of Mr. Kendrick's associates about him doing that?
I did not.
Did you question Mr. Rayshawn Bennett about that incident?
No, I didn't.
And to be clear for the jury, Rayshawn Bennett is the person who you believe owned that car, correct?
Correct.
He's also known as YFN Lucci, right?
Yes.
So you didn't question him about how he perceived it?
No. And
you didn't question any of Mr. Bennett's associates or friends about that incident?
I didn't, but Mr. Lucci spoke out on a pod with how he felt about that.
Okay. But you don't know for you're assuming that it was gang related, correct?
I'm not assuming. I know what was going on when that happened.
You didn't question anyone involved, but you knew.
I didn't have to question. I knew that it was a gang beef going between YFN, Lucci and his crew, and also YSL and their crew.
When is the last time before that photograph that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Kendrick spoke in person? Do you know?
I think they ran into each other at Lennox, but that was just according to social media. Or they actually talked about them running into each other or talking.
Do you know whether or not they ran into each other that day at the moment?
I think I saw something on social media saying that they did.
Is it possible that they made a bet that day and this was just someone winning a bet?
I don't know what was said.
You don't know? right? Because you didn't ask anyone, correct?
No, but the
You're
guy
assuming.
stood on the
Hang on,
guy.
let her finish her answer, and y'all are kind of talking over each other. So try not to do that. Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
It's all right.
I don't know it, but I don't think they even made a bet because, like I said, it was a lot of animosity and tension between the two groups.
And you wouldn't know because you didn't bother to question any of them, right?
I didn't question them, no.
Yeah. So you don't know whether for certain whether it was gang related or a bet or what the reason was or the intent was behind Mr. Kendrick standing on that vehicle. That's fair to say you don't know because you didn't question any of them.
I saw the reaction of Mr. Lucci when he was questioned about it.
Why not ask him? Why not go and ask him then?
I didn't have to ask him. I saw his reaction. He wasn't happy.
He didn't have to follow the evidence.
He
or
wasn't
investigate?
happy.
It's possible he wasn't happy because he lost a bet and had nothing to do with gang activity?
That's not an evidence of
Yeah, it is assuming facts. You don't know one way or another what the reason or intent was in my client's mind. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know what his intent was, but he got a reaction out of Lucci.
You believe in the First Amendment, right?
I do.
You believe in our people's right to free speech?
I do.
You believe in musicians' ability to create lyrics for art, right?
I do.
But you stated in your testimony that you think rap music that depicts violence is popular, but it shouldn't be.
I agree. It shouldn't be glorified.
And
I stand by that.
You also said that there are songs which have killed children in Atlanta. Which songs?
I don't know specific songs, but I know that it's music. The reason for the beef, as far as the Atlantic Station situation, they were going back and forth on social media with songs and disrespecting each other. Next thing you know is gunplay and children are dead.
You're the expert, detective. Which songs? Which songs regarding rap violence caused the death of children?
I don't know the name of the songs, but I know that those particular kids were involved in music, talking about each other in the music. Then it's violence spawned because of the music.
Do you think you should be an expert on rap lyrics?
Sustained.
I never said I was an expert on rap music. You said that.
You understand that lyrics and even lyrics about violence can be used as art to depict, to be marketed and for commercial purposes without being factual, right? You agree with that?
I have heard of that and seen that, but
and that can be done in
it's
movies.
it's not a good thing. That's all I said.
Not a good thing.
Right.
You ever seen the movie The Untouchables with Robert De Niro?
Probably not.
No?
No.
Goodfellas?
Seen Goodfellas.
Okay. So do you think Robert De Niro should be charged with crimes because he depicts murder and violence?
No.
What about Al
didn't do it.
Pacino?
If he was charged when he stepped off the movie set and he went and did the actual things that he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
But you said in earlier testimony that if it's depicting previous actual acts of violence, then that should be a crime.
Like I said, if Robert De Niro left the movie set and went out and shot somebody like he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
That's not what you said earlier. You said,
I'm saying argumentative, Your Honor.
okay. Did you say earlier that someone who is rapping about a previous act of violence should be held responsible for that?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said that they put in the music or in the wording of the songs things that have happened, meaning whether it was a shooting, whether it was a drive-by, whether it was a smash and grab, whatever. I say that sometimes this can be a confession. Sometimes it can be taunting just to the other gang members or the acts or whatever.
So if it's taunting, then it should be criminalized. Is that your...
I didn't say that either.
Okay. So Bob Marley singing "I Shot the Sheriff" is okay too, right?
He shoot the sheriff in real life like that man did up in Kentucky, then yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Or if it's like the sheriff shot the judge.
You don't know much about Bob Marley's life, do you?
What do I got to do with anything?
Listen, you understand that you've already testified that you have no concrete evidence that the lyrics that were played in this courtroom earlier are directly related to any actual criminal activity, right?
I didn't say it was connected to criminal activity. I never said that.
Well, okay. So they're just art. They're just free speech then. We can agree on that?
It's free speech, but like I said, when you talk about a crime that actually happened and your group is the suspect, it's
what? It's what?
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
It's obvious that you were involved if you're singing about it?
Could have been.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to the characterization of it's obvious that you were involved, maybe. And I'm going to object to Mr.
Overruled. What else? Hang on. To Mr. App's misstatement. Is that what you said? Ask your question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what you're saying is if someone sings about an act of violence that previously occurred, then it's obvious that they were involved.
That is a misstatement. That
Okay.
wasn't.
Is
her
that what you're
testimony.
saying?
Not exactly. I'm saying that if crimes have been committed and then you go brag about it in a song, it's hard to defend that you didn't have anything to do with what you're pretty much confessing in a song.
Okay, and I guess that's my point. If Robert De Niro plays Al Capone and he's playing Al Capone in a movie, is it then obvious that he's the one who's in the mafia? I don't understand. Why is it that singing about a previous crime that occurred somehow ties you to that crime? What evidence do you, let me rephrase, what evidence do you have that either Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Williams actually committed the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't tell you that I had evidence of that. Did I tell you that?
You testified.
I testified that they killed Donovan Thomas?
You testified that it was obvious.
Got me mixed up. I didn't tell you that.
So it's not obvious that they're involved?
Objection, Your Honor, because I'm not sure where we're going to go, and so I want to.
Well, a minute ago.
Hang on and let me listen to her objection.
Can we approach her?
Yes. All right, Detective, we just want to make sure that with regard to Mr. App's questioning, he's going to confine his questions to things that have to do with his client, Mr. Kendrick. And you should likewise confine your answers to things that have to do with his client right now while he's the one questioning, okay? And not talk about any of the other co-defendants on trial here. And things like a search warrant that got the results of which were suppressed, don't even veer into territory like that. And I'm not going to go through all of the different possibilities, but just be mindful when you testify to be careful not to testify to anything that, as an experienced detective shouldn't be being talked about. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any other kind of parameter anybody wants to mention?
Well, Your Honor, and I guess I'm speaking to the detective as well. Detective. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I am not asking this question, and he is specifically asking about Mr. Kendrick. I would not anticipate that the answer would include pronouns such as they or things of that nature. And I would ask that anything be strictly limited to Mr. Kendrick.
I understand.
All right. Anybody else?
I'll absolutely limit my questions relating only to Mr. Kendrick.
All right. Okay, I think we're ready to get the jury back. They may not be ready to come back, but.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Detective, you were saying that and I don't want to misquote you, but that if someone raps or sings about an act of violence that actually occurred, then it becomes obvious of what?
To me, it's bragging. Could be taunting or bragging.
And let me ask you this. Are you aware of whether Mr. Kendrick wrote any of those lyrics that were played in the courtroom earlier?
No, I'm not aware.
So you don't know if my client was even involved in writing those lyrics?
I never said he did.
And you're not aware of Mr. Kendrick in any way, shape, or form being tied to or involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas. Isn't that true?
I know he was arrested and charged or a suspect for it.
Were his fingerprints found anywhere?
I didn't work the homicide portion of that. You would have to refer to.
You don't know. You don't know if his fingerprints.
I didn't get into the homicide investigation.
You don't know if his fingerprints were found on the Tahoe or any evidence in the case?
No.
You don't know if his DNA was found?
No.
You don't know if any ballistics were found that were tied to Mr. Kendrick, correct?
No.
In fact, you're not aware of any eyewitnesses who saw Mr. Kendrick commit that crime, correct?
I don't know of any.
And you went to great lengths to give an expert opinion about what the state refers to as exhibit, I believe, exhibit 535 YB, which is the song called Slime. And I apologize, I may be less genteel than Mr. Steele is, but it's a piece of evidence. The song's actual name is Slime Shit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you stated earlier, you don't know the date that song was released, right?
No, I only see the date that it was uploaded to YouTube, like I told Mr. Steele.
You don't know the date it was written?
I don't.
You don't know who wrote the lyrics?
I don't.
And so if that song, if I told you that track was released officially on September 16th of 2015, and that...
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question. If, hypothetically, if those lyrics were released in 2014, before the murder of Donovan Thomas, then wouldn't it be fair to say that the Tahoe mentioned in the song had nothing to do with Mr. Thomas's murder, right?
That would be fair.
You're not suggesting that whoever wrote the lyrics was psychic and predicted the murder of Donovan Thomas, right?
I did not say that.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness coming up?
Good afternoon, former agent.
No, I'm actually a retired investigator, but I was a former task force officer.
Retired investigator. Okay, retired investigator Underwood. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay.
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, good.
All right, good. First of all, I just want to get one thing out of the way. Brief, and I know you were answering a question. You brought up some Atlantic Station incident that has nothing to do with this case.
Oh,
correct?
no, it has nothing to do with this case.
Okay.
It was just referencing gang violence.
Okay, cool. You, in preparation, you knew you were going to be testifying eventually, and you provided a CV.
I did.
To the state, correct?
I did. It's probably been a while though, since because I might have updated it since I did my Daubert, maybe.
Okay, you understand. On Friday, when the state was asking about some of your background experiences, you were asked, have you received training on how gangs use music to promote violence? And you answered yes.
I have.
Okay, could you tell me the name of that class and who taught it and when that occurred?
I have attended like the Georgia Gang Investigation Association training where, and I can't remember the name of the individual. I know Marissa Viverito has taught one at APD, but when I went to the GGIA one, I can't remember the name of the instructor, but I've had like at least 2 or 3 classes.
So Marissa Viverito is someone who worked for the DA's office in Fulton County, correct?
She used to.
And right. And she's also worked for the state of Georgia, correct?
Yes.
And you know her to be on the witness list for this case, correct? Okay. So she taught that class.
She taught one of them.
Okay.
I've been to more than one.
Well, who specifically talked about how gangs use music? What individual, what professor, or was it an artist that talked about that? Who was it?
It wasn't a professor. It was law enforcement.
Oh, law enforcement. And who was the law enforcement?
The one that I do remember recently was Marissa. She taught one at APD.
All right. Marissa Viverito, who used to work for the DA's office. Okay. So there was no one from the music industry, no artists or anything there. Okay.
No.
How gangs, you were asked if you had training in how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. Again, who were the musicians or anyone that spoke to you about that?
No musicians. The classes that I've taken have been all from law enforcement when it came to gangs. My other classes at Columbia Southern were professors, but they didn't talk about gangs. Okay. And how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. What date was that? Who taught you about that? I told you what class. I don't remember the instructor on one of them, but I do. Like I said, the most recent one at APD within the last 3 years. It might have been while she was still here. She taught that one. That's the one that stands out. But I did go to one down in South Fulton as well, but it was like a GGIA training.
You were asked how gangs use. You were asked about your training or education and how gangs use music to promote cohesiveness. Who taught that class? Is that the same answer?
It would be the same, yes.
Okay, so no one from the music industry, and it seems like
every class was law enforcement.
And the one that you're speaking of is Investigator Viverito, who's on the state's witness list for this case.
That's one of them.
Okay. And the same answer would be for your experience when the state asked you how gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs. Would those be your same answers?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then you were asked by the state here, among other things, to talk about lyrics in this case, and you've been speaking about specific lyrics.
Yes.
Okay. In that Bad Boy video, you didn't recognize the other artist?
No, I don't know who that is.
You ever hear Juice WRLD?
I've heard of it, but I don't. That's not anybody that came on the radar because he haven't probably committed a crime here in Atlanta.
Okay. So as I understand it, in preparation of this testimony, and correct me if I get the timing wrong, sometime last week, the state gave you some music videos to review or some songs to review.
Yes.
Okay. And how many?
The 3. Okay.
It was just those 3.
Just these 3.
Okay. And they were all songs by Jeffrey Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Did they not ask you to review a song called Homicide, written and performed by Lil Woody featuring Fagiano?
Never heard of it, no.
All right, I know y'all rocking with this, but y'all do know that the same day that this happened, I had showed this exact video to my chat, to my people, and we were debating whether or not you should be able to use artistic expression, lyrics, etc., against the defendant. And I brought this up to the chat. And then later on the same day, Max Sharp brought it up in court.
Have you ever watched that video?
I haven't.
Okay. Are you aware of this song?
No,
You aware that in that music video, in that song, Woody talks about putting money on someone else's head?
not aware.
Are you aware that the person he talks about putting money on their head is a heavy-set African-American male?
Not aware of that.
Are you aware that the person he conspires with in that video to kill the heavy-set African-American male is Trevante Turner?
And I'm saying objection vague as to, are you talking about what happened in the video?
Yes.
This video, and so
I haven't seen the video.
Okay, so you're not aware that Trevante Turner played the role of the hitman in Woody's video where
I haven't seen that
he
video.
depicts killing a heavyset African-American male. Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, are there any other defense counsel questions?
All right, people, that's the end of that. That is the end of that. Y'all know Shark could have gone a little further. I feel like he could have gone a little bit further, and he could have maybe, he didn't want to say that this guy was like Nut, looked like Big Nut. But I guess he got his point across. All right, so who was it? Was it Air? Air, did you say let's pull an all-nighter? I think Air said let's pull an all-nighter. I don't know about that one. But if y'all want to keep it rolling, if it's anybody, if y'all want to keep it rolling, we'll keep it rolling. I'll put on another video. Oh, this was a good one. This was a good one. I'm gonna just keep it rolling, y'all. If y'all still here, y'all want to keep rocking with the videos. Oh, this had the old style format on it though. I'm glad I got away from that. I really am not feeling that format. Jeez, I'm gonna have to find one with the newer format on it. Oh man, off the rails, defense fight against Mailer Rule, blah blah blah. Okay, so when did I get this new format? Let me see here. All right, I must have gone to the new format right here. All right. Let me see. I guess we'll go with the Detective Dennis situation.
During your interview,
Dennis. We'll go with Detective Dennis.
are they still?
Y'all just want to keep rocking and rolling, keep the chat going. We'll go with Detective Dennis. If y'all want to rock, if y'all want to go, see y'all tomorrow. It is 5 o'clock though. But we still got a nice little crowd in here. What do y'all want to do? Y'all want to keep moving or what? Was there any? Let's get some comments. Let's get some comments. Got a rack of comments we haven't talked about. Was there any indication that the jury will be back tomorrow, or is it still disorganized as usual? The court, I don't think, has said anything official. So I do not know officially, but the expectation is back tomorrow at 9:30. Am I gonna stay? We still got a decent little crowd in here, so I'll play one more video if y'all want to watch. Y'all just want to keep chatting. I guess it wouldn't hurt. So we're expecting the jury back tomorrow as of now, but you know, I guess if they bring the jury back, if there's some business to do, they'll do it. So I'm just gonna.
Are they still fighting,
y'all?
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay.
That notwithstanding, I don't have any recollection of the detective being questioned or talking about his ability to interpret lyrics as part of his expertise.
And we are back, Thank everybody for watching this video. Go ahead and hit that like button for us. It helps us out a lot. And you know it helps you because it helps us. Now, today, y'all, we have Detective Dennis back on the stand. You may remember Detective Dennis as the partner to Detective Gaither, who both of them were gang unit supposed experts. I only say supposed because that's going to come up. It's going to be called into question today. Also, you're going to see a wild strip club fight, just crazy. And you're also going to see the question of lyrics come back into question as to whether or not they can be used. I don't feel like this is the best one. I'm sorry, y'all. Maybe we should just put on when Dennis gets banned. Let's go.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I have one question. Excuse me, Your Honor. I have one question.
Let's go with this one still.
Is retired investigator Dennis going to return to the stand at some point? I'm not sure if the state had planned on that or not, or if your sanction would bar that as well.
Oh, no, he won't be returning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted that clarified.
And we are back. Stop what you're doing and go ahead and hit that like button for us. You know we appreciate it. It helps us and it helps you because it helps us and it helps us stay here creating this wonderful content for you. Y'all, today we have a very dramatic video for you, a serious mistrial motion, and your boy Detective Dennis gets banned from the YSL trial. You're going to see everything in this video. So Dennis, from the infamous duo of Gaither and Dennis is no longer allowed to come back and testify. Now, as you watch, you're going to see a couple of exhibits and you're going to hear the audio go off. That is not due to our feed. That's due to all of the feeds. When they put up these visual exhibits, the audio goes dead for a while and you're not going to actually hear what Dennis says. But due to the mistrial motions and all of the ruckus after the fact, you're going to know what he said and you're going to see him get banned from the trial. You're going to see all of the back and forth. You're going to see everything. So without further ado, stop what you're doing right now. Like this video. Don't forget to comment and subscribe, and let's get into it.
He's not already qualified with that degree of specificity. Go ahead, whichever one of y'all is going to handle that part.
Detective Dennis, as a gang investigator, did music sometimes come up in your investigations?
Yes.
How did it come up in your investigation?
A lot of rappers participate in gangs, and so it often came up.
And as an expert, when you said a lot of gang members rap, do gangs in your experience use music in order to promote their gangs?
Yes.
Do they also use music and sometimes to promote fear and violence in their music?
Yes.
I think it's, if you could focus more on what his training and experience with regard to that is.
Sure. Tell the court about your training experience in using music as a part of your gang investigations.
In my almost 10 years in the gang unit, we investigated countless different gangs, gang members, music, literature, social media. Like I said previously, nothing was off limits. And music, like I said earlier, a lot of times we weren't investigating the music, we were investigating the crime, and the music came up or someone made us aware of a song that referenced something in reference to the crime in which we was investigating.
And as you heard those songs, how did you then use that as a part of your investigation?
That helped understand sometimes why a retaliation happened, or were they taunting a rival, or were they highlighting something that they did or something like that. And that helped us investigate what we were doing.
And how often over your 10 years of being a part of gang unit, would you say music came up in your investigation?
A lot, like a percentage.
Yeah.
I couldn't even, 75% to 100%, I don't know.
Okay. And have you ever had the occasion to teach on how music and gang culture, about music and gang culture?
Yes, I think I said last time I had a presentation that I talked to other investigators and students about hip hop and gang culture and how they go hand in hand.
And how many times have you done that presentation?
More than 10.
More than 10. And just tell the court a little bit about what you talked about in that presentation.
In the presentation, I basically used movies, music, and showed through entertainment how in the African American community, they can be brainwashed through entertainment, and how gangs has been pushed on the African American community through entertainment. I think I referenced last time the movies Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society. I didn't know what a Blood or a Crip was until I saw Colors. All of that is through entertainment. Same thing with music.
If you could tell the court briefly, what were some of the songs that you used as a part of your presentation?
Part of my presentation.
I'm more interested in his own training than his teaching other people. I mean, I get that he must have had something that from which he could then teach other people, but we're skipping that part.
So again, over the course of your tenure, you said you maybe had about 75 to 100% of your cases are with, may have had some type of music involved in your investigation. Have you had you yourself training specifically on how music can be a part of your gang investigations?
I took every gang class that they offered us. We took gang training through Gypstick. We took training in other jurisdictions. We took whatever gang training was offered in an effort to learn trends, music or what have you. We also had monthly meetings with other departments, and we also information shared about music, gang trends, and different things, because a lot of times something that was happening in Atlanta or happening in another jurisdiction eventually was going to come to Atlanta. And so we often shared this information over the course of my years through my training and my own background. I was able to decipher a song, decipher movies and entertainment, and understand what's being said. And through interviews with individuals involved in our investigations, a lot of them would help us understand some of the music and some of the lyrics that they were saying.
Course indulgent. No further questions.
All right. Does anybody have questions? All right.
I want to hone in specifically on your training, right?
Okay.
I heard you say that you've given a presentation about gangs, but I'm asking you about gangs and specifically rap music and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs. What is this presentation that you've given, and are there any literature? Is there literature or any material that you have that you can share with us that you've used in this presentation?
I don't have the presentation with me, but in the presentation, it's my own accumulation of entertainment, music, and presenting. I present to kids, I present to adults and other cops, and educating them. In the gang unit, a lot of officers don't understand what's happening right before their eyes. And so for myself, I was tasked with educating not only our department, but other departments when I worked for the ATF, them as well as students about this information.
What literature specifically have you used to educate either yourself or other investigators in regards to the relationship to rap and rap lyrics to gangs?
You mean, when you say literature, you mean like books, or are you talking about magazines?
I'm talking about books. I'm talking about learned treatises. I'm talking about studies, anything like
Training materials.
None of it.
None.
Magazines. We might use any hip hop magazine, or different examples that's in a magazine might be something that we are able to reference because of the wording or something along that. When you reference books, I've read different gang books from other officers. I've read a book out of Compton. I think it's A Lonely Day in Compton or something. And it was written by gang detectives out of Compton, because a lot of gang, they were privy to a lot more information than we were in their own work over the years.
Right. And what specific information? Here's what I'm trying to get to, Detective. I'm really not trying to trick you or anything. But I want to know specifically, is there a book? is there a training manual that specifically deals with rap lyrics as it relates to gangs?
No.
Okay. You referenced before, I think you used the words, my own background is used to decipher this information. You talked about movies. So are we talking simply about you looking at the movie Menace to Society?
Yes, I've seen it. Yes.
Right. Looking at the movie Boys in the Hood?
Yes.
And you're saying that that is what you have used to form your expertise in regards to rap lyrics and the relationship between rap lyrics and gangs?
What I'm saying is, based on my own upbringing, growing up in a gang-infested environment, my own education, my own training, as well as watching these said movies is where I formulated my opinion.
Have there, other than what you yourself have experienced in your own personal life, right? Have there been any, for example, instructors, professors, or anyone else who have taught you using material or lesson plan in regards to the relationship between rap lyrics and gang? No?
No.
All right. Those are all the questions I have.
Anybody else? Any redirect?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. So, and then has a part of what you have done, how does that intersect with what you know about gangs?
What?
The music and the lyrics.
From listening, I'm a rap fan myself, and from listening to music and watching movies, videos, YouTube, I'm able to understand what is being said and what is being expressed. Of my life, it's just like watching anything. I can understand it. And by me being a gang investigator, a regular person might listen and think it's art. And it may be art. But for myself, with my education and my background and investigating gangs for a number of years, I'm able to understand exactly the message that's being kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? That's being given. I can't even think of, but I understand when someone says, I caught somebody down bad. To you, you may look at that and say, oh, they caught somebody down bad. But for me, that means you caught somebody and you were able to hurt them, kill them, or what have you. So I'm able to decipher what is being said. A regular lay person does not understand that. They look at it as just art or a lyric in a song.
Okay. All right. Once again, I'm satisfied that based on his training and experience, he can testify as an expert as to maybe a double meaning within rap lyrics.
Your Honor.
And it's obviously ultimately going to be for the jury to determine whether they,
and
believe and accept as credible anything he or any other witness says. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that's my issue. I understand the court's ruling. I just asked you to consider what he has testified to. He has no specialized knowledge beyond the ken of any layperson. I understand his saying that what he grew up around. I grew up in Brooklyn too, and maybe there are members of the jury who have the same experience, life experiences as him. But that's not what the purpose of.
I understand. I'm not basing it just on where he grew up. It's
Right,
his training and experience as a gang investigator.
But specifically in regard to the interpretation of rap and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs, he has not given the court any information whatsoever to indicate that he has any specialized knowledge that will qualify him as an expert, such that his opinion could go to the jury for them to look at him as an expert in that field. None whatsoever. And I'd maintain my objection. I'd ask that he not be qualified in that particular area.
All right, I understand, and your objection is overruled. I mean, this just happens to be words that are set to a beat. It's no different. All right, let's get the jury in here.
Investigator Dennis. Before we go back to where we left off at, just a few questions, just a few additional questions. You talked about during your investigation back in 2015, you were able to go to social media and pull things from social media. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And even after 2015, did you still pull or were able to view social media of individuals that were a part of that 2015 investigation?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 1TT and 544Y. Can you please tell if you recognize what's in first State Exhibit 1TT?
Yes.
And did you pull that from social media?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the picture in which you pulled from social media that contains a blue car and an individual standing on a blue car?
Yes.
You're on this time statement like the Tender States Exhibit 1TT into evidence. 1TT into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And then also looking at State Exhibit 544Y, is that a picture that you pulled from the Instagram of, whose Instagram is that? Let me ask.
It appears to be Shannon Stillwell.
And what was the Instagram handle?
OG_Bull, BOOL.
And
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you use the microphone, please? Thank you.
And is there a date on that image?
March 28th of 2015.
Your Honor, this time the state like the Tender States Exhibit 544Y into evidence.
It's admitted.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do have a
sorry.
specific objection.
Okay.
I can approach now, or I can approach before it's published.
Yes, go ahead and approach now.
I'm gonna also show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 545Y. Do you recognize State Exhibit 545Y?
Yes.
And what is the State Exhibit 545Y?
It's a post from Mr. Stillwell's Instagram.
Okay. And was that also pulled in, appear to be, have been posted in 2015?
Yes, same date as the other picture.
Yeah, this time the state would like the Tender States Exhibit 545Y into evidence.
It's renewing my objection from when we litigated these before.
Okay, it is admitted. All of the objections that were made before are preserved. And as to 544Y, that's admitted, subject to whatever modification the two of you agreed to.
And preserving the objection.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. First showing State Exhibit 543Y. Now looking at State Exhibit 1TT, why was
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial. This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on that vehicle. If you can just give us an opportunity just to look at some case law just to see if we can.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that. And I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless, it
intention.
happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. What is the state?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will ask that you deny defendant's motion for a mistrial. The state would like to cite the court to Swims v. State, which is 307 Georgia, 651, a 2020 case, Your Honor. In that case, which was the defendant's only enumeration of error, and I'm in Division 2 of that opinion, Your Honor, Swims contends that the trial court erred in denying his motion for mistrial after his character was improperly placed into evidence during Chelsea Owens' testimony. When the state asked Owens if Swims offered any reasoning for why he wanted to escape, Owens responded, and this is what the witness said in that case. I asked Swims, why would he do that? I said, why would you want to do that? He told me because they did not honor his fast and speedy trial. He was looking at getting off on a technicality because they didn't honor that. He didn't have that for his defense. He said he was doing time. He had a lot of time in West Virginia that he wasn't never going to get out. In that case, Swims' trial counsel immediately asked to approach the bench and moved for a mistrial. The trial court judge overruled Swims' objection and denied his motion. The state resumed its direct examination of Owens, who then testified that Swims provided another possible motivation for attempting an escape, that Swims had murdered Clemson. I asked him, did y'all kill that child? And he told me, why do you want out of here so bad? So that was how the testimony continued. I'm gonna skip down. A trial court's denial of a motion for mistrial based on the improper admission of bad character evidence is reviewed for abuse of discretion by examining factors and circumstances, including the nature of the statement.
Slow down, reading, please.
Sorry. The other evidence in the case and the action taken by the court and counsel concerning the impropriety. And they cite Smith v. State, 302 Georgia, 699. A passing reference to a defendant's incarceration does not place his character in evidence. And they cite Lewis v. State, 287 Georgia, 210 at Penn site 212. Furthermore, Owens' passing reference to Swims' incarceration in West Virginia for an unstated crime was an unexpected answer to the question asked by the prosecutor, who was attempting to establish that Clemson's murder was the reason Swims wanted out of jail so bad. And they see Walker v. State, 282 Georgia, 703. A non-responsive answer that impacts negatively on a defendant's character does not improperly place his character in issue. After Swims' mistrial was denied, the state did not inquire further into Swims' crimes in West Virginia beyond a single confirmation that his incarceration there also served as a motive for escape. Your Honor, given what occurred in this case, Your Honor, the state's intention when I asked the question, what was the significance of that picture? The state's intention was solely to talk about the fact that Mr. Kendrick was standing on that car being that of Rayshon Bennett. His mother had identified that car yesterday during her testimony, Your Honor. So it was an inadvertent response, which was non-responsive to the state's answer, Your Honor. And given that is what occurred, Your Honor, the state would ask that you deny their motion. Furthermore, Your Honor, other factors that you look at in order to determine whether or not a mistrial should be granted is the nature of the statement, other evidence in the case, the actions taken by the court.
The what?
The actions taken by the courts. Was the reference isolated and brief, and whether the jury's exposure was repeated and extensive, and was it inadvertent? Additionally, Your Honor, within the indictments, Your Honor, we did charge Mr. Kendrick with, as one of the overt acts in this indictment, which is Act 58, and he's also charged in this indictment in count 63 of this indictment, Your Honor, of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. Your Honor, so for the purposes of having to prove that count of the indictment, we will have to enter Mr. Kendrick's certified copy of his conviction, of course, with a limiting instruction that only be used against him, Your Honor. So the fact that came out during that testimony
would not be substantially more prejudicial, Your Honor, given that, one, the jury has heard this indictment, and as well as this evidence will come out, at least that he was convicted, because we have to prove that portion of the indictment, Your Honor. So we would ask that the court deny his motion.
All right.
And we have instructed our witness, pass that as well.
Ms. Weinstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the Swims case cited by the state, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that was a seasoned officer that testified about the bad character. Is that correct?
I don't know if it was seasoned.
No, I looked. It's not.
It's
It was
an
a fellow
inmate, right? And I think there's a distinction between a fellow inmate and an officer with decades of experience. And it's not just I that think that. I mean, I think if you go back and look at Posey v. State, which you may have already looked at, 152, Georgia Appeals 216, there you have a case where a seasoned officer testified about bad character of a defendant. The court in that case called for, there should have been a mistrial. It says that when it's impossible for the trial court by corrective instruction to rectify the harm done by improper testimony, a mistrial must be granted. And again, the issue here is you have a seasoned officer, someone with years of experience testifying. And in Posey, there's really very instructive language from our courts where they say, we reiterate here, I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast.
And too loudly.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tone it down. We reiterate here what we said in Boyd. It may well be argued that peace officers are not always well acquainted with our rules of evidence and that statements such as the one here are merely inadvertent. I'm going to stop the quote for a second to say something, which is, again, here we have a peace officer, here we have an investigator who is well seasoned. The quote continues, but if we refuse to reverse this judgment, then we provide no incentive to district attorneys and solicitors to counsel their witnesses, especially law enforcement officers, to avoid extraneous and inadmissible outbursts. It is high time that this court go on record as opposing without reservation such conduct by law enforcement officers. Posey is exactly on point. Posey calls for a mistrial. This officer should have known better. The state should have properly prepared the witness to not issue, to not blurt out, to not state so clearly that my client was just getting out of prison. It cannot be corrected, Your Honor.
All right. Any last words by the state? Well, actually, never mind. It's the defense's motion, so y'all don't get any last words. All right. I think I am finding that this was not intentionally elicited on the part of the state. However, I also am finding that this witness as a law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. It is, however, significant that one of the charges against Mr. Kendrick in this indictment is that he is a convicted felon. Were it not for that, I would grant the mistrial motion. But given that this jury already knows that he's been convicted and is a convicted felon anyway, even without this testimony, I don't think that a mistrial is warranted. I am, however, going to give a curative instruction and as a sanction for this having occurred, that's the end of the testimony from this witness. There's going to be no more testimony from him. So he's done. All right. What I am proposing to say as an instruction is Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and should not have been mentioned. Further, this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I would also then, because we didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine, so it would be a
Okay.
confrontation clause, it would be reversible error. So I'm moving.
Let me ask you this. Have y'all cross-examined him the
Yes.
2 times before? All right, so we're going to strike everything
Yes,
he
that's
said
what I was-
today.
And
All right.
the notes, just like you did before, all the notes, they have to go back, give them to the court if you don't mind, put them under seal, or that's what I remember you doing, but whatever you did with them. And if they can't follow that instruction, please alert
All
your
right.
honorable court if you
Yeah.
don't mind.
You're right. Can we just ask that we could just stop our testimony and give them an opportunity to cross-examine him?
No, I
You're
guess
right.
you can ask, and the answer is no.
But I don't.
The
think
answer
that-
is no. You can make a record.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't believe that my question was broad.
It's not your fault.
And I understand that, but Your Honor, the testimony that was given today, this was a one-time infraction, Your Honor. And we would just ask, we can understand that if his testimony, if the state no longer can question him, we would ask that all of his testimony from today is not stricken because of one mistake. Like this was one mistake that he made, Your Honor. We would stop our questioning of him, allow the defense to cross him on what has come out now. But all of the information that he's provided this far, he has been careful. He has not said anything today that was even remotely close to what happened here right now. I believe it was a mistake on his part. Maybe as a state, I should have instructed clearer, and I will take that responsibility, Your Honor. But given that this was one moment in time, the state is going to ask that we will stop questioning. If that's the sanction that the state has to stop questioning him, Your Honor, we will take that sanction and ask that the defense be allowed to cross him and that we be not allowed to direct him, and that's fine, but not that his entire testimony from today be struck, Your Honor, given that that was one mistake that he made very short in time, Your Honor.
All right,
We would just
understood.
ask.
Do I need to
ruling
respond to that,
stands.
Your Honor?
You don't
Okay.
need to.
Thank you.
Yes.
I did not mention it, but also all the exhibits admitted through this gentleman need to be taken back under seal as well and disregarded by the jury, please.
Do you have another witness available?
Yes, Your Honor. We're
Okay.
trying to figure that out.
All right, go ahead and get them lined up.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I have one question. Is retired investigator Dennis going to return to the stand at some point? I'm not sure if the state had planned on that or not, or if your sanction would bar that as well.
Oh, no, he won't be returning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted that clarified.
Unless you'd like for me to have him come back and admonish him. But I'm not going to do it in front of the jury because I don't think we need to highlight it further. Okay. I kind of would like to tell him he should have known better though. Y'all can just relay that. Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor. And I'd like to renew my motion for mistrial prior to the next question.
All right. It is denied.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have another witness you can put up now, or do I need to give y'all a few minutes? Okay. Why is the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon Why is that already in before the jury? That wasn't bifurcated?
It was not bifurcated, Your Honor.
Did nobody ask that it be bifurcated?
This has been a long trial, and I know you're not asking about my client's charges, but my recollection is I asked for my client's charges to be bifurcated, and it was denied, is my recollection. And so,
it might be, I'm gonna check, you overact as well, and that's why I figured. I'm gonna check. So it's an overact, so like a felony murder.
Okay, what is the overt act? That they're convicted felons? That would be weird.
Yeah, that's holding down.
I mean, there has to be some reason, but, oh, that,
187,
That's why it wasn't exact.
okay,
189.
The 187 is just possession of fire. So that's
189. Okay, that explains it. Okay, well then I guess my instruction will say as to count 63 and alleged overt act 189. Okay. Where'd my instruction go? Okay, thank you. Okay, which actually then has to change my instruction as to the rest of them too. In order to be correct, my instruction would be his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants except to the extent the jury finds it relevant to overt act 189, which y'all may not want said at all. You may want me to just not say anything at all about it. So what's the defense preference, everybody other than Mr. Kendrick? You know what I'm asking? Yes. So I was going to say that his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants or any of the charges against them, but that's not actually true if it's an overt act. And so do you want me to just not say anything at all about the other defendants, or say it shouldn't be considered against any of them except to the extent it might be relevant to their determination of overt act 189?
But Your Honor, I thought we discussed this. The overt act is coming in as an admission by Mr. Kendrick, which violates our confrontation clause, right? That's the instruction the state was supposed to give to you when they were talking about the same thing.
Right,
overt
the
act.
conviction itself.
Right.
In that.
So that would insulate us, not Mr. Kendrick, of that overt act. And that's the instruction I tried to do. I cannot formulate it. And you asked the state to do it. It goes
Yeah,
to Mr.
I mean, I'd
Ryan.
love for both of you to at least come up with your best effort on it. So
it does not apply to Mr. Matthews, Miss
any of the rest
Williams,
of them,
right.
basically. But so
That's the instruction you've been waiting on.
I know. But I think, yeah.
If I may just continue speaking, that's why I believe that Mr. Ryan's jury verdict, Mr. Kendrick's conviction, Mr. Stillwell's conviction, there might be one more, the guilty pleas, Mr. Winfrey, but I've discussed that, should all be kept out of this trial. Because somebody like me, Mr. Williams is not a convicted felon. He can't cross any of these people unless they testify. And I don't believe that a limiting instruction will be fashioned. That's my belief.
And y'all are planning to prove those as to the defendant who's convicted with their convictions, but are you doing anything beyond that?
No, Your Honor, and I think that was what Ms. Love was working on as far as crafting instruction, that it only goes against the defendant who's convicted. It only goes against that defendant, not the other.
Even as an overt act, even in consideration of RICO.
And I think that is where, as I say, we've been trying to word it, and Mr. Steele and I have had brief conversation, figuring out the best wording.
But do you agree that they can't consider, even if they find that overt act with regard to Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell, it normally would be that, you know, you don't, if you find that any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act, which then they would have found that as to these people, if they believe the conviction, then all you need to find with regard to the rest of the co-conspirators is the rest of what's required for the RICO violation, not a separate overt act. You know what I'm saying? And so how is it not in some way considered? It's not necessarily considered against them, but it checks a box that has to be checked with regard to each defendant that somebody committed an overt act. Okay, here's somebody who committed an overt act. And so it checks that box for the what's required for RICO.
Can I ask, Your Honor, for this purpose for right now, can we do the curative instruction that they disregard what he said?
Yeah, but I mean, what do I say? Disregard it with regard to any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them? And then y'all just are going to have to prove something else or what? Because I don't want to give them the wrong instruction. I mean, and it may be that it does have to be some other overt act with regard. I don't see how it can't, how you get around confrontation clause. You know?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess my thought is, if you're striking, for purposes of today, if you're striking his entire testimony, then everything he has said is.
I know, but I'm trying to tell the jurors, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history is not relevant except with regard to count 63 and overt act is it 189?
Yes, Your Honor.
But really, I mean, is that?
Can we?
Or you can just strike overt act 189 out of the indictment. That would be easier.
And that was our position, because there's no way, respectfully, that a highly intelligent juror like we have is going to be able to follow this gymnastic.
And I guess our thought is, since you're striking his entire testimony now, can we deal with the felony portion of the instruction later?
I mean, I'd love to, except for the fact that now's the time to do it. I'm taking their notes away and I'm saying to them, what you heard about him having just gotten out of prison, you need to disregard except for some very limited reasons.
But since we have not put his conviction in, if you just tell him disregard everything at this point,
there's no evidence before them about him being in prison right now. So my point is, if you just tell them disregard everything that they heard, there is no other evidence for them to consider right now.
So then I would say his prior criminal history has no relevance to this case. And yes, it will ultimately have relevance to count 63. And I know we don't have what the conviction is or why he was in prison yet, and they're being told to disregard it anyway. But I mean, if y'all can come up with some better wording, great.
What is?
I mean, I can just say this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of Mr. Kendrick having been in prison, but.
No, I don't think that part is necessary, Your Honor. Given that I do think it was a mistake. Can you read your instruction again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and overt act 189 and should not have been mentioned by this witness. Further, this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of the witness today, disregard the testimony exhibits, I'll collect your notes, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I guess that can just do for now, and we can get into the nitty gritty of it with regard to Rico later. I just think if we can't come up with something better in the next couple of minutes, that's what I'm going to go with. All right, anything?
I think the limiting instruction should be similar. I'm sorry. You're okay. My apologies. Your Honor, let's see. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you anyway. Can y'all hear him? Okay.
So the state's recommendation would be the similar limiting instruction that you've been giving as it relates to the other evidence or that you've given previously as it relates to the other evidence, for example, that came in today during the prior testimony about Mr. Jackson. Pretty much the same instruction with obviously you're changing the fact that there will be certain, there will be evidence related to certain defendants that they have prior convictions. You're not to attribute those convictions to any other defendant other than the ones in which it's related to in the counts of the indictment. Something of that nature.
Okay. All right. So our issue that we're struggling with is that it's an overt act in the RICO count. And it's apparently going to be proven ultimately by his conviction, which is, of course, testimonial. And how can that be considered against any other defendant? And that hadn't been sorted out yet. I'm just going to say should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants in this case. All right, that's what I'm going to say. So let's get the jury out. Yes. Do you need to approach if I don't have the jury here yet? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Gone. I'm sorry for the delay. I need to give y'all an instruction. Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and overt act 189, and it should not have been mentioned by retired investigator Dennis. And further, Investigator Dennis, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of the other defendants in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of Investigator Dennis that was given today. You're to disregard today's testimony and the exhibits admitted through Investigator Dennis today in their entirety. We'll collect your notes from today and shred them. And if there's anybody that is not going to be able to follow those instructions, please let the court know that now by raising your hand. Everybody good? Okay. Yes. And he's all we've heard today so far. Anyway, we're going to hear some further testimony from other witnesses.
All right, y'all. I think we're going to wrap it up, y'all. I would love to go all night, but let me just give a final shout out to everybody who, first of all, thank you, everybody. Please hit the like button. Hit the like button, y'all, please. If you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. I'm going to give a final shout out to all of our patrons. Carl Dorsey gave 60 memberships, gifted 60 memberships. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Peter Ortiz became a member. Mr. Dorsey dropped a buck on us. Peter Ortiz, $5 super chat. Chrissy, $4.99 super chat. Solitude, $2 super chat. Hair Alchemist, $1.99. Kingdom Kid became a member. Miss Lily gifted a membership. Thank you. For my girls, $2 super chat that got us off into talking a little bit of politics. Commentary Inception with Ashley Gilland, $1.99 super. 99-cent super sticker from Life is a Box of Chocolates. $1.99 Quantavious Greer Rico charges from Trump Grandson. And then a $2 super chat from Kingdom Kid. So I thank everybody, y'all. Looks like Syndicate News just dropped a buck on us. Thank you so much. Y'all, we did 9.5 hours today. 9.5 hour live. This is crazy. I thank everybody for being with y'all. If again, hit the like. Don't forget to subscribe, and also let me thank our mods. We have Andre, Miss Lily, Amy. You might still be in here. Patron. Thank y'all, and I will see y'all back. Probably be back on tomorrow, like at 8:30, 8:45, something like that. We're waiting for court at 9 or 9:30, so I will see y'all mañana. Y'all, if things go like they did today, maybe we do an all-nighter tomorrow. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to play it by ear. You know? But anyway, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank y'all. Have a good night. Bye-bye.